Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome. Happy Saturday. It's not Saturday. Fuck. I fucked the intro. We'll do it again. Welcome, everyone. Happy Sunday. First take merchant. Happy Sunday, everyone. Hopefully, everyone's having a good Sunday so far. Hopefully, everyone's been enjoying some of the Calling All Heroes action over the weekend and is excited for finals day today. Big day in store. 3 games. Gonna finish the lower bracket. And then those teams, 3 teams to battle it out to face Nightmare Eclipse in the grand final. A tall test, but all the placements matter. Different prize money, prestige, all of that. Hey everyone. Hey Archie. Hey Oren. Hey Panda. Hey Artemis. Hey Suka. Hey Nuck. Hey Ondra. Hey HSQC. Fuck, your name reminds me that I need to give HMRC my tax information soon. Hey, Chris, mate. Congratulations, Chris. Official congratulations. Brand new team. Super team to dominate EMEA, maybe? I did watch the footy. Very happy with it. Good performance. Back-to-back good performances against 2 of the top teams in the country. 2 of the top teams in the world. Really happy with it. Really happy with that. And maybe, glimmer of hope for Amarin and the boys. Maybe he is the right man. He said he was the right man. And he's starting to look like he might be the right man. So, no complaints over that. Very happy with that. Very happy to see Xerxes come back into the lineup. Obviously, he scored the penalty, which is nice. Really nice when you score the winning penalty for your team. But also, I thought he actually had a very good cameo. Looked like Hoyland, his legs were maybe a bit gone after a pass like the 60-minute mark. And I thought Xerxes' hold-up play was actually better than Hoyland's for all of it. So, pretty content with that. Problems for Arsenal. Yeah, not the same team without Saka, are they? Not the same team. But yeah, happy with the result. Difficult third round tie, honestly. Wait, hold on, let me sort my lighting out. But yeah, difficult third round tie, but we come out on top. Just want to see that we just need to also show that we can beat the we cannot just put in good performances against the top teams, but we can beat the teams we're supposed to beat, Let's not go lose to Bournemouth or something like this. We got Southampton next, and that one should be a freebie, surely. So yeah, happy with that. Should we talk about some of the Overwatch as well? Otherwise, I'll just get stuck on football for forever. I imagine there are a few people here who might be interested in at least a little bit of Overwatch. So Southampton next, isn't it? All right, let's solve this problem. Let me do this as well so you can see what I'm looking at. But I'm pretty sure it's where are we going? Be next Saturday, I'm guessing, or next Sunday. Brighton. Wait, is there a midweek game? FA Cup, Premier League. Yeah, Southampton on Thursday, and then Brighton on Sunday. Oh, you mean FA Cup? Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, I just meant next game in general. You came to have a CoStream with El Clasico. Did you see as well? I know I said we would talk about the Overwatch. It is fair to say I've lied to you. But so it's El Clasico tonight, right? It's kicking off in 20. It's actually kicking off at the same time as Calling All Heroes. And are they doing it in Saudi Arabia as well? I swear they are. Just tell me somewhere. Date and time, competition. I'm sure it says somewhere, but I'm pretty sure they're doing it in Saudi Arabia. Where is the Super Cup? Is it called Super Cup? Yeah, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. There we go. The King Abdullah Sports City, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. What do you mean the sports city? All right. Okay, we're on a tangent. We're on a tangent. We got time before we Overwatch. I won't have the drops. No, unfortunately, I think only the OW or only the Calling All Heroes drops. Only on the official channel for this one. I don't know if any other channels were able to get it. So, I mean, you can always have both open if you want to watch me as well. For OWCS though, I'm working on it. Okay, I'm working on it, and I've got a good feeling we're gonna be in a pretty good drop situation this coming year. Where am I looking? Oh, it's just the name of the stadium. They've called the stadium Sports City. Oh, okay. Thought they built a stadium, built a city just for sports. Wouldn't put it past them. Why does that stadium look like a fake FIFA one? The seat colours are weird. It's like a weird... I don't like it. I don't like it. No. I mean, it won't matter when the stadium's full anyway, right? Because it will just be the fan colours. They probably modelled it. Yeah, I mean, why not? All right. That's enough tangent. Let's focus on the football. So, no, not the football. Focus on the Overwatch. Fuck. Come on, X. Lock in, mate. So, we'll start with the biggest news, which is obviously the Ultimates roster reveal, which, if you haven't seen, is the Ultimates is a Saudi organization, and this team is very much like I know it's got like the core events in terms of Enter's DPS line. Also got Chase and Sky, but then it's sort of been turbocharged KSA, Twilight, Faith. So, and obviously the big man Chris himself in charge. I actually quite enjoyed the artwork. I don't know if I can get this bigger for you. Maybe if I'm just not on. Where is it? There we go. There we go. If I go on the actual tweet, there we go. Kind of cool artwork, actually. I enjoyed it. KSA looking suave as ever. I feel like they've maybe twinked up Kai a bit more than he is in reality. You know, like I think Kai is less twinky in real life, but you know, artistic license and all that. So yeah, but I think you look at this team, there's obviously some clear bits that are clearly good. We saw Kevin Kai have some success last year. I think you can probably levy the criticism at both of them that it was by far, or it was far from the best year they've had in Overwatch or their strongest performance. Maybe Kev's put a particularly good showing at the Esports World Cup. That was probably like his highlight tournament of the year. But the potential, the talent is clearly there, right, in that DPS line. Likewise, similarly with KSA, I think talent is clear to be seen, even though he had a strong start, obviously with the stage 1 victory with Twisted Minds, and then was kind of like in limbo for a while, didn't have a team, and when he came back for SSG, it was kind of, he was only sort of a bit part player for the most part, though, but I think KSA's talent can't really be denied. Likewise, I think Sky Ripper actually had a really solid year yesterday, so those pieces all feel pretty locked in. I think Faith has been a player who is... I think I'm a really big fan of Faith. The artwork's good, Oren. Grow up. Yeah, Trash Panda's killed him. I like the artwork. It's fun. What was I saying? Yeah, Faith is a player who's never really been on a top team. But I feel like this is a good chance for him. I think Faith is a really good player. I think even when we saw Faith playing with Ryo Jae Hong on Old Ocean, I thought he was still the best player on that team. And it's hard to look like the best player on a team as a main support. It's really hard. So I think I'm a believer. Vancouver was all right. Yeah, Vancouver was a pretty decent team, but this is the first time where I think Faith is on a team that is expected to be one of the top teams in the region. You know, Vancouver are always a middle of a pack team. So I think great opportunity for Faith. Happy for him to get this opportunity. Maybe the more, I guess, unknown quantities will be... One, Twilight. How good would he be? If he is back to his best, then oh my god, he's one of the world's best Annas. Will they get that out of him? I don't know. That's another question. But if they can get it out of him, and then you have Twilight and Faith and a Brig backline, fuck. Dive is coming to Europe. Chase as well, a player with a lot of high potential, but I think he is an unknown in terms of he didn't really play that often last year, and I don't think we've ever seen Chase really come close to filling his his potential at all. So, so I think a great opportunity for Chase, a great opportunity for Faith, and the roster looks very strong overall. So excited for this, and obviously Chrissy at the helm. Chrissy at the helm. They've got to do well, right? They've got to do well. Can Chris, winners of the team will finally answer Chris can coach dive? Guys, Chris can coach. He can do it. I know it. I know he can do it. I've got faith in him. Will Chris be happy with Ilios now? Still not against the Koreans. Yeah, Chase is not in Ukraine. So I think the reason, whereas obviously Chase has been on like good teams before in terms of ENTs, but was never able to actually perform or go to any of the events. But Chase is out of Ukraine right now, so he can attend the lands. So now all of a sudden there's going to be none of this stuff that affected Chase loads last year, where he's good enough to maybe start or he's the right player to play in this meta, but they're not going to play him because they know he can't play at the LAN or something. You know, like now he's here, he's back. So that'll be good for him, and I'm excited to see what they can get out of him here. So yeah, I think a lot of reasons to be excited about this roster. Maybe if you look at like the problems or potential problems, you think how much we saw double flex DPS last year, and obviously they've only got 2 DPS, right? So Kai, obviously fine at hit scan, but will be questions of flexibility. Will they be able to work around it with hero bans? Will they find them? Will they just, maybe it doesn't become an issue in the meta again, you know? We see like Sojourn is back in the meta right now. Yeah, it's a good point, Toby. They're also roster max. If you didn't know, the roster limit this year, instead of 8 players, it's 7 players. So because they've gone for 2 tank players and they've gone for 3 support players, they have no room to add a DPS player if problems come up, you know? So why Sky even there? Well, for double flex DPS, double flex support stuff, remember as well, a lot of what we were seeing, even though we saw a lot of Brig, there was a lot of other stuff being played as well, which I think like actually, especially with Juno coming in, there'll be times like if you want to run Anna Juno or something, you put Twilight Sky in or something, you know? So I think it just gives you like way more flexibility with that. Hero bans could maybe help protect against double flex DPS metas? Potentially, yeah. Potentially. I think it's one of those ones that can it feels like it can go both ways, right? Like, I think the same thing is true because people often talk about hero bans in terms of, they talk about, what about these teams that are kind of like specialist teams who only play one comp? Will it hurt them? And in some ways, yes, because we'll use a London example, or use a yeah example, like, we'll just ban Bull so they can't play Bull. We'll just ban Reinhardt so they can't ban Reinhardt. But what can also happen is this team with that a particular strength in one comp, what they can also do is they can ban some of the heroes that counter their comp so well, you know? So it can kind of go both ways, right? Think about SSG when they wanted to play Rhine last year on Circuit Royale. And the thing that fucked them up on Circuit Royale so often was if it was a good Pharah map. Pharah's so good against a lot of the sim stuff. So they would just ban Pharah, and then they couldn't lose Circuit Royale, you know? So depending on the map, it's not just a straightforward bans solve a problem, bans don't solve a problem. Depends on the meta, depends on the maps. I think there's still options for teams to work around, and it can kind of go either way. Twilight is 26 years young. You're worried it will flop? Yeah, my biggest worry for Twilight is, I mean, the age is kind of whatever. I think people can keep being good until whatever age, really. My biggest worry, and the same thing applies to Soon, is when a player has been away for a long period of time, where they haven't competed for a long period of time, right? That's when I worry. Well, how good is that player going to be? Will they actually ever be able to recapture their own level? I feel like a lot of the time when players go on big breaks, they don't often come back and reach their own level, old level, let alone surpass it or anything, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I think there's also, you've got to probably also look at Twilight. I think there's probably questions as well of Twilight. Whoa! What's happening? Stream Elements, chill out, will you? What just happened? I just got like 1 billion follows. What's happening? Panda! New viewers? Oh, it's happening again. Panda, turn it off! Panda! Where are my mods? Did you pay for a botting service? No. It's just free botting. Where is Panda? Let me get my Nightbot up. Hold on. Fucking hell, Panda. That's it. Toby is really going to win mod of the year. At this rate. Where's my Nightbot? What is it? Is my follower count actually going up? Because it's obviously not viewers. Hold on, I'm tabbing. I've lost chat for a second. Let's see. What is it even under on chat? Commands? Fuck. Panda set this all up. It's a bot raid. Oh, okay. What does that mean? I just get spammed with follows of non-real people. Thanks, Suka, mate. Yeah, I think just turn it off. I think, like, because we got the follower notification on screen anyway. We don't really need it. I can report it through the partner page. Okay. Basically, you get spammed and then there's a chance you're banned because Twitch thinks you are. Oh, okay. Good. Cheers, then. All right. Let me... Do I have to do it now? Does it matter if I just do it after the stream? Or is it going to keep happening? Does anyone have experience with this? Yeah, I mean, I still get it on, like, my activity feed. Let me see. Create a dashboard. What would it even be? Community. No. Analytics. No. Settings. Stream. Channel. Moderation, maybe. Chat rules. Shoot Oren in the head. Oren wasn't one of the bots, Panda. He was a real boy. You've just murdered a real boy. He wasn't one of the bots. I can't see where to report it. Report follower rate Twitch. No, I can find a way to report raids, but that's only like proper raids, you know? Oh, wait, here we go. Friend of mine. Wait, should I put this? I'll put this so you guys can see as well. We can learn together. Friend of mine has been dealing with follow bot raids every time she's live for the past 2 weeks. Does anyone know how to stop them from interrupting her chat? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Just move on then. We can do that. That's all right. There's enough Overwatch stuff going on. I think you'd be okay if it doesn't say Marvel in it. I think you'll be all right, Meme. Meme. But I think you'll be all right as long as it doesn't say the word Marvel in it. Yeah, go on. Let's see what Ziss has cooked up. I've got bad news about Puppy Girl Posse as well. Don't know. He must be dealing with another big case, Wilder. Arrested? Fuck. Why is my lawyer always in jail? Okay, send it in DM. That works too. I can bring it up on stream. Let's see. That's good, actually. That's good. Yeah, I reckon you'd get away. I reckon you get away with it. I reckon you get away with it. Oh, so what's the worst that can happen? They'll tell you to change it? But this is class, actually. I like it a lot. Oh, wait, did you say not leak it? Oh, sorry. I just... Fuck. Guys, everyone can keep a secret, right? I'm sorry, meme. Just leak it? Ah, okay. It's alright. We can keep a secret here. We can keep a secret here. You're going to tweet it anyways? Okay, it's alright. We're all a trustworthy bunch here. To answer your question, Andra, as well, no, I don't. I didn't see the bit where he said don't leak it. I just saw you going to send it in DMs, so then I opened my Discord to have it ready to go. I'm sorry. Lips are sealed? Thank you. Didn't see one of the good ones. Yeah, we're all a trustworthy group here, so I wouldn't worry about it at all. That's fun though. I reckon you'll get away with it as well. The second one you sent me as well, which I will not be, which I will not be accidentally shown on stream. The second one's better. The second one's better. We'll get there, mate. We'll get there. So yeah, we covered the big news, which was obviously the announcement of Marble Rivals. But Marble Rifles. We covered the TU stuff. No, Andra, no. Don't trust it. Don't trust it. Don't trust any of the leakers. All I see is just misinformation. Misinformation. I would say like the accuracy is like, I don't know, like 50% at best. Cheers, Wilder. Yeah, Genji have a roster. Yeah, Genji have a roster. I'm sure they'll make their announcement within like the next week or so or something. Yeah, that's true, Red Eyes. You can print that one. Yeah, they've not confirmed the rosters, but there was this thread because the Korea Open qualifiers have happened, right? So we got our teams that came through. So I don't know if there's any massive surprises here. Maybe the only team that looks like a legitimate contender out of these ones, like their ability to punch up, is probably FTG. Don't know what's happened to Dart. Presumably he's on a super team, right? Right? No, don't add a command, Panda. We're not meant to leak it. Panda! Fuck, you're out of control today, Panda. Delete the command. Yeah, presumably Dart has to be on our super team, right? Has to be. Darts are liquid. All right, print it. Or if Oren's saying it, that's enough of a reliable source for me. Yeah, Toby has actually got Mod of the Year locked up, unfortunately. Juby on hiatus, Panda, Power Mad, and Toby's got it on lock. Coleman is Coleman's winning by default. Coleman's actually he's probably hungover today. Actually, he was at the rugby yesterday. I know, Ellie. I'm working hard. Well, we should get the stream up as well. But yeah, I don't think any of the teams qualifying from Korea are actually that's shocking. And I think really, if we're looking at it, FTG, interesting potential to punch up. Will be nice to see Heesung as a starter. Nice to see Heesung get a lot of regular game time and stuff like that. But all the other teams, I don't think they're making any kind of meaningful impact really. No. Maybe Way if the meta really lines up, but even then, I feel like I'm stretching there, you know? I feel like I'm stretching. Okay, Panda. Not a problem. I'm sure I can handle it. What could go wrong? Yeah, Hunter is going to be cranking it like never before now that Heesung will be in every map for FTG. There we go. How did FTG? They lost to Way, didn't they? Hold on. Somebody, I think it was one of the other Reddit threads. Somebody sent the brackets. Where is it? This one? This one. Of course I'm a United supporter, Prash. I'm half Mancunian, so no option. This wasn't the one. There was one with the results on it. Oh, here we go. See, it was the Way one, right? The upper bracket. So they had to go the long way round. Well, he's going to reach his prime this year. Come on. Yeah. So for Korea, this means Korea now has its top 9 teams, which will be these 4 teams, the top 4 teams from last season, and one mystery team. This is going to be T1. This T1 is going to be this team, and then we'll have our 9 team, and they'll do a round robin very similar to last year. In EMEA, what's going to happen is next weekend. We'll be streaming it here or doing like a Super Sunday style stream here. Next weekend, there's going to be an initial Swiss. It's the only Swiss of the year. So for all the Swiss heads, all the people who love Switzerland, want to go to Switzerland, want to experience Switzerland, your only chance is next weekend. It's the only Swiss. And then out of that Swiss, 5 teams will qualify. And those top 5 teams will join the 3 partner teams. And then we'll have our top 8 for stage 1, who will do a round robin into a regional playoffs. So that's all starting next weekend. And then from then on, the way it will work, as in who is our top 8, is 6 teams will stay in the top 8. The top 6 teams from stage 1 will stay as in the top 8 for stage 2. The bottom 2 teams, so the 7th and 8th place finishers, they will have to go and play a promotion relegation match against the top 2 teams from Face It. Is it Master it's called? The top division in Face It, basically. Masters, yeah. So the top 2 teams from Masters will play the bottom 2, from OWCS's top 8. And then the winner of those, I think we're going to play like a double elim bracket out of those 4 teams. And then the top but winner the top 2 of that will go to the top 8. So even if you finish last, you have a chance to, you know, protect your spot. TBD, it's going to be T1. It's just not announced yet. Yeah, it's going to be T1 though. So you'd have to pay. Yeah, you'd have to pay to go through Face It League to qualify. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, TU not partnered. So Chrissy will be getting his fill of Swiss. There was only one Swiss tournament this year, so he will do everything he can to get himself in it. Do you know when rosters will be revealed? Expect most of them the next sort of like week or so. Week, 10 days, that kind of thing. If theoretically you were a fresh stack, ready to show the Overwatch world some guns, would you have to enter the open league and work up? I don't know if you have to go straight in at the bottom. I don't know if there's ways to qualify, because Faceit has this tiered system, right? So there's like Masters, is it Masters, Expert, Advanced, Open, something like that? So I don't know if you have to literally go in at the bottom and go all the way up, or if there's a way to like skip ones essentially. You can enter the Swiss for Master, Advanced, etc. Oh, okay. I see. But what about from stage 2 onwards? From stage 2 onwards, would you have to do it from the bottom up? I should get the stream open while we're doing this.
Coming from that LCQ that we just had last week, as a matter of fact. All of those teams, we've had to say goodbye to the vast majority of them.
They had something last year where you could. Okay, yeah, I imagine there'll be some way to skip.
Yeah, and what's crazy is like this calendar kind of
at least like skip to like Advanced or Masters or something.
A little bit deeper, whereas last year it was timeless, ethereal, nonstop all the way through.
I presume that would be open, yeah.
That they failed to capture. Otherwise, they sweeped the whole season. Whereas this time it's kind of been
Crazy Raccoon, Chris, we want you to be our head coach next year. Chris responds, we will not be a Swiss stage. No, of course not. We'll automatically qualify. Chris, I'm not interested.
Changes hands a little bit. The title changes hands a little bit, and we make our way to champ where it feels like there are, you know, it kind of.
Yeah, that sounds right. I'm pretty sure that conversation happened, probably more or less verbatim, just like that.
For the Nightmare Eclipse roster that is currently standing tall amongst the rest is going to be pretty stiff from here on out, because from what we've heard from these players talking to them, they all want this really, really badly, and they have been working so hard to get it. And not just, you know, the glory and the adoration of the fans for winning. It's not
so yeah,
just, you know,
lining up quite nicely, isn't it? We've now got 2 teams announced at EMEA. They both look stacked. In my opinion, the 2 teams we've had announced so far are probably the 2 strongest teams. So I think while there'll be plenty of teams that are close to them, essentially, you know, that can maybe win on the day, etc. I think these are the teams we should really expect as the top 2. Yeah, just TM and the Ultimate so far, Sova. Nice, Jared. Great game, wasn't it? Great game. It was like a scary watch for a lot of it, but we played well. We defended well.
These players are, they're gonna all get one. I think we also have one for the MVP. And as great as these trophies are, though,
I don't think there's a deadline on Dra, but I'd expect all of them in this next sort of week or so.
Gonna come through and also give away 5 Blacklight Kraken Pro gaming chairs.
Oh, and SRP check, yeah, and SRP check. Have they sent out those trophies? Probably by post.
The love and adoration of all your fans. What more could you
keep the good questions coming?
If you're winning this tournament today, like, I want a new Can't be having that anymore. I mean, these players.
Why is there a dog? Whose dog is this? Did you see Hattie with hair? Yeah, I saw Hattie catching strays. It honestly, it didn't make my my sort of big news of the day, but I did see Hattie catching strays.
Something that you're all here for, and you know, as much as you love watching the games, and I know you do, there's also some drops that
Did you guys see this?
So be sure to stay tuned in so you can get
Never played RimWorld. This one, right?
drops if you've missed out on the past couple of days.
So Hattie gets tagged in this thing, right? And Hattie's like, why the fuck am I catching strays for zeros, right? Because this guy's like, you haven't been laid in years, lol, and if you have, it was with a woman from 600-pound life. It's a picture of Hattie with hair. But then, hold on, let me mute the stream for a bit. But then I clicked on this, right, and I was like, why is Hattie come up in this thread? What is this thread fucking going on about? Like, fucking hell. Is that a friend about Andrew Tate? How did this thread end at Hattie? All about the legal charges as of 2012. The age. Oh fuck. Now we're talking about the age of consent in Romania? Fuck. Actually, now we're talking about 16-year-olds and the age of consent. Now I know how we can connect this to Overwatch. Fucking hell. Consensual BDSM doesn't involve minors. Great. Yeah, I can see. This is... It would be weird if Hattie didn't come up at this point. Jesus Christ. Here we go. Some more legal terms. Fucking hell. The thing is as well, you know, there's a point where if you're making an argument and you're having to send legal documents about the age of consent, you're in ropey territory. You're in ropey territory. So then, obviously, as any good argument in the internet, it just descends into bickering and name-calling. Bro's doing so much to defend paedophilia, it's kind of weird. Paedophilia only applies to minors. She was not a minor, just defended the facts of the case. Post the picture of your teeth with a flash on. You're scared. Jagged ass teeth, your mouth looks like a cave. Women don't respect you. Nobody in your life enjoys your company. Proof? You haven't been laid in years, and this is how we get to Hattie. And then Alex, that's not me, that's Hattie. And this is how Hattie finds for Fred. Even worse. How? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, I really don't understand. Like, how do we get to this? How do we get to this? I'm showing the game's not starting. How is this to sort of go to... Like, they're debating the case. They're debating the case and the accusations. And then Alex just drops in. Alex hasn't even fucking talked in this conversation, really. Yeah, his only contribution so far is sex tourism is my favourite upside down smiley. No fucking contributions to this conversation. And then just jumps in with bro is doing so much to defend paedophilia. Post a picture of your teeth, bro. Post a picture of your teeth. Oh. Poor Hattie. How's he got embroiled in all this? Unbelievable. Madrid scored? Alright. I mean, Madrid have been the stronger team this season, I think, over Barca, but it's a lot to play for. What's that picture of Hattie? Hattie with hair. Follow FD God back? I feel like if I've not followed him up to this point, it's too late now. It's too late now. Nice. All right. Are we locking in soon? All right, we should talk about get ready for the game.
Down to who can make those big plays, especially in these Genjis, Nami versus Missin.
Yeah, and I do kind of want to highlight Missin because Missin is one of those players that up until joining this Queen's Gambit roster has kind of been...
I mean, it sounds that way, doesn't it?
Middle of the pack kind of rosters, but she has been on the come up.
Gonna watch it with a 1,000-yard stare.
Of Queen's
It's all right,
Gambit
Sabo Tabby.
is that they're this really
It's all right.
team with both veterans and
What's the vibe now, Sabotabi? Do you want Faeble to go all the way, show you lost to like a team that might ultimately win it or go in the finals, or do you just want Faeble to fall? You watched the game yesterday. I saw it, Turlens. They showed restraint though, Turlens. They rallied. Mines everywhere. They just held strong. Don't press the button. Don't press the button. Don't press the button. Bashing is the move. Not based on what I've seen. Not based on what I've seen. You want Queen's Gambit to win? Yeah, I don't know who I want to win really. Maybe I'm just rooting for good Overwatch. Maybe I don't have a massively vested stake in it. What are the predictions saying? 78% Queen's Gambit? We'll see, we'll see. You're rooting for Gambit because you're friends with Santix and Senna? That's fair, that's fair. Fence sitting wanker? Oh, fuck. Alright, I'm actually going Queen's Gambit as well. Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, Queen's Gambit. Exactly, yeah, exactly, Cassie. Gotta support the Brits. A classic, yeah. Yeah, we'll rely on patriotism. So, of course, for those who don't know, we're in the lower bracket right now. So we're going to be winner of this will play Valentine. Then winner of that next game will get to play Nightmare Eclipse in the final. So Nightmare Eclipse still overwhelming favourites for the entire thing. But anything can happen. Go check Jump in Liquipedia. All right. This better not just be another picture of Hattie with hair, though. One best tank, yes! We made it. We made it. We're official.
Which is kind of funny, because when you consider both the matches that these teams had yesterday, both against Alyas and Exo Azathoth...
Not all the awards were allowed, like Worst Org or Humble Pie. Yeah, I can see their reluctance, I guess. Whereas he's 50k, there was no such prize money for our awards. We were not giving away 50k to every winner of the award. Imagine if we had to give a 50k prize to the fraud of the year. But there's no Porsche watch either.
About like how fun Hazard is to play, and how some people are like, oh yeah,
send a pie to Kev. Oh,
and I'm like, yeah, he is, but don't.
Okay.
Like, don't talk about it. Like,
Worst Org of the Year would get more money from that than anything else. We'd actually be saving the scene if we did it, wouldn't we? What's the filling of Humble Pie? I don't know. Your own tears. Your own tears.
Until we get like something else figured out.
All right, straight into this. Let's crank the volume a little bit. Let's lock in. Predictions close. Queen's Gambit in the purple, Faeble in the orange. And Santana's going to die immediately here. So, Avery and Faeble with the tank advantage. And Hazard so powerful in these ones. You'll see now Avery can just bully everyone out of position. But we've actually lost Mickman here. And Avery's not managed to convert that kill onto Senna. So they're going to back up to point. But Avery... now going to have to face Santana's respawn. And Miniby gets the better of Senna in that opening duel as well. So Faeble not done yet, even though they have now got on the back of a point. Looking to trade this Genji, missing in lots of trouble. But they lose Z Panther. Bullied to the back of point. Avery's going to trade that Velvet kill out, but main source of healing gone now for Faeble. And Scuffed trying to walk in. Wall is good actually. Separates Santana. Santana will go again. Avery is awfully low. Can't convert that kill. And Faeble might just about be able to win this dogfight. Mickman with the finish. We'll chase this Sojourn out as well. Should be able to get this late kill there. Might even get the Lucio too. Keep going. Go on. Oh, good wall. Nice. Setting up Big Man for success there. And they get all the cleanup.
But both times Santana has completely exploded because of a jagged wall that has completely walled them off from the
And
rest
now,
of Queen's Gambit. So
Queen's
even
Gambit,
if
they do have a
King goes
Kitsune Rush
alive,
advantage.
There's a wall between you and the healing. Your hazard can't sustain forever with all the shield.
Wall comes out onto Santana as she comes through the choke.
Velvet's dead again, though. Queen's Gambit, like, look at the ultra.
Oh, Velvet's just going to get caught trying to come out here. And it's going to be a quick reset. Yeah, Mickman, looks like they were just crushed. Did they just try and go coast or something? I didn't see exactly when it happened.
Yeah, Mickman is like kind of popping off on the Genji here right now. You can really tell how badly Faeble wants it right now, whereas Queen's Gambit are
Trying to clear this Genji out. Wall is there. Wall's good, but Mickman, there is a gap for them to get out.
Not enough to confirm the kill.
Now, we've had a sort of delay between these fights, so it's going to be Kitsune Rush from Scuffed. Panther now has it. Beat will come in from Fiery as well, and they demolish him there as well. Double support comes in. Velvet's beat awfully, awfully slow. So they've got nothing to match it with, and they are just on the ropes immediately here, Queen's Gambit. They have the downpour coming back, but they're pushing into Blade, they're pushing to Overclock, and all these slightly quicker ults are going to cause Queen's Gambit problems. Early Blade comes out here, but we've just missed everything from Mickman here. They push forward, Senna's found a headshot in all of this as well. Now just slashing onto Santana, but they're capping the point. They'll kill Santana, but they get the flip. And they've got 4 players alive now. No supports for Faeble, so they can't really do anything. Minimi is awfully low. If they can trade Minimi before the supports come back, that'll be massive. Don't think there's a Mega for Minimi either, but Queen's Gambit not able to connect on it. So it'll be a full 5v5 back on point. Missing coming back with Blade. Overclock's in play for both teams, but Z Panther and this Kitsune Rush can put them over the edge. Really need Velvet to get up to this beat. Now the Kitsune Rush comes in, Blade over the top, the Kitsune Rush pushes him into it. Nicely set up from Queen's Gambit. Kitsune Rush down main, Blade from the flank to catch the people it pushes back. Nicely played from Missing with that flank. Pushing in for more kills as well. They've got the stabilization, they've got the Avery is behind though, they'll deal with them. And turn back, okay. All the crosshairs are the player's crosshairs. So whatever crosshair you see, that's the crosshair that the player is using. Okay, so Queen's Gambit, they give themselves a lifeline. They didn't actually have to use the beat in that either, so they've got double support ult as well. So a great chance to run it back right now, Queen's Gambit. Only an overclock from Minimi, so has to get so much work done in this. Wall comes out, will contain Minimi for a little bit, trying to find a rail, but nothing. Senna's just answered back. They've kept him contained, and they've held on to both support ults. Still Queen's Gambit. We'll get to last fight territory, and Queen's Gambit now. They've got the tools to close this one out. Velvet coming back to mark point, but they're all coming out main. Santana's awfully low. Suzu is there. Needs the full pocket. Downpour over top. Dodged perfectly. And Velvet with the beat to come back out. Well played from Santana to get herself out of that one.
Yeah, but that's like the coffers drained on all sides.
Now Queen's Gambit. I think they've just got it. This touch is really hard. Fiery nearly has beat, but Fiery might be the person who has to go be responsible for the touch as well. So it's a difficult situation for her. You see Velvet's going to market as well. Slide in from Minima. Do they give a touch? I don't know if they got it. They did give a touch. Now Avery can get on it as well. It's 4v4. Actually, Scuff dies. They nearly have the support ults. It's just a dogfight on point now. Really could go either way. Misson's going to connect, though. 3v3 right now. Santana has the downpour, though. Where's that downpour coming out? Looking for it. Catches both of them. Can they get the kills? Perfect downpour from Santana. Converts both kills. Saves it for their team. And this Sojin kill will be easy afterwards. And Queen's Gambit, after a rough start, really turned that one around.
Like 99 to 100 on our first sub map there, and it all kind of comes down to that early pick onto Minami, and then it just kind of staggering out from there.
Too warm, actually. I need to turn my heating off again.
Some huge kills off of those, but that's also not enough,
Enough
especially with Fiery.
Safe for pennies.
You also have like Santana's downpour that catches Z Panther. And again, like, you lose your Kiriko in these fights, and you can't sustain. Even if you build
so that was, close as you like in that first round.
Very, very temporary, and
both teams held for a long period of time. Queen's Gambit didn't concede it once they actually held on to it there.
Damage becomes a lot more permanent, and if you can't inflict that damage back onto your enemy,
looks like we're going to be getting more of the same as well, comp-wise.
Right there. Like, again,
what do I do for work? I do this combat. I do this. Watch Overwatch. Living the dream. Alright, Mickman is going to be starting on the Echo.
It didn't work out super well on Night Market. Granted, we only saw it from one engagement before they kind of loaded, so matches
up quite nicely into the Genji. We'll be taking this early flank as well. Looking for the Sojin. Decent. Couple of sticks on it, but no meaningful follow-up. They've got this angle for Mickman, but they have no real position on point. Santana's going to match Avery here. Santana, again, has lost his HP trade quite hard, actually. They have to back up. And now a bit of space. They've just been bullied out here. There's a few times now, just in these neutrals, where Santana has taken way too much damage, and it's forcing their team to take a step back. Now the dive in, trying to finish off Santana again. Again low. Mission's trying to get the touch, but they will concede first flip. And just more damage, better angles. Santana not being able to avoid enough of it. Gonna retake through white here. Scuffed. On the angle in main. Has to Suzu early for Santana as well. Kitsune Rush on point, but Faeble, they're really far back. They're just going to disengage this one for free. They'll concede the flip, but they get the ult for free. Z-Panther's ult a little bit slower again. And oh, Mini-Me is actually caught. Disaster there, and now not only will they get the flip for that ult, because what Faeble wanted to do is they were like, okay, they got the early Kitsune Rush, we'll let them take point for it, we'll disengage it, and then we'll have our own Kitsune Rush and push in. But because Minami gets caught, that whole plan ends up being really scuffed. And now Velvet's going to get pretty close in this beat. They will be at support up disadvantage, still Queen's Gambit, but they've got extra time. Now challenging this Echo. Mickman, not enough fly. Oh, just about gets away with it here, but has been out of a fight for a second, which means Faeble haven't been able to take any space. And Queen's Gambit buying a lot of time. They even force for Suzu as they try and walk through the choke here. It's a very slow approach from Faeble. They're just losing a lot of HP. And Fiery's even going to get caught. Ajax! Oh, disaster! Faeble, they're just standing there twiddling their thumbs, honestly. The trades, though. Velvet's back. Oh, my God. Will somebody get a beat off? Somebody get a beat off, for the love of God. Queen's Gambit, though. Santana able to clean up a lot of this. Santana back on point. They didn't actually get the flip here, Faeble. They have the downpour too from Santana. Kitsune Rush comes through from Scuffed. Now Senna with the overclock could just finish it. All right. Oh! Clean 3K from Senna there. Kitsune Rush, overclock, repush. And Queen's Gambit in pole position right now. They have this downpour, and while Minami has this overclock, needs to try and find a way past this downpour, past this blade. Asking a lot of Minami on this retake, honestly. And really for Faeble, they just felt like Deers stuck in front of headlights on that last retake. Now they're coming through. Overclock will come through. Lots of damage early on Santana again. Will be forced back. That downpour comes through. There's the blade. Mickman has no choice but to try and face check that one as they go for the touch. Fiery is awfully low below, but Missing can't convert that kill. Needs to be more decisive here, Queen's Gambit. Go pick something. Dive in from Santana. Mission's going to follow it up now. Awfully low. They will deal with it. And that should be the first map going the way of Queen's Gambit. One last touch coming in from Mickman, but won't be enough. And just overwhelming ults right there at the end. Woo! All right. Okay. Recovery.
Either Night Market or Control Center. I think that just kind of shows that, like, once they're able to play their game and they're in that groove and they're ready to go, they can be nigh unstoppable. The problem, though, is, like, every single map, they're going to have to be able to get themselves into that situation. And
all right. So, things that we're seeing. Let me get the Preds up. I can do it.
And keep this going and get some momentum going in their favor. That Faeble do have an opportunity to get a map on the board, and indeed...
Map 2 predictions up now. Queen's Gambit, the map 1 winner, so it will, of course, be a map pick. And a mode pick from the side of Faeble. So I think there's a few problems for both teams right now. It feels like Santana has taken so much damage in these neutrals. They're constantly on the back foot. And as a result, Queen's Gambit haven't conceded a lot of space, particularly on their holds, and this is hurting them. On their holds on this type of hazard comp, it should be a really powerful position for you. Because you can set up on high ground, you can set your up on different angles. So when the other team has to push through, you can hit them from all these different sides. But because Santana's taken so much damage, it's actually forcing Queen's Gambit to have to concede a lot of this space. So they did win out the clutches here, but definitely a problem that they need to fix as they go through this series. On the side of Faeble, I think it was really just a case of hesitancy. I think that retake on Control Center, they were just standing in main, then the Suzu was forced. Just a bit hesitant, undecisive from Faeble in these key situations. You even looking at disengage at the start of that map, where they disengage off point against the Kitsune Rush from Scuffed. Fine disengage, but Minimi just disconnected from the team. Just sloppy mistakes in terms of the team's movement and positioning.
Crazy rail shot plays, especially if you set up for it. Like if you got a Kitsune Rush with that OC.
You're all good, Panda.
That's a raid boss, all right? That's a one shot just waiting to happen. I don't have the Estus Blast to deal with that.
No,
Exactly. Just lower bracket merchants, aren't they, Sabo? You put Queen's Gambit in the lower bracket and they come alive.
If Senna's under pressure, she finds a way to show up in the best way possible. You got a little bit of a glimpse of that at the end.
All right, we'll see what they pick for this next map. But a good start for Queen's Gambit. Have to be happy with that.
It might work against the team that you're playing right now, but if you look later down the line, should they get there, Senna will have a much harder time. That's why we look at these Genji players in Misson, in Mickman, to be the ones to make that larger difference, since they have a more consistent output.
I think you even see, like, Avery having the capacity to punish that, but, like, it just, you know...
Sorry, I was reading something, but I'm locked back in now.
Like, it just never really fell into place. Like,
yeah, problems for both teams, but I feel like Fables is probably more solvable as we get Colosseo map pick coming out from them. Yeah, I feel like Fables is more solvable because it just feels like a bit like nerves. Sorry as well. Thank you. I forgot as well. I was so locked into the game. But thank you, Skyficon, and thank you. I'm gonna say this one, Agueto. Thank you, Agueto. Thank you both for the subs. Very much appreciated for the primes.
Both you and me, this is our favorite game mode to cast because it pulls.
That's how locked in I was. You can tell I'm back.
Aspects of team gameplay while also letting the micro, the individuals shine through as well. Like it's just like a dream to be able to analyze.
All right, Colosseo. Expect more of the same here.
It feels like it's a back half of a series sort of map, but I guess they want to do all of their big brain thinking ahead of time and have less to worry about later.
Before we went to the format where it's like
this is where they play big balls then. I mean it's a very good competence map apparently.
Like considering advocating for like push big
really making good use of those long sightlines in the first fight. I was surprised the ball worked so well. Like the long sightlines for the Zen Ash. For those who weren't here yesterday, this was the matchup we saw yesterday where it was Zen Ash, Brig, Zen, Ball, and was it Tracer? Yeah, Tracer as well with it. So I was surprised the Ball was able to get so much value. I thought it'd be a harder map for Ball, but actually Kanata got through a hell of a lot of work. So really no problem for her.
Hashtag put the glass back or whatever Spilo said. It's still a fun map, and even back before like those patches, it was a fun map to cast, a fun map to watch.
All right.
I even liked playing it. Like it all comes
so yeah, expect more of the same, honestly. Hazard v Hazard. Genji v Genji.
To get like one big pick in that last critical moment that turns the whole thing in your team's favor.
I feel like Mickman had one moment on Lijiang Tower. One moment, like right really early on, where it was popping off, getting all the cleanup, looked really nice. Then very quiet for the rest of it.
It's up to teams to decide when those fights
so the things you want to focus on, there's a couple, like one, Scuffed's also got a faster Kitsune Rush every single time. At the start of all of these maps or all of these rounds, always seems like Scuffed has that advantage in Kitsune Rush, and it forces Faeble into some kind of, they have to disengage or they just kind of end up losing a fight to it situation. So eyes on that for this first fight.
A lot of teams get massive leads at the start of push, and it's really difficult for others to make a form of a comeback on that. So if you can keep this relatively even until you get to those final 2 minutes.
What are the predictions at now? 70% for Queen's Gambit. Okay.
Yes.
I just feel like, all right, guys, we gotta conduct our map.
All right, let's see it.
Where we all gather around the fire and chant.
Everyone locking in. No surprises in the comp. Kiri Lucio, Genji Sojin. All right, so expect a bit of a fight for Fountain here. You can see actually Minimi's rolled out to try and get a better angle for this through the double doors, and does have that angle, and they have bullied them away for the Fountain area, but Queen's Gambit will get control of the robot during all of this. Full rail now for Minimi. Will be a relatively slow start to it. Maybe Soldier's just looking to find that opportunity. Lucio Genji's jockeying for position. You can see them edging the robot forward here a little bit, Queen's Gambit, but can't find any really meaningful space. Senna now roaming around with this rail, looking for the opportunity. Minimi and Senna trade. But no lethal blows for either of them. And the robot is now moving away. And oh, Misson dies. How's Fiery died in that? Both Lucio's going to fall. These Lucio's fates seem to be tied together here, and Missen's actually got in, killed both of the backline. No healing available now for Faeble, so it's just going to have to be a die on payload. If they can get a trade, it'll be good. One from Minimi. Not the worst trade either, because it's going to be take a bit for Senna to roll out again. I can, yeah.
Already getting the bot through to the archway.
There we go.
The high ground here. Velvet actually has to go all the way back to taxi Senna, so there's not a whole lot of frontline pressure just yet.
On my Austin powers right now.
Push any further, so they're actually gonna concede
Okay, so again we've seen this Kitsune rush difference. Look at this. Scuffed further ahead. They should realise they have this advantage as well. Scuff should be keen to pull the trigger. There we go. Comes right round the corner. Has to be a disengage from Faeble. They have to concede space. It's all about the chase right now. They're solo. Suzu is forced. Santana can't confirm the kill though. Full pocket onto Minimi and is able to get the kill. Hazards traded back and forth in this later Kitsune rush. Z-Panther was able to charge it up during that disengage. When they push with it, they managed to clean everything up.
It was a smart play from Santana, though, like you said, to jump in.
So they keep getting themselves in these Kitsune rush disadvantage situations, Faeble, but they're always ready for the disengage to their credit.
They were able to confirm that kill.
And they'll push the payload back, get their first meters on the board. Senna's going to cop a body shot. Disrupt a shot to try and force her out of position, but Senna's okay. And we're back to a 5v5 situation. Downpour's nearly in play, overclocks, blades, everything coming up. Full rail for Senna again. Looking for a high-value target. Eyes on Minimi. Disrupt a shot to try and force him out. Blade will come through first, though, all over Senna, but Mickman misses for connect. Scuffed is going to peek this Blade. That one's going to be questionable, but Mickman gets punished for it. Wasn't that much follow-up. Downpour from Avery. They're still committing into this. It's good, actually. The Downpour's massive, and Z-Panther can kill both, but no, the deflect. Avery kills themselves. And it's messy. Santana will fall afterwards. They probably can steal lead off this Faeble because of a trade, so they can't really get any meaningful meters off it. They might not even get lead, honestly, actually, yeah. Mickman is gonna is gonna be able to touch. Beat v beat now. Blade advantage for Misson. So a few ways you can go about this. You could start with Blade, or you can start with Overclock. Actually, both Overclocks traded. Beat in response to that. Later beat back from Velvet. But now Misson, she has the final layer. A chance to drop this Blade. A chance to go in and finish the job right now. All eyes on her. Pulls for Blade. 3 of them lined up for her. They'll TP away, but they can't all TP away. The Sojourn can't dodge. Sets it up beautifully there. Well played by Queen's Gambit. They match the ults. And then they have the extra ult to throw in at the end. Really well played from them. Good patience, good discipline. And they set that one up nicely. And because all these ults have been traded, it means they'll all actually end up in a pretty nicely lined up position for Misson. Now Kitsune rush, mirror for both teams. Downpour advantage for Santana. It's going to be an early Kitsune rush coming out from Scuffed, actually. So Faeble can really just disengage this one, concede some meters, and still contest before the cap, most importantly. But they have to get a wiggle on. Start moving now, and they have to be careful of this Downpour as they push forward with this Kitsune rush. TP in now as Z-Panther looks for an aggressive one. Can't find it. We'll drop it down the side here, but not really onto any great targets, and they've actually lost Mickman during this. This Kitsune rush was at nothing, and all of a sudden, it's going to turn into a dogfight on point. Santana actually has the Downpour as well if they want to try and turn it. Suzu has been forced, so now the Downpour will come out. Does it catch anyone? It catches for Lucio. Can they kill? They can. Santana should be able to take down both of the backliners here, but the trades are coming in. The respawns. So low is Valkyrie. Oh, can't find the finishing blow. Shooter. Running. Panther's going to TP out. Oh, the wall to block for leap as well. Oh, Santana, her ankles in shambles. We'll be able to get out and play their life. But Z-Panther gave him a run around there, didn't she? And now, dust settles, scrappy fight, Queen's Gambit, 25-meter lead. Faeble coming back, Downpour, Blade in hand. No great ults for Queen's Gambit just yet. Desperate for that Blade. What was that, Pete? Sorry. If they can get to both these support ults, the situation really doesn't look that bad for Queen's Gambit, but there is a window here. Faeble on Lijiang Tower, guilty of taking it too slow. Need more aggression here. Dash doesn't go where Mickman wants it. Doesn't quite have deflect yet either. So these support ults are getting very close for Queen's Gambit. But here it is. Trigger pulled, but no! Shot! Rail comes through from Senna. Finished off by Misson, and that Blade goes absolutely nowhere. Now Santana is on the backline here, and they're forcing Faeble to peel, to disengage. They're trying to run. They had to go aggressive, but Senna comes up trumps. Huge rail connect.
she's not the one
And
showing up
Mickman
for
just
Guilty, but that's
disappears.
that play happens.
Disappears.
That's just completely shutting down a Blade. And because you shut that down, you held on to both just before ultimates. You can go
Now,
super aggressive here. That's
Overclock coming through. Mickman in more trouble. Senna will not chill out. Will not leave Mickman alone. Now, they are threatening to get the cap here. Lots of damage onto Avery already. Back shots coming in from Santana. No escape. And now we're going to look for some stagger kills here. Just managed to get herself out in there, Fiery.
Santana has like access to the backline right now. They go so deep.
And now double support ult available for Queen's Gambit. Faeble not far behind, but don't quite have it yet. And they're putting real meters on the board now, Queen's Gambit. Kitsune Rush will come out. Overclock in response. Downpour there too. Disrupt a shot onto Misson. Misson is super low. Dashes away, just trying to play her own life. They've lost Senna during all of this. Double support ult was even invested by Queen's Gambit here as well. So a bit of a disaster in terms of that. Santana will die on point. And that was all too easy for Faeble in the end. They didn't even have to use their own Kitsune Rush. That's what. So now, Faeble, Kitsune Rush advantage, a chance to push. They have to worry about the Blade, they have to worry about the Downpour here. Eyes on Misson in the sky. We'll start with Blade, forcing the deflect out early on. Now, coming round, Kitsune Rush has been used in response from Z Panther, so Misson probably has to get out. Downpour from Santana is available. Can they find the connect? Suzu has been used. That could be the trigger. Chooses not to use it, though. Happy just to trade those ults. Blade for Kitsune Rush is not a bad trade. Now going with the Downpour, looking for more, but they've lost Senna on the way in. Santana hasn't connected with their own dive. Has for Downpour if they can find it. Looking to force for TP. Oh, doesn't even need to. This time the shots are good. Santana will clean up both of the backliners and gets to hold on to that Downpour for the next fight. Water Chase Minami won't be successful, but again, Queen's Gambit, they're on the front foot.
Mickman has died a lot this series, and I think that's or not just this series, just this map. Like, Mickman has been targeted by both Senna, the backline, by Misson, a fair
Downpour, Kitsune Rush, a chance for Queen's Gambit as we enter the final 2 minutes here. A chance to maybe put a final couple of nails in this coffin. Trying to find the setup here, Mickman with the Blade. Blade will come in, but what are we... Oh! We do find the connect. Suzu and TP force, but have we got anything else to slice at? Lots of damage onto it, but we'll get traded by Senna again. And another Blade goes begging for Mickman. Minami, though, doing a lot of a carry. Downpour coming out from Santana and Avery, all traded in there. I don't know if they caught anyone. Oh, it looks like it was much bigger from Santana. Unbelievable turnaround from Queen's Gambit.
That was nearly a lost fight for Queen's Gambit, by the way.
Downpour, massive for him in the end. And now Queen's Gambit looking for a late kill onto this Genji, but won't be getting it. But they're coming back with Beat and Overclock here. So I think if I'm Queen's Gambit, I'm starting with Overclock here. And if Faeble use Beat, we can use our own Beat. There we go. Beat still being held by Velvet, down to half HP. Velvet has got a much later Beat. They've not even forced the Beat out of Velvet here, Faeble. A disaster for him. Overclock for B, a massive trade for Queen's Gambit, and now they have this potential finishing blow. Where's Velvet going? Go push him. Kitsune Rush comes out. Velvet will respond now, but player advantage already, and Velvet all over Minami. Now Panther in trouble. TP has been forced. Looking for the backliners here, but Z Panther, she's gone forward. Found kills. Found 2 kills. Z Panther doing it all themselves. Found 3 kills. They were getting dived. They were looking for it. They were trying to beat push onto Z Panther. Find the kill, but Z Panther TP to the backline, doing her own work. And gives Faeble a lifeline in this. But still, 20 seconds left. 80 odd meters down. Tough, tough situation. Faeble need a lot of things to start going right, and it needs to start with this overclock from Minami. Pushing into a Blade, pushing into a Kitsune Rush. Difficulty. We need big kills. Heading into overtime, Avery's taken a lot of damage early on. Now the Blade coming in. Slide backwards. Minami needs to hit the shot. Can't hit the shot. Missing will take her down. 1-for-1 trade. But trades are bad here in overtime. And there we go. They're coming through. Kitsune Rush over the top. Queen's Gambit will finish it.
Even in
And
that
that's
last
2-0.
round, though, there is a glimmer for Faeble where they do take down both Velvet and Santana. And even though like the Lucio is kind of like the lowest value pick you can get in this composition, the Hazard is the biggest. Had they been able to stabilize in the backline, that was like an opportunity for Faeble to maybe try and buy their way back into it. But it's just too big, you know. Again, the one ultimate that they had was that overclock, and Misson shuts that down with a dragon.
All right.
And like, you know, we go into what would have been the next fight even after that. What a play from Z Panther.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Going into what would have been that next fight, though.
On the ropes now.
Had a downpour.
It's
Velvet
going to
would have had a
require a
downpour.
reverse
Your
sweep
Faeble,
here.
like, you just kind of like ran out the clock on all these things. You need to build up to some of these ultimates to be able to break through, get the checkpoint, get the butt scratch, get the extra cart progress, match what Queen's Gambit was able to do.
Doesn't seem like there's any
I don't know. I mean, that probably would have taken
any
yet another
alternate
hero play from Z Panther, and
comps
it
here
wasn't
either,
happening.
or any alternate looks from Faeble.
Of all heroes, is making these heroes
Saw bits of Echo and stuff. Happy New Year, Salem. Who's favoured? Nightmare Eclipse, massively. I think they're strong favourites. No hero bans either, no. So, the bracket we're looking at right now, refresh this. This is the lower bracket semi, Queen's Gambit versus Faeble. Winner's going to play Valentine. Oh, you can't quite see it because it's off screen. There we go. And then winner of that will play Nightmare Eclipse. Nightmare Eclipse have been, I think, flawless actually so far in their oh, they dropped one map to Nado Kato. Yeah, only one map, looked super dominant. They're the strong favourites in this one.
One thing we definitely have to touch on right now is Queen's Gambit look really, really good. Like, Faeble looks game, and even up against
Always a Hitori head.
I don't know if I want to say that this is their best, but
self-promoting on someone else's
like
account.
Are, you know, at least trying their hardest to put on.
That is the Hitori team, the lady in question. Peace, Bun, Wisps. Mainly only seen Peace play so far in this tournament, and then Nenwai and Z's been starting, I think, all of the games as well. If I'm not mistaken. We didn't see some of the games were played at the same time, so they weren't all on stream, but at least all the games we've seen, it's been Hitori, Peace, Wisps, Nenwai and Z's in for all of them, playing mostly Nat Hazard version of the comp.
Throughout the entirety of Coliseum, and Santana has been getting so much value out of the downpour, which again, we were talking about it, like, that's the weakest part of Hazard's kit. It's
get with the times and stream Marvel? No! You get with the times, Bazo, and watch Overwatch. I mean, I guess you are literally watching Overwatch if you're here, but
the fact that you can also
we're sticking with it.
2 to 3 people every single time and win fights off the back of that ultimate, with or without a DPS ult to follow up on it, is absolutely crazy. And that's something that even
was it 26k to 500? No Faeble believers.
Isn't consistently doing right now. That's something that if Santana
Overwatch 2 is next up. It is. This is the year for Overwatch 2.
In order to get deeper into this tournament, they have one more map they have to win over Faeble. Faeble get one more map pick. We'll see what they end up choosing. But like,
what would it take for X to stop watching Overwatch? I don't know.
And none of those. I don't know if there's one.
Hey, you
Faeble an advantage. We know that
5 trillion subs. Yeah, that's fair one. For 5 trillion subs, you can pick the game I stream. A bargain price. A bargain price.
Just that. This is where Faeble closed out a map 5 win against All Gas yesterday, and today it's going to be the
release of CF3. Yeah, actually, that would do it. That would do it.
Their championship bracket life.
Yeah, and like that map with All Yas was still pretty close, but like overall, Faeble were composed to be able to deal with that.
All right, Suravasa next map. Let's get this full screen.
It never really looked like All Yas was gonna run away with that one aside from Nimbani. So maybe you just want to avoid Nimbani if you're Faeble, you know, sure. Yeah. So we'll just take hybrid.
I sure did, Hitori. I sure did. If you can believe such a thing.
We feel a little bit more comfortable. But the problem that I'm seeing, though, is that we've now gone 2 maps deep, and even though it hasn't been totally one-sided...
Yeah, it's fair to say this map pick as well really just screams of we're going to keep playing. We're going to keep playing Hazard, so... Going down on this comp. Okay. Would be nice if you had a few curveball options, but I think it's also fair to say, you know, from Faeble's point of view, you have to play to win the series, essentially, right? It's, you know, so at some point in the series, you're probably gonna have to find a way to win the Hazard mirror. So maybe you're gonna have to find a way to win the mirror. Madrid's getting smashed. Somebody told me they scored, did they not? Oh, well, they did. They did, then they didn't. Jesus Christ. All right then. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. It was really okay for 5 minutes at least. Jesus Christ, it's like Barcelona taking it. How long's left in that game? Oh, it's only half time. Bloody hell.
Like, it hasn't worked out for
Guess it's time for Real Madrid to come back, but
the initial parts of Night Market and even some parts of Control Center
not a great situation,
pretty close,
to be
and,
sure.
You know, maybe that's kind of what Faeble are banking on. Like, they're thinking like, okay, Suravasa is Night Market-esque in a way. If you really squint hard enough and turn your lights down, like, yeah, sure, it's Night Market. And we just play like we did on Night Market, but be just like 1% better. Then maybe that will make us 1% better.
No current buff for either team. Yeah, well, feels like the momentum is.
Go 5 rounds and see who's left standing.
Can you explain the football in Overwatch terms? Yeah. So essentially, what's happened is it's Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons for the 18th time. This one for the League Cup, and WoW Falcons won convincingly. Ever since then, they've been absolutely blown out in the next maps by Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon are Barcelona in this situation, and Falcons are Real Madrid. Thank you, Man United. Thank you very much. I feel like my sub sounds aren't working. Like, did anyone hear that sub go off?
Me when I'm trying to lose.
Oh!
Let's go play against
I think it's these followers. Hold on.
Yeah,
It's actually the
I don't know
follower
about that.
problem,
Okay,
right?
So yeah, Suravasa definitely does end up being the best possible.
That's why the
choice.
sub sounds aren't going off.
Which is
Okay.
Sena's mercy, and that's
So they're going to come
not
through super
anywhere
delayed, I
close to,
guess.
but spoiler alert, she
I
also
see how
pops
it
up on
is.
this map as well, so damned if you do, damned if you don't, I guess.
Thank you, though, B Man United. A good day for Man United.
Everyone be happy.
That's
Put
me.
your smiles into a crocodile.
That's me when you support Ka.
Yep, there you go. Very chomp happy crocodile. We should make that the new Colonial Heroes mascot.
Yeah, I mean, you should have seen the feed on my end, Wilder. It was packed. But yeah, great win today. Thank you for the 10 months. Very happy with the result. Do you like the pronouns? Yeah, I saw. What was that? I forget whose was whose. Was yours Wolf?
Talk about Overwatch without someone saying, "Oh,
Someone's was Wolf.
Crocodile, right? Like that game. It's the game with the crocodile.
All right, locking in.
Also,
Locking
we
in.
can- that might be an
Beast
alligator.
Tamer.
I'm not too sure. You know the difference between
All right,
crocodile
60%
and
for
alligator?
Queen's Gambit, Suravasa, more of the hazard. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of, Wisp. Yeah. I knew there was a wolf in there somewhere.
Oh, I love my job so much. All right, CB.
All right.
On that note, we'll have to
Wall
see
comes
if
out.
Queen's Gambit will be bidding their
Senna's got a full rail, looking for an opportunity. Later, Wall and Avery's lost a lot of this HP trade, actually. Senna's pushing forward, doesn't find the connect with that first rail. But Avery's still on the back foot here, getting forced out one more time, and all the space to Queen's Gambit this time. They have control of a point, even if they don't have any kills. Now a chance to repush. Slight wall advantage for a couple of seconds for Avery. Challenging missing on the high ground as the Genji's battle it out. The first flip has gone the way of Queen's Gambit. Again, look at Scuff, slightly ahead on this Kitsune Rush charge. Every single time. Trying to force for point here. Whoa, there's one of the later ones. They're coming through now. They're coming through. All right, fighting for space, but Avery continues to be on the back foot HP-wise. There we go. That was Skyficons. It's catching up now. Kitsune Rush, that quicker one coming out, so they're going to have to disengage again, but this time Team Panther doesn't successfully disengage, so no chance to respond with this Kitsune Rush either. No chance to respond, and that'll be second fight going the way of Queen's Gambit as well. Whoa! There we go. There we go, B-Man United. Wasn't too late. Okay. One more chance at a retake, but they have to rush for touch right now. Trying to get some back shots onto Avery as they come through, but they've dealt with the touch on point, and therefore they can't get the second one either. And while Minime's getting these trades, the points already fallen for Queen's Gambit. Mission's going to take Z Panther with her as well. And alright, Queen's Gambit starting strong as well. Never got a chance to use that Kitsune Rush, ultimately Z Panther, so they do have that as ult advantage coming to this next one. But it's going to be a big hoedown. There's going to be 9 ults on the board. Queen's Gambit, still a lot of opportunities to turn this. They don't have control of point. It's going to be Faeble who getting this earlier touch, but they have time to contest before the point goes through. Going to be an early Kitsune Rush now coming out from Z Panther. Queen's Gambit trying to disengage it. Santana using the downpour to buy their team some space. And they actually catch Mickman during all of this. Missing is really deep behind as well. Beat will come out right now, but it's a 4v5 situation. Later, Beat comes through from Velvet as they plow forward. Downpour from Avery. Doesn't find all that much. Minimi was trying to force a trade, but nothing doing. Missing is just trying to slice through Avery, but no good targets with that blade. But they've got enough. And that initial disengage on the Kitsune Rush equalised the ult situation, allowing this trade to go their way. DPS ults get the job done for Queen's Gambit. And you really have to question, how did Mickman go down during the Kitsune Rush push of Faeble? Because they died early there, Mickman, they do, of course, at least have this blade coming back here. So a blade re-push, no ults from Queen's Gambit just yet. Eyes on Mickman. A lot of the time, these blades have been met with a rail from Senna. Needs to find a way to close the distance on that Sojourn. We'll just be blading through the sky, coming through, getting booped back, getting booped away. Senna again finds the rail, and it will just be a 1-for-1 trade out of that blade. Senna has shut down every single blade that has come her way. Dominant for Queen's Gambit, and now will walk forward with the rest of her team and just finish off the rest of these kills as well. And Mickman, you just have to look for, can we find a different way to start this fight? Do we have to dash and then dash from downtown? Or is there a way we can get through a flank? We can get some kind of advantageous position rather than just having to dash all the way across the map twice. Because it just provides that opportunity for Senna 1 just to slide backwards. It also means the rest of Queen's Gambit can just use all of their cooldowns defensively. So I feel like Faeble, as much as Mickman is for 1 looking bad, they're also not setting these blades up for them as best they could be as well. But it's a problem for them, and it's going to find themselves needing to reverse sweep this map and reverse sweep the series. Kitsune Rush now from Scuffed comes out. Senna will get the better of Minimi as a result of that one. Now trying to get all over Avery. Avery's going to double down for trades. Just find one onto Velvet. It'll cost them their life. And Queen's Gambit will clean up. But it is one-way traffic right now. Downpour available for Santana. Avery will have one as well. But Kitsune Rush advantage is maybe the big one for Z Panther. You see Velvet and Senna starting on this top right, just trying to get a favourable angle. And Faeble are going to try and rotate the opposite side, try and take the far side of the map. Making their way through now. They have the Kitsune Rush to start it if they want. Overclock comes through first. They're gonna Kitsune Rush in response to this Overclock, but it should be an easy enough disengage from Senna. Just backs it up, avoids that downpour as well. And Santana's killed Mickman in all of this too. Avery's trying to force the kill, but the disengage is all too easy for Queen's Gambit. And they just soak up that aggression, re-push. And it's too easy for them right now. It feels like Faeble, they're struggling. They're panicking a little bit. And they're just trying to pull the trigger on these ults too easy, too simply. And as a result, everything's too easy for Queen's Gambit. Now they have Beat, they have Blade to finish this. Faeble need a miraculous turnaround. They've got Avery top left. Trying to take some of this space. They've got people on multiple sides here. They've got an option to backshot Santana, and they will clear Santana out. Lots of damage. Defensive wall had to be used, and they can start forcing the objective as a result. Now the overclock of the high ground from Minimi, trying to take off some heads. Has got that full pocket, but no key targets to shoot at. Beat now from Velvet to come back out. Fiery nearly has it to match. Blade coming through from Misson. Where's the Beat? Fiery gets the Beat off, and now Misson can get turned on. Mickman coming back with the Blade. There it is. Both DPS 2 for 1, and this is what Faeble need right now. They come up, they'll lose Mickman, but the damage might be done. They just need to get their Lucio out now. Fiery running for their lives. Get themselves back to point. And Faeble, okay, back in it. Clinging on to this series with their fingertips. Z Panther's going to have the Kitsune Rush soon and all of the other ults. Could be the turning factor. The pushes with the ults have been quite poor from Faeble so far in this series. They need to make sure Queen's Gambit are catchable. Their Susie's going to get forced early. Avery taking a bunch of damage. Dive in from Misson as well. And Senna's found their way through the flank. Takes down Minimi before anything happens. Z Panther, 97%. Might not get this Kitsune Rush. Won't get this Kitsune Rush. And again, Faeble. They were standing there, having the space getting taken away, and it's Queen's Gambit who take the initiative. They push the flank with Senna and Velvet. They open it up, they get the kill, they get their reward as a result, and Queen's Gambit, dominant.
Queens end the hero's journey and will continue on for their quest in the Calling All Heroes throne.
It was a very
All right,
game
the lower
phase
bracket run
matchup.
continues.
Queen's Gambit did not come to play games. They came to win, and they came to get a paycheck. And at the end of the day, they just might get one if they keep playing like this. Like, I kind of feel
There
like
we
the rest
go.
of the competition is going to be as stiff as Faeble, if not more so. Like,
All right, so that'll be
this is kind
Queen's
of the same
Gambit versus
parallel I'm
Valentine up
expecting
next.
Valentine to play at, and you know, if Queen's Gambit keep this momentum up, like if you're Valentine,
And that was a dominant
your
showing.
life is on the
I
clock,
think,
right? The tournament run might be coming to an end.
yeah, it felt like they grew in
Gambit is
confidence
headed
after
directly
they
for
came
you,
back on that
scratch
initial
that
Lijiang
directly
round.
through you,
Grew in
and going
confidence.
straight to
Suddenly,
grand
they're the
final.
ones making the first moves.
This is the
They're the
Queen's
ones
Gambit
taking a lot more of the
team
initiative.
play.
They're
Queen's Gambit
ready for all
have
these
a
ultimates. Their disengages are better. Their pushes are better. Everything just clicks better. Sender's hitting every rail onto this Genji every time Mikman tried to blade. Control, yeah, the observers use controller. Because it gives them like a smoother, an ability to move the camera in a more smooth way. But yeah, good for Queen's Gambit. Faeble did feel there was an element to I use like expressions like deers and headlights, but it felt like they were kind of stun locked in some of these situations. Even that last fight they just lost there, they were just standing there, you know? Just standing there, slowly losing the neutral. It happened on Lijiang Tower, it was still happening here, so hesitancy, nerves, whatever the root cause is, the result is the same. If you just stand still in Overwatch, you're going to have a bad time. They are as well, Salem, yeah. Yeah. So we get to see. What they're using. No way is it 4-1 now. Alright. Surely Real Madrid can't get themselves out of this situation, right?
You can't rely exclusively on hero plays. You do have to have the entire cast on your side playing up to their strengths. I also do need to shout out Z Panther, by the way, because even in defeat, Z Panther looked really, really strong on that battle line. Faeble, I'm
gonna cop a quick break because I imagine we'll get a little bit of a delay because obviously Queen's Gambit are going to keep playing in the next series as well, as they keep trying to run back this lower bracket. So I'll leave you with the mainstream. I'll go grab a drink and stuff, and then we can lock in for our lower bracket final. That's what I'm saying, Shiny. Jinx. Catch you in a little bit.
Our winners, Queen's Gambit, will have one player coming our way, but don't go anywhere. So much more Overwatch still to come. from 3 in our Calling All Heroes Championship Sunday. Another team sent back home. Faeble's story has reached its final chapter. They'll be taking 4th place and $1,500 right along with it. It's Queen's Gambit, a team who continues to push the limits of themselves, moving on to these lower finals, CB.
Yeah, and it may be the final chapter of this tournament for Faeble, but it was a hero's death that they were given. Sure, it was a 3-0, but it at no point ever felt like Faeble wasn't going down swinging. You know, we had some incredible plays coming out from Mick, Mincy, Panther, and Avery, but it just wasn't enough because Queen's Gambit, like I said, they did not come to play today. They are as all business as they could possibly be. Every single member of this roster is firing on all cylinders, playing their job to near perfection. And if that pattern keeps up and you're looking at, you know, the rest of the bracket, these other teams, I think this is a team to be scared of.
I'm scared. I'm scared watching them. Valentine should be scared watching them, and perhaps even Nightmare Eclipse should they move through at this long end to the day. But we started it off saying, CB, that this just isn't a sprint. This is a whole marathon. If Queen's Gambit are going to continue to push those limits and be the underdog story of the Calling All Heroes circuit, then today very well is going to be the day, and a long one at that. Lucky for us, we get to hear even more from them before we move on into our next game.
Yeah, as scary of a team as Queen's Gambit are, I am interested in exposure therapy, so I'm going to face my fears right now, and we're going to have an interview with the scariest member, potentially, of Queen's Gambit. Senna, hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, I'm doing good.
All right, glad to hear it. Okay, so I got to ask, first, you guys look like you're playing really, really confidently today, so what are the confidence levels across the board for your team feeling like heading into today?
I mean,
I'm back.
when we lost to IS, it was more of a unfortunate situation. Literally the planets, the stars, the universe aligned for IS to win that game, which they did. Kanata is the GOAT, just want to let that known. But even with us losing that, like, we already knew we were just going to get 2nd place, or even 1st place. Probably 1st place. Come on, let's be real here. We're just going to win. Like,
You gotta say
win.
1st place to keep the confidence levels high, right? Like,
No,
you can't-
I mean, I'm just being like slightly realistic, you know, like Nightmare's been looking good, but the way we're playing, it's like we're like above that, you know, above that.
And hey, Senna, if you keep playing like you did earlier today, then I don't think that's too much of a stretch in a lot of people's minds, even if Nightmare Eclipse even is it. And I actually wanted to talk to you about your role specifically, because CB and I have been talking about how Sojourn, you don't really get to be the star of the show nearly as much in this meta. It's usually that Hazard or that Genji who stands out more. How have you been kind of fitting into your team, into that role as the Sojourn, and still making a massive impact where it typically isn't found?
I've been okay, to be honest, I've been struggling in scrims and even matches, like in EU and in OR scrims, like in active scrims and these scrims. I've been struggling a lot because I just like the way I want to play just doesn't work in his meta. So it's like slightly difficult for me to just play how I want to. So I just kind of like, it took me like a long time to understand what I needed to do, which I've been getting it down the last, like, I would say 3 days. I've started to like feel the rhythm a bit more, but for sure, like, it was difficult. It's a weird meta for like hits in specific. It feels like sometimes you just can't play, but the other times you're really open. You just need to find, like, it's like very short bursts of being able to play the game, and you need to actually act upon those moments when you have the space to do so. And if you do that, you will get a value. Otherwise, you will int.
It definitely looks like you are making the most of your time here. You know, the time that you do actually have to make some of these big pop-off plays. I want to ask you a little bit, though, because, like, you're back at the top 3. You're saying you're coming for that #1 spot. How would you rate the power levels of Valentine and Nightmare Eclipse to you right now, as you guys are currently standing? You think you are the top dogs, or do you think, like, how does it all shake out?
I mean, just like the last tournament, TBH is a 3-0 against Valentine. It's just going to be the exact same. And I guess Nightmare, I mean, to be honest, I think it'll be a close game, but I think we're winning. Easily.
It's
I do also
marginalized
have one more
genders,
question
so I
for
think
you, because we
it's
had
it's
Booms on here
women,
yesterday, so I have
trans,
to
or
ask you guys, how many
non-binary.
booms would you give this series?
This series, I mean, to be honest, I get Faeble definitely I would say 3.5 out of 5 booms, and for us, it will definitely be a 6. We did a good game. 6 out of 5 booms. We're off the
Broke
charts.
the broom scale again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
once
the boom
again,
scale's off.
broke the boom scale. All right, well, I mean, maybe save a couple booms, because you got at least, 1
I
to 2
got
more
5 for
series
you.
to play today.
No,
so
5 big
it will be-
booms.
It will be
more
more than
booms in the tank
6.
there.
It will be more than 6. It will be more than 6.
How high can we go?
there's an unpotential limit for our team only.
Okay. Oh, for your team only. All right, all right. Well, let's keep
Our
that in
team
mind.
only.
You do have Boomed as a coach, so you know that is only
Yeah,
fair.
boomed is the boomed.
Boomed is the boomed. Well, thank you so much, Senna. I'm sure you guys are going to bring the boom to your next game today, and we're looking forward to seeing Queen's Gambit continue the run against Valentine in the lower bracket. Go ahead, go back to your team, and we'll get you back in the game.
How does Valentine stack up? It's a good
Thank you very
question.
much. See you guys later.
I feel like, honestly, we've seen a lot of Queen's Gambit because obviously
I
they've
want you
been
guys also know that again, like Tiny
they've been doing like a pretty big lower bracket run. So I feel like all the momentum's with them, but I think we should be in for a good game.
At like midnight last night.
Won't be a pushover.
Like if I make any more Costco guys references, you're gonna be hip to it now. All right, I got you.
All right. No, I kid you not. I was laying in bed, like getting ready to go to sleep. And
But I don't know. I think I'm actually just Queen's Gambit pilled. I think they go all the way to the grand final. Whether they can beat Nightmare Eclipse, that's a different question. But
Imagine the last thing you see before
it's
AJ and Big Justice. Like, oh wow, that's what a way.
it's a really hard to beat Nightmare Eclipse. Really hard to beat Nightmare Eclipse, I think. You want me Gambit v Nightmare? Yeah, I think I'm in agreement. That feels like that's the way we're going, or the way another series I think most people want to see. But as soon as we get past Valentine, I think Valentine have probably had where's the bracket gone? Here's the bracket. Yeah, a good win over Shikigami, dominant over Aryas. Like Aryas probably didn't really play up to their potential in that one. And then kind of got blown out of the water by Nightmare Eclipse. So, I don't know. I think it's Queen's Gambits to take. We had this conversation, no WCS, didn't we? A little bit about how sometimes actually being the lower bracket team is helpful in some of these situations. Because now, coming into the next series, Queen's Gambit, full of confidence, properly warmed up, ready, you know, fire on all cylinders, all of that jazz. Whereas Valentine are going to have to come straight into this and to play against a very high confidence Queen's Gambit on a win streak. So a lot to overcome, I think, for Valentine in terms of momentum. But there's a reason they're in the lower bracket final, you know? Yeah, I'd say so, Salem. I think they're like strong favourites. It's probably like a more comparable situation is like what Toronto were in North America last season, where they're just like the heavy favourites for the tournament. So it would take I think it's big upset if Queen's Gambit can win, or obviously or Valentine as well. But you know, Valentine versus Queen's Gambit first. You have to earn that right to have your crack at Nightmare Eclipse. Anything else happened today? Overwatch news-wise? Maybe not really. I guess some of the Peps news, right? What was the public reaction to TU? People excited? Yeah, for those who didn't see, Peps have announced some of their players. It's Soon is the big one, but then also Zodiel and FD God as well. That's a D. Yeah, so interested to see how they fill out the rest of their roster, but I like Zodiel a lot. I think he's a good player. We talked about the Korea ones a little bit, Jin. What are we saying? If this team sucks at dive, it just proves Chris can't coach dive. True. True, actually. Has Kai ever been good at dive? When Sojourn's in it, yeah. He's good when the dive comp has a hit scan. Yeah, that's fair. I always remember him being good at Sojourn until his slides became important and he just couldn't keep up. Really hoping he got the hang of that stuff now. I reckon it'll be alright, you know. Faith went from J-Hong to Twilight, replaying his all the best hits. Yeah, I'm excited. I hope it's just back to his best, you know? It's a question for sure. It's a question for sure. Can he recapture his title as one of the best Annas? But I hope the answer is yes. Always fun to see good Anna players. Hey, Turtle Hacks. You can downvote me all you want, but Jaehong is still the best Anna in the world to me. Alright. Jaehong. Super excited to see this roster compete. They should be a top team in terms of EU. Can't wait to see how the region stacks up. Yeah, I think EMEA is going to be stacked this year. I think... Let me think. I think there's going to be, like... Obviously, we've got the 2 announced teams. I think TM, TU... It'll be a Saudi on top situation. They're going to be maybe our top 2 teams. And then, like, then there's probably 3 teams fighting it out for this next one. And then maybe we get, like, Peps plus the rest here, I think. And who the rest are could be anything, right? Like, it could be SR Peak Check. It could be, I'm trying to think. It could be like, I don't know where like Tread and Naga are. Obviously, them and Zodio were kind of like joined at a hip last year. But, yeah, it could be anyone. Hybrids team, that's a good shout, yeah. Yeah, maybe EXO. Yeah, like, I could feel like, because this is what? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is, I think this 6 is probably super likely. But then... Who these last 2 teams are? Could be anyone. But I think we're in for like a pretty stacked one, you know? No leaks. Who's third in that second tier? It'll become obvious when it's out. Is there a world where 2023 Mayhem team comes back? No. No. All the players scattered amongst teams. Twilight My King. Ooh, best roster in EMEA. I think it's really tight roster strength-wise with TM. Really tight. I feel like the TM roster is a more known quantity. I feel like when I look at this TU roster, and there's like a, how good will Twilight really be? Can Chase live up to the potential? Are they going to get screwed in double flex DPS situations? Blah, 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 blah. Whereas with TM, the roster feels a little bit more complete, just in the sense that like Quartz, UB Psycho, everything covered DPS-wise. Haddy, pretty much everything covered tank-wise. And then Astro and Irony is probably the big question mark on TM, honestly. That's like the big question mark. I think there's more variables on TU. But I think in terms of roster quality, I think it's like really close. They do have Chris Fury, yeah.
That's the question of the day. Valentine aren't known to be the most consistent roster. Extremely high highs that can push them to win championships, and we've seen that come to fruition in the
People
past.
down on Kai. I mean, I think this was true for Kev as well. Kev always just gets a pass because he's like, he's Europe's golden boy. Not as in the caster golden boy as in the expression golden boy. But it's I think Kevin Kai probably like underwhelming years by their standards, really. But I think I don't know. I think there's one thing I've always felt about Kai as a player is I feel like if you look at some of like the highs in Kai's career in terms of performances, it's when he's having fun. I feel like when Kai's having fun, that's when you get the best out of him, when it's an enjoyable environment, and I think Chris is very good at that. So I feel like there's a really good chance that we see like a bit of a Kai redemption here, like a trending back up.
Today, it's not the case. Today, they look like they are in the form that they need to be. And then we also have Velvet.
Yeah, I mean, probably not too dissimilar from this, yeah.
Players in the entirety of Calling All Heroes. More people need to be paying attention to her. And here is a roster, Valentine, that we have paid close attention to. For
yeah, in agreement. Hope Twilight still has it.
We do. They give us something to be impressed by. but also they sometimes
Good players, but sadly will get coach capped. Upvote.
Consistently in contention for best tank in the whole damn league.
Nice. Wally can pick up any tank right off the bat. She's some of the best. The one point where she's fallen short, she just hasn't had the same amount.
I mean, if there is one thing that seems like it's because obviously TM haven't announced a coach yet, right? So yeah, TU's coach is Chris. So if TM don't get someone good, I could unironically, I'm not just saying this because I know the guy, but it could be a Chris gap.
Pulling out their Genji from today, which is easily the top in that category. We know how impactful that this is going to be towards the overall
Watch Chris get coach capped by nobody. That would be particularly disappointing. At this point, I prefer to play. Oh, it's talking about Kevin Kai. I mean, I think it's fine. I think like Kai has the scope. This team ain't making tournaments. Faith is cursed. No, shut up. Faith is good. Faith is good. Could have had Sparker instead of Kai. I think that's also just not true. I think Kevin and Kai were very keen to play with each other again, so it was like a package deal type thing. So Sparker didn't get a look in. I think Sparker's probably been kind of shafted in this offseason. Crazy how Sparker has been the best hit scanner in Europe and still hasn't been linked with any teams. True. Slight quartz erasure, but still true. I don't know. He's still looking for a team. If anyone has a team and they want to sign Sparker, I reckon you could. I reckon you could.
We're gonna see where that goes because it just seems so, CB, that we are not going to have Zoe in that starting lineup after hyping them up.
Yeah, alright. So generally pretty positive. Some skepticism of Kai, which I think is fair ultimately. But I think if you had to ask me to put money on it, I think we're gonna see a better year from Kai this year on this team, this roster. How likely is it that Chris can't coach dive? Chris can coach dive, you know? It's like, this team will be good at dive, I reckon. Look at it. Like, it's a Twilight Faith backline. Come on. Come on. Yeah, Chase is out of Ukraine. So Chase is not just able to scrim, he's able to go to any lands they qualify for as well. If she leaves CR, can we expect Ghost91 to join? No, Ghost91 is locked in to SRP check. Cloudy's got him on an 8-year contract, and it's ironclad. No one can afford those buyouts, so unfortunately, Cloudy has got him locked in. 5-1 to Barca? Fuck is happening to Madrid? Jesus Christ. Am I cooked for saying Faith is the best Brig in EU now? I think that's true. I think that's true. Yeah, hey, I'd 100% cop that. Full agreement.
Valentine, they're coming into this a little bit colder. Had the opportunity to see what went well, the performance that Santana and Senna were able to put on.
Yes. I mean, I don't know how you got on those contract details, Wilder, but that's actually spot on.
I think that you mentioned that those Genji matchups can be a telltale sign, but
TM will start scrimming on the 15th. According to Haddy, do we expect to get a coach announcement before that? No idea, actually. No idea. Yeah, my anticipation for Admiral was he's going to be on some kind of North American team. Whether I don't know if it will be like a proper, like a full partner team or anything, or just like a, you know, like one of the good college teams that also plays no WCS or something. Do you think Nightmare will still be here? I think they'll still be around the scene, and they'll still have like Nightmare rotation, and they'll still have obviously Nightmare Eclipse. But I don't think they will have a what do you call it? Like a main OWCS team.
maybe she's doing that. She'll really win everyone's heart if she uses the heart. It's very cute, but I prefer not to have the whole freaking Pyramid of Giza on my screen. So hopefully we can see.
Ooh.
Was that Ivory?
He's on the clear team. I mean, it could be any Estonian on that team. Can't believe you were raising the entire population of Estonia outside Admiral.
I think it was like Dustin was like, "Is that a look at the box like the square, like that's a ziggurat. I know my Aztec architecture."
Maybe it's Tom X. True.
Words that we didn't think that we would need to know.
Oh, step ahead. People are stepped ahead of you, Pad Sander.
But it actually is kind of cool seeing the player's own artistic touch. Like,
Name one other person from Estonia now.
Mauka skin the other day, the Kindred hat,
Oh, I'll see you that. I've got two up my sleeve. Have you heard of Admiral's dad and Admiral's brother?
expression in these games. That makes me happy.
Fucking cleared that challenge with flying colours.
The skill expression. Like, circle this right back into talking about the game. And on the Pharah on Garden.
And of course, Bob Ross's mate.
On Garden, I also wouldn't
Name 3. Ah, look at you. You guys losing this argument so hard you have to keep shifting the goalposts. Come on. Name an Estonian not related to Admiral. Trick question. They're all related to Admiral. Guys, we're locking in.
No, that's not gonna stick. But then I see one on both sides, and I'm like,
all right, 79% predictions to Queen's Gambit. Let's see if that comes true. We're going to have H-Key starting on the Pharah here. Brig Kiri coming out and Missing off the map. But you can fly. Gravity, the #1 enemy of Queen's Gambit right now, and that's going to make it a 4v4 situation. Senna starting on Tracer as well, and they have bullied Valentine out of this one. I feel like the volume's slightly too high. Let me know if that sort of volume balance is alright with me and the casters. Alright, so slightly different comps here. Senna starting on the Tracer on this map, so ability to force point a lot, maybe play a lot with Scuffed as a sort of two-person duo on his flanks. Pharah battles in play as well. Obviously, Missing has two opponents, the enemy Pharah to fight in the skies, but also Gravity. And Valentine in control. Bash away from Velvet will keep him safe. Senna has to recall. They'll have to get out of this one. That's going to be a pretty easy retake.
I'm not quite sure how I feel about the Brig, though, because, like, you're not really, like, you can use it to, like, kind of counter-dive.
Okay, Kitsune rushes up for both teams. Farah's in play.
Don't really do a whole lot. I mean, I've seen Velvet hit some whip shots on Pharahs to confirm.
Looks like Velvet is leaning flank side, packing... pardon me, packing the Pharah. Senna's on a super wide flank here. Velvet trying to support both DPS while Scuffed will be full pocketing Santana through. But there's that Kitsune rush. Scuffed doesn't have it yet. And Santana committed for shift, so she just gets bulldozed. Sorry, they just get bulldozed. Now Bug Soup looking for the cleanup. Oh! Velvet taking a wacky and wild ride trying to cross that space, but can't get out. And she'll have to reset. So you can see the kind of idea from Queen's Gambit. They're using their Brig to double pocket their DPS onto this flank and try and force point. But they've not been able to get any meaningful value out of this Tracer Pharah angle yet. Missing going to try and spam through the choke. Can start tiptoeing onto point as well here. Will be a Kitsune rush to start it on point as well. But Valentine, they're so far back. Oh my god, Barrage from HK. They didn't care, Barrage. HK gets the better of counterpart. Now the overclock from Ivory coming in as well. Just fighting. Oh, just fighting. The hazard will be okay. Downpour's going to come out. Is trapped in there. Here comes the bash. Pulse bomb. Brig rally all over. The beat over health. It saved him though. Bernice is still low. Senna won't stop. Kills both of them. And the retake is good there. Ivory stuck in a really weird situation with now overclock right in Santana's face. And the downpour massive. Even though the beat helped him survive the initial onslaught, just too much follow-up damage in the end. Now Bug Soup has this downpour coming back, but she's going to have to keep her eyes because there's also this Missing Barrage to worry about. Right now the Pharah's just right in front of her, trying to poke her way in. All of them coming over in this bridge side here. Missing is matching it. Good rockets, catches Bernice. Ivory can trade it though, so no Barrage to worry about. Downpour has come out. It's caught Santana, but Suzu and Block will keep them safe. And now Velvet is moving in, trying to get value with this as well. Senna all over this hazard. Super low, should be able to confirm this kill. And now they can hold on to this, looking for the stagger kills. Senna has recall if she wants to keep going for more, but Valentine have backed themselves out enough. They've actually walked quite far forward here. HK onto the Genji swap now, dashes in, has to burn deflects as well, and will get caught. And they need to worry about the touch now, Valentine. They have a Kitsune Rush if they can get to point, but it's going to be a staggered touch to point. They're trying to flank with this Sojourn. Kitsune Rush comes out first. Bernice is going to be deleted. Barrage from Missing over top, and that should do the job for Queen's Gambit. No more touches. First round to them.
So, I mean, the Pharah does also have, or sorry, the Brig does also have the ability to support the Pharah a little bit better with the health pack, so maybe that's kind of why they're
Red card for Schnezy? Schnezy? I don't know how you say his name. Isn't he the goalkeeper?
You know, they're probably going to stick to it as we move over to Night Market.
Did they get a penalty as well?
Two Gardens, just a little bit less environmental potential unless you're playing that back part of the point there. Oh, actually, okay, we're swapping
Chesney,
over to
thank
the
you.
Genji and the Lucio to
Oh, Real Madrid are back.
So now we're finally gonna get like the true hazard mirror composition between these two teams. We're gonna see what happens when we're back on.
All right, let's lock in though. We can investigate Barcelona's downfall after this. All right, so any Pharahs this time? Genji's from both sides, in fact. And it's going to be Santana clearing the U, taking control of that mega area, and Valentine are leading towards point. They have a full rail, though. Ivory's going to regroup with their team. Lucio Genji flank coming in from Misson on the left here, trying to get a bit of space. Santana takes a lot of damage. Early Suzu forced out as well. And they have to de-peak. Senna's low as well. So much healing for Scuff to try and do right now. But they managed to keep everyone up. And Smithson's actually got a kill on the flank here. HK has fallen. So even if they've got the first cap, Valentine, they are a player down. Wall now bullies Ivory out of position. Ivory's going to try and slide, but an ambitious rail attempt. And they're just going to leave their hazard stranded on point. Rotation took too long from Ivory. And now they get forced out. Another one from Senna. No escape. And look at that, because they took so much damage, look at Scuff's Soul Charge! Look at it! They've got a Kitsune Rush already, so Valentine, they have to be ready to disengage this one. Oh, it was a free kick? God damn.
Santana should be able to go for a jump in here right as soon as everyone comes to the choke.
HK trying to get through here, but HK's actually a little bit... HK's in big trouble here. Look at it. You can see Misson expects it, but no, HK turns that one. Unbelievable turnaround from HK. Looks like they were truly screwed in that situation. But a great turnaround. Kitsune Rush comes out from Scuffed, and Valentine, they've just dipped. They've disengaged it perfectly. Now they're going to have their own support ops to push with yet. Just need to be careful, because Velvet does have a slightly quicker beat. But with Senna dying early, it might just be a die on point situation for Queen's Gambit. Attempted dive in is booped as well. Bernice will keep their team safe, and HK gets to claim all of those ones. Really started with that HK turnaround, honestly. God damn. 5 ults for Valentine. Queen's Gambit a little bit short on this one as well, so they have the ability to win the big ult trade here. They're starting with a Sojourn flank as well. We really see Queen's Gambit do the Sojourn flank way more often, but HK wasting no time. Crushes that flank push, and this is why you more often see a Lucio Genji flank than a Lucio Sojourn flank, because the Sojourn can just be very vulnerable to those Genjis in those situations, because once the Genji connects, it's just over.
I think you're gonna be the next hot Genji on the streets. I was once a legend on this hero. Let me show you how it's done, and you're gonna pay for it with your own Scuffed. Right?
Now it's gonna be Misson forcing point as they try and come out. Rail connects onto Scuffed will slow him down. Misson's been forced away from point now. A bit of space for Queen's Gambit to work with, but here's the Kitsune Rush and the Overclock thrown in, and the Downpour. It's a huge ult investment. Velvet's beat will come out, Bernice will match it, but HK dies. Downpour from Santana goes wide, and they've invested everything into this Valentine, and they've not found anything. They've even lost HK, and HK was the last player with the ult. Now a chance for Misson to drop this blade to close it out, but Senna's going to go first with the Overclock. 2 body shots onto Ivory will finish that one, and now turning their attention to Bug Soup, who has found one trade, but is out of resources now. They're going to die on point here. HK is back. Has the blade, but can't really use it here. Completely outnumbered. The wall catches Bernice. Stuck underneath that spiky roof. And Queen's Gambit get a foothold back in this, and it was a very expensive one for Valentine as well. A real mess of their ultimates. Using the Kitsune Rush and the Overclock on the same tempo there, bit of a disaster from a macro perspective. Now they're going to have to put all their eggs into HK's basket. She's coming out top right now, but Misten has the Blade to match as well. Normally when we see these Blade v Blade matchups, it's all about which Genji can get the better of the other Genji. You got to bear in mind, Scuffed has a Kitsune Rush over top as well, and that comes out first. Going to use the Blade. Suzu was forced early, actually, so it's set up beautifully for HK. She takes down one. Misten is in the back, but finds nothing, and HK's killed Santana. Misten can't find any more targets with this Blade, and now has to dash and deflect defensively. They are on the back foot. Suzu has been used as well. Wall and HK is pushing for more. TP has come out. Beat comes back in now from Velvet. They need to just stay alive. Weatherness, Storm, Valentine, but Bug Soup gets caught. AJMR is nearly back. They actually give a flip in this. This is last fight, remember, they have to keep committing into this, and AJMR nearly has that Kitsune Rush to throw onto point, but no, dies before they can use it. Bugsuit coming back with the downpour. Bernice will get one more touch. It's awfully low. Bernice in a lot of trouble. HK has found a kill. They die. They can't get the touch. Oh, they nearly had the ults to win that. They were coming back if they had the Kitsune Rush. If it goes off, then they had downpour coming back as well. Oh, it was right there. Right there.
One matchup isn't enough to outdo the team play. We saw a little bit of those splits at the beginning of the map, but just kind of the strategy.
Classic Brig play of the game.
I don't think Valentine were necessarily
nice.
When you had that hold near CB, it looks entirely in control of Queen's Gambit, even if they weren't the ones having the point the whole time. They just
all right.
know what they're doing.
So Queen's Gambit win, but much closer on that second one.
Yeah, and like there are some moments where those hero plays are coming through, and like I'm liking a lot of what I'm seeing. You know, baiting out the.
Let's get predictions up for map number 2.
And go deep with it, and HK is able to find value. And the blade that she did pop towards the tail end of Night Market there is able to claim Sand.
All right, all right. Let's investigate Barcelona's downfall. What's happening? What is happening? 66 minutes on the clock.
And the fact that HK can get
Rodrigo's free kick.
Is incredible blade play. Outplaying Misten on that hero, at least initially, but you can't really take away from just the overall team play that Queen's Gambit's bringing to the table. Like the backline.
Modric in as well. Danny Olmo in.
And holy shit.
All right.
Goodness, like even her talking, like she just learned this new style of
right outside for box.
this week, and it's I don't see the small windows of opportunity that she's talking about.
I mean, it's kind of game on, but also 3 goals is a lot, you know? 3 goals is a lot.
Windows of opportunity. Homegirl lives in a glass house, all right?
Literally.
It's all windows everywhere.
And that's honestly the case for them. Like, we look at where...
You man, the 60th. Well, they just, honestly, like, the correct decision for Barcelona here is just to play a compact defensive last 30 minutes, right? Because all you have to do is not concede 3 goals. You've got 10 men, but just don't concede 3 goals, and you'll be okay. It's got to be a manageable situation for Barca, even with 10 men.
Is that Valentine? Are they able to come back? Because I've seen
exactly, JP.
Them, and even in this matchup, I'm still seeing glimmers of them, but it feels like it is that deja vu, at least based off of the first map. If that's anything to go off of, it does feel like Queen's Gambit is just that one extra step ahead.
All right, where are we going map pick? This is Valentine's map pick, of course.
We talked to Senna, and they both talked about how badly they want
Blizzard World.
They are. Although
I mean, the chances are always high you walk into a football conversation, Chasma's husband. But the first game was a blowout. Queen's Gambit looked super strong. Faeble looked a little bit just hesitant, nervous. Didn't put up much of a fight in the end. This one, 2-0 in the first map, but it was much closer. Winner of this goes to the grand finals to play Nightmare Eclipse. So plenty to play for. Interesting now to see if we go into Blizzard World, what Valentine are going to pull out as a result. Do they still just want to play Hazard? They just want a slightly different matchup? Or a slightly different, what do you call it? Topography? Or do they have something cooking?
I do also kind of want to say by the nature of the meta that we're in and also the way that
yeah, very much the strong favourites. Nightmare Eclipse, that is.
Stalls out midway through Streets phase and can't get over that spawn advantage at the end of point B. I think that's going to be like the death.
All right, let's see what we get in.
Fights on this meta are always so scrappy. You've got like 4 or 5 different.
Let's see what we get in comp-wise then.
Different hemispheres of the map. It's really hard to overcome that kind of like team death.
I'm sure it's been discussed, but because we were bait for 4 months. Congratulations. What happened to SSG? They blew up. No, so SSG with a partner program. you have to have a base of operations in the region you represent. So SSG are a North American, based in North America, I think in, I want to say Utah. So when the partner program came in and they applied, they were invited to be a partner, but obviously they have to move, they have to represent, they have to have a North American team. So what they did is the SSG core broke up and has gone to different places, but they're going to have a brand new team, an American team, next season. I mean, for what it's worth, I don't know if it would have happened, but I think that the SSG team might have broken up anyway at the end of the season, but this just made it like a straightforward decision. It should be said that, like, even though you just have to have a base of operations somewhere, so even if you have multiple offices in the world, you could technically apply to multiple regions and stuff, you know? So even though, as long as you have some kind of representation or offices in said region, you're fine, right? Which is why, you know, like the stuff about Genji being at EMEA, Genji have offices in, is it in Riyadh or somewhere in Saudi Arabia? Yeah, same with Falcons in Korea, right? Yeah, so this is how you get teams who are able to represent regions, even if it's not the one typically associated with the organization. Because I think Team Liquid, actually, they're fucking everywhere, right? I think Team Liquid are actually quite big in terms of, like, different offices they have and different stuff like that.
But we've also seen Zoe be on Valentine's roster more. HK is on that bench a lot of the time.
Oh, really? Oh, as in for 2024? Yeah, I mean, I feel like it does make sense for them, right? Most of their fan base, pretty North American focused anyway. So it probably isn't a decision they were actually really that unhappy with.
I don't think that is the case in the slightest. I just wonder how that's affecting the overall team dynamic and how they're performing that way.
Yeah, I never like try to suggest that like HQ slacking. Like,
oh yeah, gonna get a spreadsheet going? What, of all the different teams?
Anybody could take away and be like, man, this player sucks. Like, no, she's goated. Like, she's popping the heck off. But it's like, you know, one of those things where like you're playing the majority of a tournament with one player and then you sub.
Yeah, Liquid actually. I think Liquid in terms of like business size are actually quite big. Obviously, historically they've had some success in CS, they've had some success in Dota, but obviously they have Liquipedia. They have, obviously, does anyone remember? They're still partnered with them, I think. But Liquid are partnered with fucking, like, Disney, aren't they? Do you remember, I don't know if anyone remembers when, like, the Team Liquid Counter-Strike team, they had the fucking Captain America jerseys? When they had, like, an American CS team? So it's like, I think Team Liquid have, like, the fucking connection, right? I'm pretty sure they still have it.
Again, we saw that early split come out from Misten and Velvet, and even though they didn't go back to that too often, it's still something that we've identified from this team that
celebrating 25 years. What do I want? Take me to the store.
On the side of Valentine are there. Can they leverage such a strategy?
Yeah, I think that's the other part too. Is a lot of the ways that we're seeing this comp played is you're often setting up from the same point. Like maybe you're.
Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, they have a fucking X-Men 97 collection.
With these
Team Liquid X-Men 97. Yeah, they clearly. Oh, look at that. Fuck. It's pretty good, isn't it? It's actually pretty good, no? But yeah, so Team Liquid definitely very big. Yeah, I don't know all the details of FaZe, but they started trading publicly, didn't they? And then their shares went to like 0 value. Yeah, I don't have the full details, but it was something like that. Yeah, they went publicly and it was like it glowed up for a bit, but like then it just like dwindled to fucking nothing. And I always see like I can never be bothered to like read up on it and figure out the whole lore, but there always seems to be changing management and there's internal drama between their owners and all of this, and like they have like all these big streamers and stuff, but it's all just noise to me. I'm not that interested in it.
Oh yeah, we did a little bit of CPR in that GPU, and it is flat out ready to go, hopefully, at least.
Are we getting into power ranking liquid, solid, and gas, are we? Okay. There's no way you put gas above solid, Dimpsy. Grow up. Gas is at the bottom of the power rankings.
Someday it'll be a 49.
So you're saying buy the dip? This is not financial advice. Don't buy the dip.
Hey, so this is why it's good. This is why it's good to be.
Oxygen carries gas. Yeah, but it's... I'm just too used to oxygen, you know? I mean, to be fair, if they took oxygen away, I'd literally be gagging for oxygen really quickly. But, I have to say, just, you know, it's just there all the time.
You know, if you use permafrost actually instead of soil, it'll keep your PC cool too. Like,
When will my brand go public?
You know,
I'm not even a business, I think, technically. I'm just self-employed.
That might have been what happening. I think someone needs to
I was talking to someone who said it might be better for me for tax reasons to register myself as a business. But that's surely a question for an accountant and not myself.
Santana, just floating. In good use of the
Trade uncoachable publicly. Would you guys buy shares?
Yeah.
New Appa skin.
Santana, yip.
I've never seen that.
Road to victory.
Did you see Al Nassr? Is that the football team? Is that the one Ronaldo plays for?
I mean, that kind of feels like what
All right, we're locking in. We're locking in.
on Santana's back and getting carried there. Okay, teleport.
I mean, that'd be fun, right?
Queen's Gambit.
Get Cristiano Ronaldo at the grand finals.
It might have been, and they were just like, okay.
All right.
Serious.
More of the same.
For real right now.
Brig
Not
Kiri is the
really
choice from
the
Queen's
map that
Gambit, and
lower finals.
all right.
So
Zoe's just been deleted. Doesn't exist anymore. Big opening pick for Santana. Interesting to see if they're going with Tracer here as well. All right, absolutely surrounded Bug Soup, and really feel like Bug Soup should have just conceded for space there. Dying on point, but not worth it. It's going to mess up their ability to retake here. And Valentine, this is a shambles. All these late kills are brutal for him.
There, and then it all just kind of crumbles from there. Santa's getting the picks, and this should be the first point cap, which a blazing pace for Queen's Gambit.
All right.
Again, like on Blizzard,
And that was all too easy for Queen's Gambit. That's kind of been the story of today. Queen's Gambit just bulldozing everyone in their way.
I've seen a lot of carts stall out on second point Blizzard World. Usually, like in every meta, that's a worry, but especially I think in this.
Hey, Hanno.
It's not uncommon for Valentine to get 5
All right.
plus
Considering Rush is coming up for both teams. Missing is lurking about underneath. I think she's just had a recall force though. He's getting chased really hard. Will be an overchase though. Wall punish from Santana is massive. Missing had her recall force, so she had to run. But she gets into that room, she gets all the packs. And the wall from Santana to punish is massive, and this payload is going to keep on rolling. Santana wants more late kills as well, has to defensively wall, or gets stuck there a little bit, but does get out. Now Kitsune rushes up for both, but it's going to be Senna to start with the overclock. Not too much to shoot at right now. Spots for Genji on her left, but now a Kitsune rush response. Scuffed can match it, but it's a low ground one. Another full rail here for Senna if they can find the connect. Missen's going to try... thought they were going to go for flank, but just chooses to keep the payload moving for now. And Valentine, they have to drop and contest with this, so he has to go deal with it. And they're rotating underneath still. Senna trying to find this rail. Zoe above him. Bug Soup in front, and Senna has been forced to slide back. And they've found a bit of stability here, Valentine. But Bug Soup is down to half HP, but Ivory gets caught. This beat comes in now. The downpour. Oh, the bash downpour. They're all caught in it. But Bernice and Bug Soup, they still find 2 kills. Missing trades one back. They're threatening the cap right now. But Bug Soup, pocket on point, has the downpour if they get in trouble as well. They're going to try and ignore it. Defensive. Oh, it's a perfect downpour. It's caught both of them. They're just stuck there for the execution from Ivory. Chasing down this hazard. Anime battle in the air as they jump into each other, but Ivory comes up trumps. Great downpour from Bug Soup to save that one. Absolutely perfect. Knew they had to anchor point. Keeps it locked down. But when she sees them all dive past her, trying to hit her backline, hits that downpour, catches both of them. Beautifully done. And Valentine, foothold on this Blizzard world. So he's going to have the play for this next fight. Missing pulse bomb onto the Lucio there to try and help her force objective, but doesn't connect. And instead, all our attention will turn to Zoe as his blade is coming. Velvet is already dead, and Zoe is good for it. Deflect comes out, 1 HP. TP and Suzu from NTMR to finish it off as well. Santana will die on point. No meters gained. Good blade from Zoe in the end. And alright. It's interesting that we're seeing the Brig as opposed to the Lucio in all of this from Queen's Gambit. Bit of an interesting choice. Obviously better maybe with the Tracer. That Brig Tracer can kind of form a duo. Really hard pocket point. And if you are forcing the objective all the time, what it does is it drags Zoe to match it on point. And if Zoe is matching it on point, it means Zoe can't be setting up aggressively. So even though Velvet on Brig, in theory, more vulnerable to some of these hazard Genji dives, if the Genji's always pinned to point, then actually, maybe you're not quite so vulnerable to those Genji dives because the Genji has too much to do. They're going to try and come through underneath here, but you can see Bug Soup right above. Kitsune comes rush. Will be mirrored right back. Overclock now for Senna to keep this one going, but doesn't even need it. The damage has been done from that Kitsune rush. They are on the payload as well. Walking that one forward. Bug Soup finds one trade. I don't think it's enough, though. Santana will come back and finish this one off. And that will be second cap. Okay, down to 3 minutes at least, but still plenty of time for a third point in all honesty.
And Queen's Gambit were just like, okay, we'll just take control of the point, and like it kind of puts Murray in this situation where she can't. Now overclock for Senna.
We've seen her use these quite early a lot of the time. Happy to just use it to bully back and take a lot of space. Bug Soup has the downpour, but downpours for sort of ultimate. You need a lot of triggers. Need a lot of triggers for it, really. Downpour will be dodged. Does catch Santana, actually, but now Overclock still going from Senna, putting a lot of damage out. Forces him back. Downpour now in response from Santana. Does catch Bernice. No escape right now. Senna has been traded. But the kills are still going the way of Queen's Gambit. They can push forward. They won't be able to get any more kills right now. But they do have an Overclock coming back. Senna coming back on Widow right now. Overclock is available for Ivory Outness. Wall onto Santana. Pushes them up and clears them. Force him back. Ivory hasn't actually popped the Overclock here, and Bernice has found Messenger in all of this, so it'll be a free stabilization for Valentine. Need to keep their eyes peeled for this Widowmaker, though. Trying to just get Senna space now. Queen's Gambit, they can slow it down. Play for that. Senna's going to swap, actually. Probably just back to Sojin. Yeah. They have both support ops to push with Queen's Gambit, but you have to worry because Valentine beat Blade. Possible to kill through a lot of this. Velvet needs to save Nat Bash for the Blade. Dive comes in from Bug Soup. Force is missing quite far back. Now they're coming back to point. Beat through from Bernice. Ivory's dropped the Overclock as well. Blade still in hand. This Kitsune Rush is keeping them safe for now. Ivory in a lot of trouble. Walled off as well. But Full Pocket is there. Bernice doing a good job. Now Zoe with the Blade. But Missing and Velvet, they deal with it. And now two-player advantage for Queen's Gambit as they walk forward. Cleaning this one up on point. Late kills. No trades. NTMR has the Kitsune Rush coming back. But it's going to be asking a lot of them. They need to get the touch. Whip shot. Bug Soup gets the touch, but when AGMR dies. Oh no, coming back now. TP onto point. Kitsune Rush, but Bug Soup is already dead. Too little, too late. And it's going to be a full cap here. Time in the bank as well. 101-2.
As they are on this hazard, I think that gap between the tanks, CB, is getting wider.
Yeah, and like here's a crucial detail about this full cap too, by the way. 1 minute and 1 second. Valentine fall 2 seconds short.
Who said Team Valentine can beat Nightmare? You're looking for the call out, Ilo?
Or sorry, no matter what happens.
Who's 31? Yeah, 31. Oh, sorry, no, what's it? 32-10 is Senna.
Unless they can keep it from
so uninspiring. Oh no, Senna's been going off.
Because again, like we saw how quickly Queen's Gambit capped point A and how much time stalled out on point B.
Yeah,
again,
it's like
fall to that same fate. I don't see them putting up a competitive.
I can't remember Artemis.
Might fall to an unwinnable situation for them.
You gotta start off in the right way.
Yeah, I think who was it? Was it Boomed maybe saying that like their actual record, Queen's Gambit's record against Nightmare Eclipse was something like 4-4 or something. Like they beat him in Swiss 2-0, but then lost 4-2 in the last finals. Something like that. Yeah, that's it, Artemis. Yeah.
Yeah, and like so Mari sees that and tries to go in deep for the back line, but can't actually do it. Like the only one that I think was left behind was like Velvet, but she could just.
All right, Queen's Gambit though they seem to get past Valentine here.
Mari either has to double.
But it feels like the momentum stays their way, right? Stays their way. Interesting that they're going to play the Genji here on the defense. Obviously, forcing the objective, very useful on the attack. Whoa! Cheers to that. All right, time to go Sojin. Okay, so Missing on the Genji. As you might notice, by the way, she's deflecting that bullet straight through Ivory's eyeballs.
Immediately off the Widowmaker, and understandably. Back to our regular scheduled shenanigans.
But they are keeping the Brig here as well, so interesting that they're going Brig Kiri in all of this.
Yeah, like, and it seems to work out on these maps where you can actually keep your supports up.
But yeah, the point force is much more difficult on the defense, because you can't really force the objective in the same way, because the other team can just ignore it when they want. So the Genji swap makes sense, but still playing the Brig. But he's just going to get caught on the way in here. Lots of damage onto Bug Soup as well, and they've just dealt with that. So you see Misten still doing a lot of the same things as the Genji, still responsible for marking the flank. So when Zoe and Bernice try and go on that left-hand side to try and open up some space, you see Misten is standing there, full pocket, getting every pack from Velvet that they need. And they're able to control that left-hand side. And then as they walk in through the main side, Santana and Senna are shutting that side down for him as well. Walking back in. Kitsune Rush is coming up quickly for both teams. Nearly a full rail for Ivory here. Taking the high ground. Can only see the Brig though, but now has that full rail to work with. They force it out of Misten. Kitsune Rush in response, and Zoe is caught by that actually. AJMR didn't have that Kitsune Rush, and again, we got to give credit to Scuffed, whose Kitsune Rushes are always charging quicker than their counterparts. And they convert that one into the first fight win. That's 2 minutes off the clock already. And now, even though AGMR has his Kitsune Rush advantage now for Valentine, look at the ult charge of the DPS. Look at the rally versus beat charge. Queen's Gambit just have ults to spare. All coming up very soon. Senna's got a full rail too. Whoa, popping this overclock really early. They're all still quite far back. Trying to bait a response. It is a Kitsune Rush response from this from AGMR, but look how far away that Kitsune Rush is. It's an easy disengage from Queen's Gambit. And they have robbed the ult economy bank right now. Zoe will dive in behind, but Misten is matching it with Blade, but doesn't find anything. Missen's forced back, and it's Ivory's overclock now. It's coming up trumps. Santana's going to try and force the kill, but Ivory is more than safe and can start pushing forward. Velvet's trying to stabilize with this rally, but Benita's about to have that beat. But beat could be the hammer blow. Misten is in big trouble already, trying to get out, but a bash into the shop, and they don't even need the beat in the end. They're just going to bulldoze him over. Nice overclock from Ivory.
There we go. There's that final blow onto Santana. That's going to be a tick and potentially 2 ticks. I think this might be the entire.
And there we go.
Point A, Queen's Gambit definitely don't want to invest in this. They're going to be able to mirror Mari's downpour and Scuffs coming up on a.
So it took them longer, but they get the first point. And they didn't actually cost them that much in the end because Ivory got so much done with the overclock. So beat, Blade, downpour, all ready to go. Eyes on Zoe for this Blade. We've seen Senna shut down Genji's blading her a lot before. But eyes on Zoe now. Need to find a way to close that distance. Don't give Senna an opportunity. Downpours are actually going to be traded here. Zoe on the flank with it. You see this flank approach with the Blade. Gets this engaged for free. Can't convert the kill though. Oh, deflect still available. Mega not quite there. Mega is spawning soon. Waiting for the Mega. 6 HP needs for Mega. No! Doesn't get it. Misten somehow wins that one. But the rest of Valentine, they were able to convert with a beat advantage. And they still win the fight despite that. So desperate for that Mega. Come on! Time moves slower. I swear it moves slower when it's coming back up to full. We're going to get a Juno swap from Scuffed as well. Interesting choice here. In theory, this Juno Brig, bit vulnerable, but disrupt a shot from Ivory? Just killed Senna through nothing? And Ivory has taken over on this attack. Opportunity after opportunity for their team. They used Kitsune Rush for that as well. I didn't find too many kills out of it in all honesty. So he was looking for Misten on the flank here, but can't find her. And now Misten pushing right back. Zoe wants revenge. Overclock on point from Ivory. Huge work on the first point with him. But it's Senna who finds the opening pick. Only a Brig shield to shoot. And now the overclock over the top. But oh no, Misten misses. The torpedoes will finish the job that Misten couldn't. And Queen's Gambit, they will get the hold. This last bit of second is the most difficult point. Or difficult part of Blizzard World to finish. And now Queen's Gambit, healthy ult bank. Rally, Ray, overclock. All the tools to stabilize. Only a minute 30 left on the clock. Valentine needs something to happen. They have time for 2 fights if they're quick.
Drop that down to like 30 seconds automatically because this next fight is not going to go Valentine's way.
You see Scuff standing at the back here. Overclock used from Senna. Bugsoup's going to go match that and bully her off the high ground, but send us right back on there, looking for more, and AJMR goes down in the midst of all of it. Oh, wait. C9 attempt. Spotted out, and Zoe will die on point. There we go. Okay. And that was well handled by Queen's Gambit. They just used the overclock there, so even though Valentine may get time for a second fight, this whole situation isn't looking much better, is it? Still double support ult for Queen's Gambit. Valentine need a lot out of this downpour. What they really need is to get to this beat blade timing. If anything, maybe just take a slower approach here. Make sure they get those 2 ults, and then they can take more of a meaningful ult trade. Need that beat and that blade before they go, though. Any deaths, anything going wrong before then could be brutal. Oh, wall off onto the Lucio. Bernice is really committed here. It's forced for rally out, and Zoe will get caught. They've chosen to go really fast. Downpour comes in now, but shields up from Velvet. Keeps himself safe. And it's just over. Why did they go so quickly? Why did they go so quickly?
Yeah, like losing Murray there means that, like,
now the touch is so scuffed. Any touches? Zoe's gonna die on the way and can't get it. Ah, Valentine. Yeah, didn't even need the rain in the end. Needed to take that last fight much slower. Yeah, I don't know. Like, did they... Like, the type of play they made, it felt like they thought they could get a second fight out of it. You know, they could go, die to that rally, then have another fight, but the time just wasn't on. The time wasn't there. So yeah, just a poor choice, a really poor choice in a crucial situation, because they found a couple of openings. They had moments on that attack at least, but poor decision at the end really costs them. All right, let's get predictions for map 3 up. But again, feels we talked about the momentum Queen's Gambit had. It's brutal.
The push is just dead. It's done, and we're seeing very similar lights where Valentine are relying on these DPS to just pop off.
Still 5-2.
To make this push happen. Yet Ivory and Zoe.
Yeah, I think it's over then, isn't it? I think it's over. You see the? Can you see it? Wait, is my camera in the way? You see the momentum graph now. The green bars are Real Madrid. This is for like their attacking intent. So you can see Real Madrid have certainly been hammering on the door since that red card, but no goals to show for it.
When it actually goes off, you know, and you have to be able to weather the blast and have the time to be able to go through and take another fight. It just never happened. Valentine unfortunately ended up losing to the clock, and now it's ticking to potentially their midnight hour. All
right then, map number 3. Valentine's choice again.
And we talked about how good of a map pick Blizzard World was for them. That didn't work out so well for them.
I think any pros will swap some Marvel Rivals. Maybe if they don't get a team, there's an opening here. But I don't think there's. I think there's also not really jobs in Marvel Rivals yet either. You know. So there's like nothing to swap to. You know.
The escort pool for them. So maybe you try and go for push.
Go Bug Soup. Needs all your support right now, dear girl. Valentine on the brink of elimination. 2 maps down against Queen's Gambit. Interesting to see that we saw the Brig and the Juno come out. Typically, I think the consensus so far has been that into the Hazard Genji type comps, especially for the Brig, somewhat for the Juno as well, surviving is just really difficult for the Juno Brig. But maybe on a map like that, I think maybe it was you was talking about it, Ondra, but the idea that the map's actually just quite big. Quite big, quite open, so maybe Brig Juno is actually a lot more viable on these type of maps than we've maybe seen. But an interesting adaptation. They're playing a lot of the Brig. It's been working for him. Yeah, exactly, Andre, yeah. Like, especially once you get to second, it's just like, because the Hazard is very good at diving, but there's like a limited range on the Hazard compared to like a Winston or a Diva that can go quite far. Because you saw where Scuffed was playing, right? If this is the middle point of Blizzard World, and we've got like one path here, and then we've got like, this is the turret here, and then it's this path to the, you know, to the temple. But Scuffed was just playing here the entire time, right? So then when the attacking team is trying to get close to this Juno, it's really fucking hard as Hazard to actually close that distance, right? So yeah.
Unfortunately, be to play more passive. but against a team that's capable of setting the tempo, like that kind of feels.
So an interesting adaptation, and actually works out really well for him. Excited to see if how it holds up if they do get to the grand finals, as they're probably really expected to at this point against Nightmare Eclipse.
That's the thing.
Why are you getting ad for Stockholm Bloodbath? I don't know, Artemis.
You gotta decide whether you're going to kill for your team, you're gonna bunker down, or you're gonna go in all in and trade back. You can't have this indecisiveness of going in between those two.
All right. Did we get the map pick yet, or am I? Oh no, we're just about to get it now. What are we saying? What's the choice? Maybe somewhere where they can't play Big Juno. Colosseo. Well, when in Rome, eh? When in Rome.
Could potentially amplify that and make it easier for them to take fights on their own terms.
Yeah, I think, you know, maybe you prefer Coliseum.
That expression is so ingrained in my head. When this map first came out, when we were on London, every 2.5 seconds, when in Rome. When in Rome.
Have identified as well, or maybe they just feel a little bit more confident in this one. Hopefully,
it'd be cool if tourneys had surprise teams that came in late in the tourneys. Like WWE.
Everything else is going to be or
like you're coming through the lower bracket, and then all of a sudden you thought they were eliminated, but the Easy for Ents music starts playing, and Ents, they come out of a coffin that's on stage for some reason, and then they all get on their computers, and you have to play a surprise elimination game against Ents.
And that would be an absolute cracker of a match.
Oh, it would just be that major 3 grand finals run back, and they knew it was close. She expected that to be a close match, and even today, she's expecting to get to those grand finals.
More teams need theme songs. True. We had one on London Spitfire, didn't we?
I mean, that would be.
Ents obviously have Easy for Ents.
Underdog surely in Overwatch esports. Like, there's just no chance that a team from that low in the bracket can come back with that bag, right?
Yeah, and I think also by the transversive.
You know what they should do is the do you ever see it in like fighting game tourneys? Not even fighting game tourneys, but like what do you call it? There'll be like 2 players who have beef or something in the fighting game community, and then they'll just both put up like $500 or something, and they'll have like a $1 grand show match or something, you know, like shit like that. Just fuck it. Let's settle the beef. Grand on the line, winner takes all. That kind of stuff. That would be like good. I mean, we've not had a really big off season or something, right? But those kind of things I think would be popular.
Like, imagine if we actually were in a Wrecking Ball meta. Like, oh yes, like, is that just a championship?
I mean, yeah, this off season is probably too short for it, but I think it's a really fun idea actually.
I feel like it kind of has to be. Like, there's like some other players that can play the Wrecking Ball that we haven't seen a whole lot. Like, I know I've seen like. I don't know if I know that I've seen it. I might be gaslighting myself, but I feel.
Could even do it for charity? Yeah, you could just have like both put up like both teams pick a charity or something, and then the donation goes to the winning team's charity or something. Yeah, there's like lots of different things you can do with it. But to be fair, this off season's so short anyway. I don't think it's not been too bad.
I think if we do get like an actual Wrecking Ball meta, but then then it becomes this weird thing too, where it's like you don't have that like curveball factor anymore, right? Like. Because people will be scrimming it. They'll be practicing against it. There will be people who know how to counter it and people who know how to play it at like the macro level a little bit better. So you can't be like, you know...
Well, I'm sure we'll get lots. We'll get a decent amount of KSA versus UB, right?
Suddenly you're playing the same game as everyone else.
TU versus TM? I feel like that's going to be the main rivalry in EMEA. So we'll get regular showdowns between the fellas.
To live out our fantasies of a Wrecking Ball versus
you should enjoy the Widow. Oh yeah, do you remember what was it they called it? They did all those mini games, right? Do you remember there was one where it was Ilios Well, and you had to primal a Hammond from the spawn on Ilios Well into the well, but it was a race against another Winston on the other side trying to do the same thing. You know, it was like a primal race. Does anyone remember that? That stuff was actually fun. I mean, it's pretty hype actually, Jasmine's husband. I thought it was like, I thought the announcement was actually cool as fuck, but, I thought the announcement was cool as fuck, but whether he'll actually be like a good player still, huge question marks. Huge question marks, but fun to see him back. Alright, Colosseo, tournament lives on the line. I'll see if I can find that Winston. Remind me afterwards if I can find that Winston juggle video. I'm pretty sure it was Gesture who had a go at it. All right.
Zoe is one of the best
Genji
players.
Sojin, Genji Sojin, Kiri Lucio, Kiri Lucio. It's a full mirror. Valentine.
Amazing at what she does. She
Brink
really
of elimination.
plays where your tank is going, where the Soju
Oh, Suzu forced early. This slash is going to do so much damage. And the wall to punish. Great start for Bug Soup. We'll get traded one out, but Mission's also low. Deflex has been forced now. Looking for more kills. Scuffed is going to have to TP out of this one as well. And oh, Santana's so low. Oh, good headshot as well. Doesn't quite do enough to save Bug Soup's life. But they can clean up these supports, potentially TP out. The Hunter's on for Ivory. Can they find any more? No. Backline's long gone. And Valentine will win the first fight. Won't get too many meters off it, but they win the first fight. Senna will return with full pocket and stall it back out, and we'll get another fight in this corridor. Ults all fairly even. Misson trying to move in, taking this Genji Lucio battle on the left. See Misson get the better of this one, I think, for the most part in the series. Getting full pocket in now from Velvet. Got a bit of an angle on Bug Soup as well, and Bug Soup has to concede some space as they've lost. She's lost that HP trade. Actually, Valentine are all just pretty low. They're just losing the HP trade across the path. Neutral's going really badly for them. They have to run out, and Senna's going to catch Bug Soup's exit. Now the hunt onto the rest of the players, and they're all going to get caught here. Any trade will go a long way for Valentine, but it doesn't look that hopeful for him. And Queen's Gambit, front foot. Now they're going to start really putting the pressure on. You can see him holding close as well. Look at Santana top right now. Ready to go, potentially. They have a quicker Kitsune rush. Scuffed. Always with the first Kitsune rush. Every single time. And it looks like they potentially want to pull the trigger really early. Senna's got the long sight line to go with it. Disruptor shot in. Looking for it. Oh, dive onto it. Does actually force Senna back here. Good move from Zoe. And that's cleared a lot of space for Valentine. They get out for free, actually. And Scuffed hasn't been able to convert this Kitsune Rush advantage into a push. Now Kitsune Rush comes out from Scuffed onto point, trying to chase down Bug Soup, but AJMR has it to match right now. Kitsune Rush is traded. Downpour comes out from Bug Soup right now. Does root him up. It gets rooted up by Santana's. Now the Downpour in response to that beat. Catches a lot of them. Bernice is in there. Bernice will get taken down. Blade over the top from Zoe. Missing is down. Can't respond. Hunting for more. And the DPS ults from Valentine come up trumps. You see Queen's Gambit didn't even get a chance to invest him there. But that was 5 ults from Valentine.
Get some bot progress here. I doubt you're going to be able to match what Queen's Gambit's bringing to the table, but if you can at least get it past the archway to where you have the
But they win the fight. They win the fight. DPS ults burn through all that beat over health. Help finish up those downpour connect.
That was expensive for Valentine, and you need some time to build it back up to a good economy here. I expect your Queen's Gambit.
Full rail for Senna. Overclock advantage as well. Doesn't quite have a shot to finish it. Blade in the back though, but no shutdown. Walks into a jagged wall. Senna still finds the kill. Has the overclock to keep going if she wants. It's even right now. Senna doesn't seem to want to use the ult here. Has tank advantage. Big disruptor shot potentially here for him. Will drop that one in. Gets loads of damage with that. Trying to avoid trades. They do lose Santana actually here, but they win the fight and it only cost them one of the ults, even though in reality Mission's Blade got a whole lot of nothing done.
Yeah, Mari's right there. Yeah, Velvet's just gonna turn right around.
Respawn from Santana. We'll get another corridor fight. Still ult advantage for Queen's Gambit, this time in the form of that overclock in Senna's hands.
Hold on to the overclock, and Valentine still don't really have anything to counter it. They're banking on AGMR being able to build up this Kitsune Rush.
And it will slow down for a little bit.
Closer to, but like
so AGMR does have this Kitsune Rush advantage. What we often see Queen's Gambit do in this situation is pop the overclock quite early to try and bait out a support ult response, and then Queen's Gambit, once they get that support ult out, disengage fully. There is that overclock, but they don't actually have an ult to force out yet, so Senna's going to need to try and find some kills, and we'll just take Bug Soup, trapped in there in the wall. The catch is good. Dealing with this Lucio behind. Has to be careful, because Zoe's right there. Zoe could try and force a trade here, but Scuffed got the full pocket for their hit scan player. And Queen's Gambit back on the front foot, threatening cap with this next one. Downpour available for Santana here. Kitsune Rush in response, and they're trying to disengage through the big doors here. Great disengage from Queen's Gambit. They need to make sure they get Santana out, though. And they've done exactly that. And they can regroup out the choke. Great disengage from Queen's Gambit. Gives them double support ult coming back into this one. So great tools to deal with it. But Senna's going to get caught by Ivory. Ivory was probably the MVP for Valentine on Blizzard World. Now the Blade over the top from Zoe. Beat as well. Velvet will use the beat defensively here, but at least dies for it through the beat. Zoe can't find anything with the blade. They still have the overclock and downpour if they need it right now. Trying to find this cleanup. But Scuffed is caught low, and they're going to try and avoid using these ults. Did burn the overclock. Alright, we'll give a fight win for it. Cost them quite a bit. But now a great chance to take the lead. Remember, Queen's Gambit, they never got capped. Never got capped. So if Bugsuit can find value with this downpour, great opportunity for her to put their team in front. Whoa, Ivory, no! Ah, disaster here. Bugsuit can still use the downpour if a really juicy one lines up for her. But at the moment, she's just having to play her life. Wait, Zoe's back in. There's the downpour. There's the opportunity. Deflect comes out, but it catches and kills Velvet. Santana caught up in that one as well. And Bugsuit does find the opening. Trade still coming back through, but Scuffed is so low, will fall. No escape here, surely, for Santana too. Bugsuit with the clutch for her team. And Valentine, they take the lead. They get the checkpoint. AJMR has Kitsune Rush advantage, and Valentine is not over yet. They are not out of this series yet. Great chance to extend their lead with this Kitsune Rush push as well. Need to be wary of Missen's blade. Put in early pressure on, and they are actually... It's going to be a disengage, actually. They've been bullied out of this position a little bit early. They might have to go back round to the corridor. No, they're going to Kitsune Rush underneath. They want to chase down into main. Defensive wall from Santana trying to buy their team space. Dive onto the backline, doesn't connect. Does force Suzu, but doesn't find all that much. Now the blade comes back in over the top. So low as Bugsuit. And I mean, it was just a bad Kitsune Rush, wasn't it? What was the target? What was the end goal? No good targets to chase. No cooldowns forced to punish. And while they take the lead, they get checkpoint and then some. A disappointing Kitsune Rush from Valentine means a big missed opportunity to extend their lead. Now, double support ult, overclock, downpour, Queen's Gambit. Lots of great tools here. Valentine have the beat blade, a combo they've used a lot in this. But as long as Velvet can get this defensive beat off, they'll be okay. Overclock is going to be used by Senna. No ults just yet for Valentine, so it's disengage time for him. The Robot blocks one for the team. Thanks, Robot. Scuffed is going to use the Kitsune Rush. Zoe with a blade over the top. Deletes Senna out of that one. Now will survive as well. Beat came out from Velvet, but doesn't find that much. Benice's beat is better, catches more players, and now the chase is on. Valentine, they smell blood, but they have to avoid the downpour. The downpour's caught for Sojin. They need to pocket. Suzu is good from AJMR. They're still okay in this. They're pushing back Santana. They've lost Zoe. More pocket is required for Ivory. About to have the overclock here, but they don't even need it. Santana's walled off. Caught in the corner. Now avoiding trades if they can. Missen's going to get one. Missen is awfully low. Missen's going to get two. Oh my god, Missen will get shut down. Denied that AJMR trade as well. And Missen is going to slow down Valentine's advancement in this next fight. Valentine, in control of the map, in control of the ult economy. Just need to not blow the ults too quickly. All about game management now for Valentine. They made poor game management decisions at the end of their Blizzard World offense. They need to make correct decisions here because they have the perfect situation to win this map and get themselves back in this series. Very early Kitsune Rush comes out. Ivory's going to overclock with it as well. It's a heavy investment. They get the kill. They need more. They could do with really wiping them from this as well. Only body shots though. They're chasing for more. Bugsuit wants them. Has got a bit of a cut on them here. Can they get more kills? No escape for Senna, surely. There you go. They finish that kill. I know it was an expensive combo they used. A really expensive combo. I don't know if I agree with it. But at least they win the fight. At least they'll get some 4 meters out of it. But Ivory dies. Oh, and now Queen's Gambit, they can retake without using ults if they're good. Trying to clear out Zoe. Valentine, they could do with forcing an ult here. They get a trade onto Velvet. They've made it a 4v4. Really don't want to use ultimates here, Queen's Gambit. But they might need to. They are trading out. Spawn advantage for Valentine, remember. Bernice coming back in. But Valentine are actually just winning the fight. Queen's Gambit, they were so reluctant to use ultimates, it's actually just going to cost them the fight and cost them more meters. And Valentine have got themselves out of this situation. Now they have beat to match for Kitsune Rush, beat to deal with the blade, and they have their own downpour blade to go with. So if Zoe can find kills, this could just be curtains right now.
Now they're going to have to invest just to get out of their spawn, and then what are they going to have to carry over into the next...
Pressure onto Lucio. Bernie's in a lot of trouble. This beat. Oh, can't beat right now unless we get a Suzu. Will be falling down. Missen's blade finds value. Bernie's doesn't invest. But Queen's Gambit, it was just a blade, but Bugsuit is still getting it done. So many trades. Bugsoup can't win the fight from this position, surely. But Ivory's got a kill as well. And it's an awkward situation for Santana. Needs to keep a point contested. Ivory needs to be careful not to get caught here. They can wait for their respawns. Missing, going on to the Reaper. A Desperation Reaper swap. Oh, Bugsoup's just caught Senna. No, overclock for Queen's Gambit now. They have to invest for Kitsune Rush. Bernice has the beat to match. Downpour and Blade come out. They are caught in it. All eyes on Velucio. Downpour comes out in response from Santana, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. Bugsoup and Zoe have found the kills. And Valentine back in it. Was that an Ajax as well? Oh yeah, Velvet. I mean, she has to, right? she has to. But yeah. No, she literally got it. She didn't have it at the start of the fight. She uses it basically as she gets it. Like she gets it now. Yeah, she's just holding the button basically. Because they like look at the HP, right? They need the beat like yesterday. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, Turland. I think if you're in Downpour, it does cast like you kind of insta cast it almost. But I think the Downpour would have killed her there potentially if it hits her. So it's like a rock and a hard place situation. All right. Predictions cashed. All the Valentine believers sitting pretty, eh? Map 4 predictions open. Right now. Do I think Overwatch 1 game modes were better than Overwatch 2? What do you mean, like 2CP and stuff, essentially? No, not really. I mean, I thought 2CP was fine. It was a very different game mode. Didn't hate it. Didn't hate it at all. But I also think the new ones are fine, in reality. Like, I think Push is actually really good. I think especially now we've got maps like Runasapi and stuff, and the maps, they've, like, sped up the bot movement speed. I think it's made the maps feel a lot better. And I think Clash is fine as well. I think all the game modes are fine, honestly. I don't really have like strong feelings against any of them. I think they're all entertaining to watch. You know, if the game's close on the map, it will be entertaining. Like a lot of the problems Push had was really what would you call it? Were really like they were more map problems than mode problems, if you know what I mean. In the sense that, like the Colosseo contest from high ground, stuff like this. Whenever there's certain parts of a map, same was true with Esperanza, right? When it's just certain parts of a map not incredibly defense favored or something, it just becomes really unenjoyable to play. I think, like 2CP, I think got away with it a bit more because of a type of mode, you know. I think Clash is really fine. Like, I don't know what people like. What's from a viewership perspective? What's the unentertaining bit about Clash? You know, like it's just sort of a faster paced control. Is it just because of the last point, though? Right? Like, if that's the only thing, right? Because they get a, what do you call it? Like a, they get a point on the board for it. I mean, to be fair, from the Clash games we've seen, like in OWCS and stuff, I don't think that's true. Like, I don't think that actually tracks with the actual experience. Yeah, but isn't that true of any map, really, Yoshim? Like, that's really true on KOF. Control is at least big maps. Yeah, well, kind of, but you still, like, you know, you'll take 7 fights on the same point in KOF as well, right? Like, you just fight on the point 7 times if it goes all the way, you know? In coordinated play, Clash can be okay, but in ranked it's a nightmare. Like, you can be the better team and dominating for the entire game, but then you become... then because you need to be so much better on the last point, you're always 2 fights away from losing it. Yeah, but in theory, you still have a massive advantage from that point, right? Yeah, I mean it's a similar thing to what would you call it? 2CP, right? When pushing the second point is like a high difficulty. High difficulty, so therefore you have to approach it in a different way. So I can understand how it's like a frustrating thing to play, and maybe like ranked is not the thing for it, but I think, you know, like for me, my Overwatch experience is always like competitive. It's scrims and it's the matches, so it doesn't it feels perfectly fine to me. I mean, I think if they changed the scoring system so you didn't get a point for defending essentially, I think that would probably feel fine as well, right? I don't think that would be a bad change.
Valentine too can compete in this hazard comp, but they're very capable of punishing Queen's Gambit's errors.
I also like that, by the way. Queen Sweep. Was that just a pun, or was that a Good Mythical Morning reference? I have to ask.
That was a pun that actually was.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if anything, the change I would be more interested in at Clash is I feel I actually want the capture time to be slowed down. I feel like what I don't like is it's like one fight for the point type thing. I feel like I'd like to see more recontest essentially, you know?
Oh, damn. All right. No, but it was actually just like a little bit of a misinput there. Well, yeah,
it's so hard to full cap now. Even if you're way better, you can just get unlucky with ult eco and lose 2 random fights. Now, I don't buy into that. Like, maybe it's more true in ranked or something, right? But whatever. That's kind of irrelevant to my argument. But like, if you fuck up the ult economy, then you deserve to lose. And actually, that happens on KOF. On KOF, if you fuck up the ult economy once, you can lose the fucking round. You know? It's like it doesn't feel like anything that happens in Clash isn't something that also happens in all of Overwatch.
A couple times in the first 2 maps and was forced into some less than favorable positions, but you know, if you just avoid that situation like they did on Colosseo, maybe you're just fine.
And see, I just keep getting flashbacks to that Dorado map that Queen's Gambit played yesterday against Exo Azathoth.
I see it a lot where you just recap the last and second point. Yeah, again, this feels like this is probably. I imagine. Are you talking about your ranked experience more? Because I don't feel like this has been necessarily true of the games we've seen on broadcast. Good shout, GB.
Expecting to play the exact same thing. Dorado puts more impacts and onto those Sojourn players, and I think that has been the farthest.
I mean, I don't know if I'm just like more open to this type of game mode and this back and forth, just because in a way, Clash is like a version of 5CP, and obviously 5CP is always very dear to my heart with TF2. When you played it with Hunter and Chris, what did you think? Yeah, it felt fine to play. I mean, like, I don't play that much ranked, so obviously you guys will, I imagine, have much larger sample sizes than me. But it felt fine to play for us. You don't understand why they didn't use 2CP Special to make Flashpoint maps. Why didn't it? Yeah, actually, to be fair, like, I think I said it at the time as well, but I'm 100% the same page, Sabo Tabby. I think the biggest problem with Clash isn't actually the mode or how it's played or anything like that. What Overwatch wants more of is not new modes or new ways to play the game. We just want better maps, right? The best thing that Blizzard have introduced has been Runasapi, because it's a top quality map. Imagine if they started introducing more top quality maps. Like Survivor and New Junk City, both pretty good maps actually, right? Like, let's focus on that. Let's focus on that. Yeah. I think, like, quality maps will always go way further than anything, right?
So, there is, like, I think the composition, the backline that Queen's Gambit is...
Yeah, Shimbai's a good map. Yeah, I'd agree with that. But yeah, I just want just more good maps. The idea of adding a game mode is just... It's like a change that doesn't need to happen.
Then you can pretty much just get the high ground for free. Just put that on
Not yes, not right now, Citrus. Not right now.
Quick headshot from
On
Seven,
Paricio,
also
I quite like Paricio actually.
Nelva's actually not going to stay on the auto, which I think is also good because I was just about
Ooh,
to say
let me close for
also
Preds.
very
All right,
dialable
nice.
for Mari,
Thank you,
so
mods.
You don't want to stay on that one. There we go. Second time, Senna. We got that.
Oh, ooh, very close to Scuff's AJMR's head. I thought I was gonna go back to spawn for a second, but actually will end up sticking it.
All right, let's lock in. We can come back. We can come back to the map discussion later.
You need to get the kills on the Widowmaker. If you're just existing,
I just like Overwatch talents. Like Overwatch, just like watching esports, like watching gaming.
looking at you is a problem. That's why
Maybe
you have to
I've
get players onto the
maybe my age, I've transitioned past the cynical part of my life, and I'm now an eternal optimist. Unlike Senna, who needed that grapple to go off, will get reset in spawn bug soup with the assassination.
Go for the dive there, and now suddenly Valentine feel a lot more safe.
All over this backline as well. Scuffed all full. They do trade it out actually, so might still be a chance to get this payload moving because they can pocket Santana free. And with the hazard advantage, not a lot Valentine can really do to stop the point. They're going to have to concede some space here. Ooh, Senna's just getting spawn camped on cooldown. She can't get out of spawn. Oh, they don't get the punish either. Suzu out. Zoe gets away with it. The bank has been robbed and the bank robber has got off scot-free. And now Valentine a chance to stabilize that in this next archway. Walls traded on the high ground. Both hazards will get out. Tracer behind here from Missin, but Zoe has got her eyes locked on her. Now a chance to chase for recall. Misses the shot though, and Missin will be able to get out. Walking in now with Rail is Senna. Over to the Sojourn. Spawn camped enough, and now the Kitsune Rush comes in, and for once, AJMR's is faster than Scuff's. So they have no recourse, they have no response. They have to just take it in the face, Queen's Gambit. And they will be forced to reset as a result. Santana awfully low. Kitsune Rush from Scuffed in spawn to survive. And Bug Soup trying to get out. They've ran away, but they're split from Zoe, they're split from Ivory. Ivory needs help. Ivory's so split from their team. And Queen's Gambit, they punish the split. But Bug Soup, huge downpour. Another huge downpour from Bug Soup, but they only get 2 kills out of it. Bug Soup trying to preserve her life right now. Running. Santana is on the hunt, but Bug Soup can't get out.
You might, but it's not going to be ideal because, like, you've got Santana there. Yeah, going to block off one point of entry there. Zoe can go ahead and go for the dash.
Bernice dies for this touch, so he's maybe the next one, but Deflect has been used. They're going to need a lot of help. Bug Soup is back on the point, but Zoe's focused down already, and it's just staggering in. Now bullying back this Sojourn. Santana has to be careful, low HP here, but still an overwhelming advantage. And Bug Soup has actually bought a lot of time for their team here, but will finally fall. Eventually overpowered. And they do get first point there. Looks good for Valentine at stages and all of that.
Like, they need to get Mari back ASAP so you're not conceding this high ground over.
But okay.
Even though she's not on the Widowmaker,
Ult's coming back for Valentine now. DPS beat in play.
Like, if you're Valentine, you're looking at the ult economy and thinking we can maybe secure this high ground if we invest.
Does feel like occasionally we have seen Valentine be over eager with their ult investment, especially on defense. They're going to go with just Blade right now, but they're going to have to be over the top of it as well. Suzu comes out. Zoe can't finish this kill. Velvet is getting full pocket, eventually gets the kill, dies for her trouble. They've traded positively out of this, but at the cost of 2 ultimates. Again, Valentine in this situation where they win a fight, but it costs them too much, and they don't win that one very cleanly at all. They still actually have to even concede space as a result of it. And now Queen's Gambit, they're coming up to their power spike. They're fighting for the high ground. They're going to Kitsune Rush back, but this is early from AJMR. And Queen's Gambit, they're just gone. Another wasted ult from Valentine. And now Queen's Gambit, they have an overwhelming ult advantage here. Valentine, they need to get funky with it. They need to get chaotic. They need to play for trades in this next fight. Ivory can invest the overclock if they spot the opportunity. They're coming through, and they killed the hazard. How's Bug Soup got away from that one? It was a Kitsune Rush push, but Santana's died. Bernice is in behind. She was getting funky with it, maybe a bit too funky. Valentine are going to keep committing. They want more cools out of this. Slash is good from Bug Soup. Pressure onto the back line. Blade has come out from Missing to try and turn the fight. 1 kill only. AJMR is out of there. They do kill Bug Soup and they win a scrappy fight, but this is exactly what Valentine wanted. They get 2 ultimates out of it, and now a more reasonable situation to deal with. Still at an ult disadvantage, but it's closer. Oh, that late kill is brutal, actually. Late kill onto AJMR, it's absolutely brutal.
So we've kind of broken all opportunities for Valentine to hold the high ground.
And now they get to hold aggressively. Hazard top left, Genji top right.
The ult economy, Queen's Gambit is more than equipped for.
Trying to clear this hazard off. Overclock comes through. Bugsuit will drop that downpour. Awfully low, though, and Senna will finish that one. Zoe comes to respond, and Ivory does get the kill. Ivory is going in, but there's a rallying Brig in their face. They need help. They need help. There's a hazard there as well. Zoe's traded one back and forth. Bernice is trying to anchor point, but Zoe is also low. Bernice needs so much help. Somehow gets out, but is walled off and can't touch, and Queen's Gambit will keep this one rolling.
2.5 minutes to go.
Scuffed was down and Velvet was like 1 HP in the rally. And
I'll probably do a power rankings at some point, Ritzy. And we'll talk about it on Coachable too. Okay. 2.5 minutes. AGMR, slight Kitsune rush advantage. Again, Zoe playing very flank heavy. Runs into Missing. Forces for deflect out. Commits for this kill without cooldowns. Aggressive from Zoe. Punished for it. Missing gets the better of that one. And now Bugsuit trying to get their team out of this one. But big trouble. And Santana will catch all of these.
Yeah, like, you need to try and dig your heels in the sand right now and stop conceding any more of this cart progress. So 2 minutes on the clock to get the rest of the way through Dorado. Like, that's definitely manageable.
Now, double support ult for Valentine. A chance to stabilize. Kitsune Rush start from Scuffed. AGMR can match, but no pressure to respond immediately here, so they can get a much later Kitsune Rush in. Santana has jumped out now. Kitsune Rush to Chaser. Santana's going to have to block quite a lot, and Valentine, they don't actually get too much out of this one, actually. Forced all the way back. A 1-for-1 trade, and they've stabilized. Ivory connects the headshot. Ivory has got better and better as the series has gone on, and Santana is going to get surrounded and finish off. And a great stabilization for Valentine. Maybe even a late kill onto this Genji. Oh! Deflect wars, but Ivory comes to interrupt the 1v1.
We confirmed the kill. So now we're down to under a minute for Queen's Gambit. There's a Dragon Blade and
last attempt, really, right? They have beat, they have downpour. Bernice has the beat to match with. So it's going to be hard for Mitten to get value out of this. Actually, kind of need Santana to clutch with this downpour, because otherwise the beat blade from Valentine, it will just do too much.
On how well this downpour from Santana gets laid out, who gets caught in it, if anyone, and what space does it buy?
Eyes on Zoe. If Zoe gets kills, everything is fine. Force out now. Beat comes in. They're turning onto Santana. They want to force a difficult downpour. Santana has the downpour. Mitten drops it. No beat available, remember. They forced that one out. But they trade Santana for it. 30 seconds. And Queen's Gambit are just going to cut their losses, wait for their hazard, and take one more fight. Overclock and downpour now for Valentine. Again, trades are enough. If Velvet can get to that rally, this is the big timing for Queen's Gambit, potentially. But, oh, okay. No Sojins on either side right now. No chance for overclocks. They'll be coming back mid-fight. Remember, Ivory's spawn is a lot closer than Senna's. And Queen's Gambit, they have no choice but to take this fight. Downpour comes out. Doesn't look like it catches anything. Meanwhile, Velvet goes down right before rally, and they don't even touch. Queen's Gambit.
I think it was up to Velvet to try and go.
I mean, it's still second point and a bit on Dorado, right? This is not a bad push by any means. There's still plenty for them to work with. Plenty of opportunities for them to defend, but Valentine have a clear goal in mind now.
But it doesn't actually catch anybody, and everybody who could have potentially capitalized off of it.
And if this map, you know, we talked about all the momentum Queen's Gambit had coming into this series from their strong performance in the lower bracket semi-final, but now the pendulum might be swinging. The pendulum might be swinging in Valentine's direction, but still a lot to do, right? If you told me we have to get to like over halfway through third point Dorado, it's tough. It's tough. Welcome back, Panda. The turns are indeed tabling.
Previously, but I mean, honestly, Valentine are looking a lot more stable when they're not staggering. Like the fights that they lose they don't lose them well. If you know what I mean? Like they're leaving a lot of players behind, and then some of them try to re-engage.
Okay.
It just end up
No starting Widow from Senna on the defense here.
But when they do have that full 5 setup, CB, the defensive holds
More Brig, more Kiri.
You just need to give yourselves more opportunities to fight as
Valentine do still have some of these same problems where they are double support or double ulting in situations. Very expensive fights coming through. But less of a problem on attack, right? If you just over ult to win if you win the right fights, it's not the end of the world. It's much more reasonable on attack as long as you do it for like the cap fights and stuff. Ivory starting on the Widow, trying to see if they can unlock anything. Grapple shot comes in. Senna's peeking it, but doesn't find anything.
Okay, it's time to swap.
And we'll be forced back.
Hey, it took the gamble. Might as well.
Payload slowly getting nudged forward here.
On to the next part.
Senna swinging with full rail.
That scream from Hazard just
Holding onto it to make this push difficult for
I
Valentine.
know, we were like, slowing us down, this would be a slow fight.
They're trying to come up this right-hand side here, Valentine. You can see Senna's got some eyes on that, some eyes on Big Soup.
fits Hazard so well.
Keeping hold of that rail just means it's so awkward for Valentine to peek through.
We can just talk
Too far for the Hazard to directly connect onto Senna as well. They're trying to clear top right first, but Santana's going to respond to that. Loads of damage onto Bug Soup. Bug Soup has to run. Any pocket gets back to the Mega.
barely.
Will live, but they maintain their control of car. And Missing is in deep here. No cooldowns now, though. In too deep.
Overextending there.
And now Velvet has to bash backwards. They're trying to contain. They have to be careful not to stagger out here. Any staggers will be absolutely brutal. And Santana actually trades a kill. Scuffed falls, though. Trades going back and forth right now.
Good trades.
But the payload is still moving forward. Worth noting, while Scuff did die in that, still ahead in his Kitsune Rush charge. 10% away as they come back to this fight.
So, Valentine, they'll get past that choke archway.
Alright, they're through the archway. But Scuffed has Kitsune Rush advantage, so Valentine, they're going for a Lucio Genji flank, but they need to be ready to disengage as well.
Just use that advantage. They'll look to
Mitten's moving to match that one. Kitsune Rush will come through. Suzu is forced early. They try and turn their attention onto Bug Soup. Bug Soup is going to full block to try and get herself out of that one. And they do disengage. And now the response from AJMR, but they're hunting Bernice. Bernice is in so deep behind. Can they find any kills with this Kitsune Rush? The answer seems to be no from Valentine. They're still trying to push, but they don't find anything. Zoe dives in, but Missing responds. And they hold strong there.
So Bernice was actually
Both teams struggling to get value out of their Kitsune Rushes. Bernice ended up super deep behind. Presumably somewhat on that flank with Zoe. But ends up actually costing them more than helping them.
A little bit harder than it is for the Genji because you don't have access to things.
I think as much as the Lucio Genji flanks are good, when you're going for these big ult trades, especially support ult trades, I think actually having your Lucio just in your main group for this push and pull element of it is actually really high value. Now back to the drawing board. Downpour comes out. Don't know if it catches anything. It is actually Bug Soup caught in one. Ivory has used the overclock as well, but it shields up in Ivory's face. So they can't find anything. Blade over the top from Zoe does trade a couple of kills. So Valentine, they've made it a dogfight. They are going over walls as well. They want to catch this. They want to make it a no escape zone here. Where is Senna? Senna is in such a difficult situation. Surely can't get out of this one. Go kill Senna! She's all alone! TP in from Scuffed. Go kill both of them! It's criminal that if Senna gets out of this one. Zoe is going. Bernice beats to seal the job. They do have to beat, but it was in response to Misson's Blade, so it's more than reasonable. Thank God they killed Senna. I thought Senna was going to get away with that one for a second. But they catch her, they secure the kill, they get themselves onto second. Valentine, remember, playing for their tournament lives.
That's such a good play across the board for all of Valentine.
Now the payload will move for free for a bit here.
They can match Scuffs for Kitsune Rush with AJMRs. If they can win this battle for the high ground, they can get the cart all the way
Scuffed
to point B, and
and AJMR both have the Kitsune Rushes here. We've seen both teams struggle to get value out of their own Kitsune Rush pushes to the other team's disengage. Suzu saves Ivory as they get themselves over that wall. And they're kind of holding on to the high ground here, but the Disruptor shot will slow them all down as Santana's going to stop point. Kitsune Rush is in hand. AJMR's it's a little bit of a shallow Kitsune Rush here. Scuffed was much more aggressive, but it's on the ground, so they're not getting value out of it on this high ground. Scuffed is in big trouble. Bug Soup finishes it with the block. Can't find the slash thanks to that whip from Velvet, but now turns her attention onto Santana. And Senna is in deep behind as well here. They should just be able to go get the kills. They just need to find a timing to go together. Zoe with the dash in, finishes off Velvet. Santana cannot save their team. Missing and Senna find two actually though. Senna finds another. Senna is in the enemy spawn killing people. 2 kills from the enemy spawn situation. But okay, still a fight win for Valentine where they can get cart progress afterwards. Respawn's coming. Overclock in the hands of Senna. Zoe has that Blade. They've used Beat Blade as their main combo so far, Valentine, but they're still 20% away from the beat. So we'll see if they wait for that combo before pulling the trigger. Might give Zoe a better chance. Zoe has been good at getting these flank engages. Blade over the top. Senna is going to slide away. Downpour comes out. Avoided, though. Bug Soup now with a downpour, but shield up from Velvet. Zoe does get a late kill, actually, with this Blade. Bernice dies before beat, though, was 99%. Missing 1 HP behind. Trying to push with this rally as Velvet. They want kills right now. They've caught AJMR. Not the bash they wanted. And Valentine, they're going to keep... Wow, Zoe was in there. They're going to beat round. It's a 3-person beat from Bernice. They think they can win right now. They catch 2 kills out of it. They might be right. But payload is moving. They're getting free on cart. They really want to force this objective. Santana is coming to try and contest early, but has to be careful. Doesn't have the full support yet. They are still waiting for their spawns. Overclock now from Ivory. Pressure on. Wall is actually massive from Santana. So much damage. Misson has dropped the blade as well. But Misson can't find any more targets. Bernice gives him the slip. Now they're coming in. Zoe's gone to punish it, but Senna has popped Overclock on point. So Valentine, they disengage. They try and hold on. Senna can't find any kills. Re-engage now from Bug Soup. Kitsune Rush comes through. Scuffed is still 10% away. If they can get to this one, they can turn it. They've lost Bernice. 4v4. But Scuffed has that Kitsune Rush. Out it comes. Looking for it now. Santana trying to push for the kills. Bug Soup has disengaged around the corner. Once again, Valentine have successfully dipped. Santana tries to force the kill onto Ivory, but cannot. And they've stabilised for now, Queen's Gambit, but they've got people behind him. Senna, worried about the threats, takes a step backwards, and Bernice has gone flying in, taken down Scuffed. Bug Soup needs help on point, but Bug Soup is getting help. One person who doesn't need help is Bernice. Free for Bernice to clean it up. The Genji Lucio flank gets its job done. And in overtime, Valentine are going to cap second. Whew.
And now they can keep that downpour going, and the stagger spawns from Queen's Gambit.
Not a lot of time.
Valentine can parlay this into a full
but enough. They don't have to get it all... They have to get it quite far. Look at where that checkbox is, actually. It's basically a full cap.
And if you can build it to a sound barrier and a blade from Zoe...
Nice cinema combo, guys.
That is the win condition for Valentine, and they only have a minute to try and stick the landing.
All right. Downpours in both hands. Bug Soup's going to drop it early. Looking for it. Wall comes out. It catches Santana, though. Santana's going to get sutured. Can they kill Santana? Santana is so low. Trying to disengage. Bug Soup can't find the kill. Rally out from Velvet. Bernice nearly has Blade. Or nearly has Beat. Beat Blade available for Valentine. 47 seconds left, but Ivory gets caught, so they're going to hold the ults. And Queen's Gambit. They win the fight, but look at this ult economy. Double support ult, Blade, nearly an overclock for Valentine. Queen's Gambit, they're going to go to spawn. This is a good decision from Queen's Gambit. They want to try and force out ults early. No, they're backing up a little bit. Look at Misson, all over Ivory already. Ivory in trouble. Misson's going to have to dash out now. 22 seconds. They need to get a wiggle on Valentine. Ivory is still low. Bernice is going to drop the beat. It's only a 3-person beat, though. They beat it really early. They catch Velvet, though. Now Zoe, eyes on Zoe, gets shut down. Can't Blade. They've got on different targets. Bug Soup is so low. They've got the touch, but they've got plenty of time to get back here, Queen's Gambit. And it's all going to fall apart. They don't get to use any of their ults. Oh, not like this. They had all the ults to win the fight. They set it up perfectly. But just split ideas. Zoe was hard pushing there, but Bernice is beating underneath. It feels like a similar situation to Blizzard World, where it's just a mismanagement of this final fight situation. A spirited fight back. Honestly, they should have won that Dorado. They put themselves in a good enough situation. But Queen's Gambit complete the lower bracket run. Get themselves that matchup against Nightmare Eclipse in the final. Alright.
Desperation is not what wins championships. It's strong defenses like the one we saw from Queen's Gambit.
How can that happen? I mean, things get hectic. High pressure situation, limited time on the clock. Things just get chaotic. They don't have a clear plan. Somebody doesn't listen. That's often what probably happens more than anything else, right? Like, more than somebody not calling a plan or not saying a plan in the last fight. Normally it's just either somebody just doesn't listen, doesn't pay full attention, and you just get a disconnect from somebody and it all falls apart. I'm a striker. I mean, you're on it. Lower bracket run is on again. Nightmare Eclipse next. Good luck, Velvet. Briggs looking good. What's going on? We need to tap into Oren's love life as well. What's happening with Oren's love life?
And it might be the biggest one of them all. Someone that, you know, no one else, save for Valentine early on, has been effectively able to dislodge from that throne that they want to claim for themselves.
And it'll be the second run back that they get in actually less than a month. These teams last faced each other.
What channel am I looking in?
Environment, Nightmare Eclipse, of course, winning out in Major 3. Now they're met with a very similar, in fact, you could say stronger opponent this time around, CB. They're warmed up, and I just hope that they're not burned out yet.
Scroll up a bit in general.
Grueling best of 7 match.
It's 108 new messages.
It's going to be, like you said, quite grueling. I'm strongly suggest everyone try to take a moment to relax.
Have to scroll up a bit.
Relax and taking a seat. And our sponsor today, Blacklight Chairs, who are
You replied to the message I need. All right, let me scroll to yours.
Providing 5 chairs to the winning team, but they're also going to be providing 5 chairs to you, dear viewer. Not you specifically, but potentially you could get one if you enter one of the giveaways. We've got 2
Been
being
pinged
given
again.
away in the Calling All Heroes Discord to verify.
Wait, Oren's been ghosted?
To join the Discord and react to the message.
Wait, let me turn these down while we catch you up on Oren's Love Life. So for those who don't know, Oren met a girl. Was it on Tinder or on Hinge? It was on one of the dating apps. And they traded, or he gave her his Marvel Rivals. Hinge, thank you. He gave her his Marvel Rivals battle tag. She didn't respond for a few days. So he messaged her again. And I think they talked again, right? And then the Marvel Rivals date, it was back on. But now I'm reading that Oren texted her at 3. It's now 9. He's been ghosted. Fuck. I'm sorry to hear, Oren, mate. She just ghosted you? Fuck. Nah, you were too good for her anyway.
Would be theirs, and CB, that would be, I think, the first time in Calling All Heroes that we would have a champion that is unique from anyone who's won in the minor and major events previously. So this is a really big deal to see this team make it to these finals.
It very well could be a changing of the guard. We could have new champions today. It is a realistic.
I don't think it's that deep a situation. You know, sometimes you message a girl, you think it's going well, then it's not going well.
It's their day.
There's, what do they say? There's plenty more fish in the sea. Too busy with your tier list business.
On the other side of this break, it's going to be our grand finals. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will be right back.
Plenty of CX in the sea. Don't date me. I will not be dating Oren. Didn't think I'd need to announce that, but announcing it. Glazing Kanata as well. Fully deserved. Isn't Oren like 16? I thought Oren was older than 16. I would say, I met Oren in real life, so I would say Oren was at least 17. 18? There we go. I'm not dating Oren. This is, wait, have any of you seen this film? This is Turlins right now. How can he use an app if he's not old enough? And then one day Turlins discovered lying. Just poor innocent Turlins. You're not innocent, you have dark demons inside you. I thought that was Fovai. Gambit won Dinosaur Cola. They have got that Nightmare Eclipse match coming right up. Turlins has dark demons. Fovai has babies. Yeah, but Fovai has too many babies inside him. What's he at now? Like now 109 babies? That's too many. Way more. I feel like that's too big. Let's get yeah, Turlins, can we get a... You typed I'm preg. Come on, mate. Yeah, 110. I was right. It was 109. It's now 110. No, you can't empreg me. feel like 111 is too, Wait, what if I've been M-pregged 111 times? Panda? Because, I can't believe my mods have let me get pregnant 111 times. You can't fiddle the bot? What do you mean? Guys, don't M-preg Gaming for Hope. He cannot financially afford any more children. Do not M-preg Gaming for Hope. The finances are in a dire state as it is. Extra children is fuck. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Can I M-preg myself? It's a free country. He T-boned something late and totaled his car? Fuck. Hope he's okay. Guys, don't M-preg Chris. He has to coach the Ultimates next season. Game needs to start to get out of hand. There's a lot of pregnancies going around. CX is under a bottom every time I tag him in Discord. He reacts the same way. Well, how does he react? He moans. Yeah, that would be that'd be a pretty big giveaway. Yeah. These all seem like telltale signs. Like this. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's just like a cried emoji, no? He always reacts. He does always react with that one. All right, where are we at? Come join for pure chaos. Yes. There's two main channels. There's the OWCS channel, where we occasionally talk about Overwatch. There's the tree channel, where we grow a tree. That's the best channel. And then there's the general chat, which is a wild, untamed wasteland of pregnant men. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. It depends what you're into. These queues are 5 hours long. Fuck. It's alright. It'll pick up again. It'll pick up again.
Of calling all heroes competition has led up to this exact moment.
The link didn't work? Shit. Whoa! Thank you for the 10 gifts to an anonymous gifter. Who could it be? Who is our mysterious beneficiary? I'm very grateful, though. Thank you very much. It was you? Good dodge, Iconics. Keep it up. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for the 10 bits, Frank, as well. But that's not enough for a Gaming for Hope. I think it'd be pretty safe to say there will never be a Gaming for Hope uncoachable. But thanks for the 10 bits. It was for children from pregnancies. Normally you get people the baby gifts, but babies don't give you gifts. Do you want the biggest problem with Gaming for Hope's plan, right? The biggest problem with Gaming for Hope's plan. And there's multiple. There's multiple. But the biggest problem is, let's say, right? Let's say everything goes perfectly for him, right? He climbs the ladder. He climbs the Faceit League system. He goes from open to advanced to expert to master. He gets a promotion relegation game. He plays his promotion relegation game. He wins his promotion relegation game. He has made it to OWCS. And what paycheck does he get for winning that promotion game? Zero. Still zero money. Still zero money. You see how, even if everything went perfectly, to get a full-time salary, you need to be on a top 3 team in the region. So even if everything went as well as it possibly could, it doesn't work. And that's a problem, you know? If you have a plan and everything can go perfectly, and it doesn't work, that's not a good plan. His name isn't gaming for monetary gain. Yeah, but what's the point of doing it then? When you've got a full family, it's just outrageously irresponsible, right? Are there actually drops on the mainstream? I think so, yeah. I think so, Jamie. It's not sustainable if you don't have a family. It's super not sustainable if you do have a family.
On an individual basis at every possible role, they have the best you can possibly buy in COD.
It does not get better than this, quite literally, CB.
Can you imagine how much game you have if you walk into a bar and can tell girls you're number 6 in the OWCS? Well, Theomatic's married. Works for him.
Like, it almost feels unfair to have all of these players on the same team. They're the reigning victors from Major 3. They've won basically...
He just loves Overwatch? Yeah, but you can play Overwatch. This might be controversial, but I'd wager it's possible to play Overwatch without taking such financial risk. Is it not? It's possible, right? All of us playing Overwatch right now, have we all taken great financial risk to play it? Or have we just found a way to get a hobby into our free time? But then where's the thrill? Yeah, you're right, you're right. Thank you, Doishi.
I played Overwatch and now my portfolio is in the red. Fuck my life, X doesn't know shit.
Sorry to hear about your portfolio, mate. What's life without little risk? I'd wager this is more than a little risk. Who's coaching TM? TM, I don't know. VP, I'm pretty sure they just got Smashy back. For return of a Smash.
We haven't seen, a map that's not Lijiang Tower to kick things off in quite some time, but hey, it's the last series of the tournament cycle, last series of the...
Yeah, stream's been pretty good. The first couple of days were a bit rough just as it started at 1 AM my time. And there were a few one-sided games in there, but these Saturday, Sunday, I've actually, really enjoyed it. Helped out it started at 7 PM my time, which is way more reasonable, but also the games have been really good. And I feel like we've grown in familiarity with... grown in familiarity with the teams and such, so very happy. Do you coach TM? No. Not me. I actually don't know who coaches TM. Is Chris cooked this season? Not yet. But he's got a good team.
If you're Nightmare Eclipse, like really all you have to do is just play your game and play it well.
Insider info, the map has just started. Oh yeah, Cassie, you got a fucking source for that? Come in here, spreading information with no source.
Chris 2, any thoughts on the back line? And Kai Kev versus Quartz Seiko?
Why was he so, Alright, I'll take that as a source, Cassie. Thank you, Enks. I don't know why Brian was so unsure how to say psycho. Psycho. But, reasonable questions. Chris to you. Yep. Think good for Chris. Looks like a good team. Thank you as well. And Trakos for the 11 months. Thank you very much. To answer your other question, Enks. Thoughts on the backline? I'm really excited. As long as Twilight isn't Giga washed, which I think will be okay. It's actually a really good backline. Like, Faith, I'm really big fan of Faith, actually. I think he's a very good Lucio, very good Brig. They probably have the best Ana Brig by a mile in EMEA. So I think the backline's fine. Hopefully Sky can fill in any of those sort of hero pool gaps that Twilight doesn't really have, or some of the holes Twilight has in his hero pool, I should say. In terms of Kev, Kai versus Quartz Psycho, I think Quartz Psycho is a better, more well-rounded DPS pairing. Obviously, there's a little bit of like differing strengths based on what heroes are available, but I actually think I've got a lot of faith in Chris to get the best out of Kai especially, and get a lot out of Kev too. So excited to see him. But on paper, right now, current form or most recent form from stage 4, I think I'd go Psycho and Quartz above Kev and Kai. So Chris has to coach dive. He can do it, guys. Look, it's a classic Principal Skinner situation, right? You know that Principal Skinner meme where he's like, is the problem me or is it the kids? Chris has the same dilemma. Is it me? Am I a bad coach? Or is it the players' fault? Ah, the players are wrong. Both. Well, the proof will be in the pudding this year, but Chrissy can do it. I have faith.
Based on the impact, like Scuffed has been amazing at eluding danger in general.
Big Ilio's fault. No Chris's faith. True. What's Hunter doing? He's doing some stuff. He's doing some stuff. Lesson 1, 1 jump, 1 die. No, he can do it, guys. He can do it. Yeah, Hunter will be in the scene next year. Like, I think we'll still do some of the casts and co-streams together as well. He's just, he's away at the moment. Which is the same reason there's no one coachable. Popular man, Hunter. Always on fucking trips, seeing his friends. Alright. Let's lock in, though, because it's the grand final, everyone. By the way, very well set apart. Queen's Gambit Mauga coming out from Queen's Gambit. Sombra, Genji. Juno, Brig. Now, in theory, this is a very compact map, so Velvet and Scuff's life might be under duress, but they're going to go in aggressively first. Forced that Suzu out, but Missing has gone in so deep. Died for it too. And now they'll be forced back. Peace, who has really been a star from this Nightmare Eclipse team, a team full of many stars. But Hitori actually gets taken down. Peace finds that Sombra trade out of nothing. Misses for dash over Brig, but it doesn't matter because Wisp is there to finish the job for him. And that will be first fight going the way of Nightmare Eclipse.
Alright, let me break that whole play down. A big hack comes out onto Wisp.
It says hype chests are on the way. Thanks, Twitch chat. Share it? Okay. I'm sharing it. Thanks, Twitch chat. You've really enhanced the stream experience. Cheers. Anyway. Cloaked in to start this one, Senna.
So good at this Genji, and it's gonna be so hard for Missing to keep up with this. For any Genji player, let alone one that's still kind of working on...
Slow start, but Kitsune Rush nearly there for Z, so Queen's Gambit, they have to be careful. Torpedo's over top right now. Hack onto Hitori as well, bullying her right back off that point. And they have a foothold onto the point, but Nightmare Eclipse, they can keep tip-tapping. Stomp finds nothing from Santana right now. And just milking up rail after rail as Wisp. But it's only a 1-for-1 trade so far. Thank you, Munchu, for the Prime. Now the Kitsune Rush comes in. No response just yet. Scuff does have the Ray if they want to use it. But they're holding on. They're just bunkering up. They've survived with the rally. Bash onto Hitori. That should finish the job there. Hitori awfully low. Can't get out to that mega HP. A beat from Nenwai. Optimistic from this one. They've lost a point during this as well. And that is a disaster beat from Nenwai. This is trouble. Not only do they lose the fight, they lose a big part of the economy as a result of it as well. And all of a sudden, Queen's Gambit, they are right back in that. Thank you, Big Yak. I've been called worse. EMP. Oh, double DPS up from Nightmare Eclipse. Oh, it comes in. EMP. I don't think it goes off. Taken off. EMP goes down, now missing with the blade to finish it onto the backline, takes 2 for that one, and it was an aggressive opening from Nightmare Eclipse. Double DPS ult right out the gate. I think it was an EMP, Jax. I don't know, it didn't feel like it went off, right? Because they absolutely obliterated with Senna on that one. But they win the fight regardless. And now Nightmare Eclipse, they only got one more shot at this. Downpour coming in, but they're pushing into a cage. Ray! Surely there's no way to win this fight if you're Nightmare Eclipse. They need a bit of a miracle. They're going to try and get in. Go onto the backline. Finds the Genji, but Slash doesn't connect from Hitori. Drawing blanks right now as the Ray comes out from Scuffed. But who are we raying? Oh, we're raying Peace. That'll do it. Downpour comes out as well. Finishes off Scuffed. So equal trade, but Santana still has in his cage. Hitori trying to win the flank battle here. Pushes back, missing. Cage comes out. Catches for Sojin. Will get this kill. Cage for 1 kill. And they're kind of making a meal of this, Queen's Gambit. Nightmare Eclipse, they're playing so split and so wide. Queen's Gambit just can't find the kills. Mission's going to take down 1, rally over the top in response to this Kitsune Rush. Hitori is so low, they kill her. They can't kill Hitori. Somehow, someway, Nightmare Eclipse are keeping this one contested. And Queen's Gambit, they're out of ult. Kitsune Rush on point, did some work for Z's, but Misson finds Wisp in the back. Peace is back on Tracer. Hitori's got 1, but the trades aren't enough. Hitori will fall for that one. One more touch from Peace. Nenwai is back, helping with this touch as well. Peace is getting forced out. They need to clean up these kills sooner rather than later, and they can't quite juggle the touch well enough. And Queen's Gambit have taken the first round.
Yeah, like only 61% to the sound barrier, by the way. That's so much lost off of just that one misplay from Nenwai. Like, if you hold on to that ultimate, you can just kind of back off, disengage, cut your losses, come back. And
all right. I mean, Nightmare Eclipse, they made a hell of a good go of what was an insanely difficult last fight from an ult situation.
The economy was so skewed in Queen's Gambit's favor, they only have to invest 1, maybe 2 ults per each fight. And for every time they invest that, they get another one back. And they just
but it's not enough. Queen's Gambit right back in this. The Mauga curveball. Nightmare Eclipse. We've seen them thrown curveballs before. This happens a lot if you're the favourite team. You quite often have teams try and play funky comps against you, cheese you in some kind of way. Or do throw you unexpected questions to answer. And Nightmare Eclipse have been pretty good at adapting to these across the tournament so far. But not on this occasion. And they find themselves a rare round down. Now a full mirror vote. Kiri, Lucio, Genji, Sojin. Slow and steady. Wall off. Actually separates for pocket there. And Suzu comes out. But Senna under a lot of pressure. A lot of space for Peace right now. But Peace is getting poked out. And they respond well. Good peel for Senna. And now they take over. And Queen's Gambit. The momentum is massive. They're going to win another first fight.
Unsung hero of that fight, by the way, is Velvet, who gets the boop onto Peace. Like, Peace had perfect access onto the back.
And look at this, eh? Queen's Gambit. They're riding this momentum all the way through.
And they can't go in with the dash. Senna comes out with an explosive rail shot there.
Wicked Kitsune Rush again for Scuffed. We've been saying it all day, but Scuffed's Kitsune Rushes, they're always faster. And the same's going to be true here. Peace and Nenwai have been a key factor for Nightmare Eclipse here, and they might have to be a key factor in this one. But they need to worry about this Kitsune Rush from Scuffed because it is charging real fast.
They want that MVP target. Talked about it with basically the entire interview that they had.
Senna has to slide. Oh, Suzu blocked by the wall, actually. Kitsune Rush comes out to increase the pocket, and they manage to pocket Senna through everything. Nightmare Eclipse once again fail to kill Queen's Gambit main woman. And Senna survives, and the pushback They get it again. Missing going into spawn. Can't get the late kill onto either target. Oh, but actually Velvet catches Peace. So, okay, yeah, push back right again. Kitsune rush advantage converted by Queen's Gambit. And Nightmare Eclipse, they cannot connect with this Sojin. Do have Kitsune rush advantage here in Z's hands.
You know, maybe Velvet goes aggressive with the sound barrier, but I think you
Trying to find their way in.
It's better just to wait till
Bit of space.
value out of that ultimate. Winning one fight
Dash in from Missing, has the blade. Suzu is forced by Z's, has to TP away. TP is forced. Beat comes through from Velvet to help it out. Z's dies after that TP in. Missing forced all of their cooldowns, forces them to go in. And they're just in complete control right now, Queen's Gambit.
This map might be over.
Late kills for beat from Nenwai, a two-person beat. It was a desperate situation. Made the decision too late in the end, and it's going to be a wasted beat down the drain from Nenwai. They can get a touch, they can get a recontest. Whispers pop the overclock, but they need a lot. Peace has drawn the blade as well. Half HP already. Senna has been shutting down Dragon Blades all day and shuts down another one here. Overclock is good. Walled off, but Senna will rotate. Full rail in hand. Sojin right in front of her. Can't find the finishing blow. Will slide out aggressively. Hitori's actually found downpour value here. Kitsune rush from Scuff to try and win it, but they are all over him. They're so low. And Nightmare Eclipse. They had to throw every ult back into that one. But they get themselves back on point. And Scuff did try and use that Kitsune rush to clutch. Oh, a lot of ults were thrown into clutch there. And Hitori will return to her favourite place on top of the roofs, looking for the engage. Coming in through left-hand side. Santana's going to take a lot of damage early on, so they will be forced back here. Every wall seems to be going Senna's direction right now, making her life as hard as possible. Now the slash comes in, she slides away, but Peace is there for the finishing blow. This time, they get their target, and Peace will clean up all of these kills. Gets the Mega as well. Forces Santana off the edge. Might get to be a late kill here on Valkyrie as well. TP just in time from Scuffed. Ooh, trying to find the deflect. The Nightmare Eclipse all of a sudden have a strong foothold back in this game. Pardon me. And they have both support ults coming up as well. Velvet nearly has the beat, but one support ult versus two, it's difficult. Need a bit of a disengage in here somewhere, Queen's Gambit. Hitori coming over the roofs again.
I don't think that Queen's Gambit necessarily win this unless Nightmare Eclipse have another massive fumble.
Velvet doesn't quite have beat yet. Very split push coming out here on the retake from Queen's Gambit. They've got a foothold on point, though. They've swapped sides right now. Kitsune rush from Z's. Velvet doesn't quite have the beat yet. Gambit are trying to disengage. They have the beat now. Velvet with a chance to respond. Nenwai can match beats here, though. Beat comes out. Nenwai, this time the beat is good. All 5 players on their team caught in that one. But now Scuffed. Charge up this Kitsune rush through all of it. And it's a Kitsune rush advantage push coming through now. But Overclock from Wisp needs to find the connect. Senna is taken out. They are all over Wisps right now. But Wisps, full pocket, takes down everyone. Lucio coming too. Wisps gets the full pocket. And Nightmare Eclipse will win Beach, tying us up 1-1.
Nissan's gonna go ahead and pop the Dragon Blade, and I don't even know if she's gonna get a touch. Yeah, no, the coconuts fall, and it's in favor of Nightmare Eclipse. And there was a moment where, like, it did kind of feel.
What are you saying, Danny? No hero bans, no. But all right, it's a dogfight.
So when the dive comes out to try and shut down Wisps overclock.
Big moments from both Sojins throughout this.
Wisp slides backwards, is able to live.
Chris Fury, it could be a Chris Fury moment. That was winnable. They lost the clutch though, and once Nightmare Eclipse got hold of that point, they were not giving it up. We're on to downtown now. And this is very much going to be suitable for both hazards again. Expect Genji again after missing TP's her team out.
Because we've seen the good and the bad come out from this composition. If Scuff can play for those orbital rays and build them up quickly, that's a win condition for Queen's Gambit. Otherwise, for Nightmare
Respawn coming out, and Miss is actually going to go Farah in this one, so a different look. Brig Juno as well, so look at Velvet playing the sort of Lucio role here, trying to support the flanks. But it's all about Nightmare Eclipse, their ability to clear these flank angles and find a dive timing. If they play the slow fight, Missing and Senna, they can just take over. And you can see already, look at Hitori's HP. She's been bullied off. Velvet is pushing for the kill. They TP to try and save it, but it's just lined up big damage for Missing. It's only a 1-for-1 trade though, and Peace on the flank getting it done. Still pretty even so far. Missing getting full pocket from downtown from Scuffed, but Scuffed is the next target for Nenwai and Peace, and they will get pulled apart. So much damage onto Hitori there, but they weren't punished. Santana can still trade one, but it's a 1v2 and Santana has not enough HP.
But okay, yeah, you still have Nenwai and Peace, the last one.
They hold on to that one there. When they play in this slower comp with the double sort of pokier, spammier DPS, Queen's Gambit, a lot of weight is put on Peace and Nenwai to find these kills and clear these angles that they're using. And Peace and Nenwai, so adept at that. You can see Peace spotted one target, Missing, trying to force him back. Santana going to be pushing at the same time. Wins his HP trade again on Hitori, but Hitori gets 2 kills. She was so low. You thought Hitori was on the back foot. She's on the front foot. Downpour comes out. It's big from Santana, but can't convert any of the kills. Scuffed and Missing, though, they're in there. They flip the capture in all of this as well. Nenwai can trade one more, but Missing is hunting, looking for this Lucio. Where is Nenwai? A 1v1 against a Pharah. Wait, no, Wisps is with him as well. Missing has to play their life. Missing doesn't just need to play their life, connects for rockets. Pharah online as Peace comes back into this one. Nenwai has the beat. Beat will be used. No ult to respond with from Queen's Gambit. They have to disengage, try and keep a point contested. They have this barrage soon. Missing going to retake this left-hand side flank. Spammed all the way out. Rocket onto Peace as well. Peace is quite low. They've had control of a point this entire time, Queen's Gambit, so they don't need to force anything. They're looking for it now. Deflect has been used. Direct shot from Missing. Peace is punished. Keeping this Genji on the back foot, stopping Nenwai and Peace taking the space and clearing the areas they want to. And now they push forward looking for more kills. Hitori is there, full block. Need to be careful with an ult turn here, and Queen's Gambit happy to go play around that point again. Happy to play the big open sight lines. Force Nightmare to walk into him. It's going to be an overclock to start. Wall onto that one. Wisp is going to keep swinging though. Senna's going to respond with the overclock now. Senna is low though. Ray comes out not in time to save Senna. And now they are still shooting it. Downpour out of it. Ray, Rally, everything. Oh, Rally not invested actually. And Nightmare Eclipse win this big ult fight. Downpour came up, put him in such a difficult situation. And they couldn't get value out of that Ray.
Senna mid-overclock in the orbital Ray to confirm that kill. That one kunai may have just won Nightmare Eclipse this whole map. Because that is
and now, Blade coming back against Rally. Well, should be fine for Queen's Gambit, this one. Just need to save that bash for the Blade, and they've got a great chance to kill it. Missing is on the big old flank here. Forces an early TP out of Z's. Now the Blade comes in. Where's that Rally looking for the bash? Scuffed has given the slip. We need the bash coming out. There we go. Velvet is there. The pocket is good. Scuffed gave her the run around, and Peace couldn't find anything. Trade still coming through, though. It's not quite over yet. Z's has one more TP. Will regroup with Wisps at the back. Now looking for more, but Santana hunting them down, and they will regain control of point here. Nightmare Eclipse. One more attempt at this retake. Nenwai nearly has the beat. Santana has that downpour.
Negate the advantage of Peace's blade. So now they don't have that. They're gonna have a sound barrier from Nenwai, but now if you're Nightmare Eclipse,
all about this beat. Nenwai has had a lot of dodge. We're only in map 1, but there's been a lot of net dodgy beats from Nenwai so far. This one, the most important one yet. Still 20% away. Again, slow fights favor Queen's Gambit here. Misson's been getting a lot of work done in this neutral. Move in from Peace. Santana's going to try and respond. Doesn't find anything. Nenwai 10% away right now. Santana does have this downpour. I don't know if they're saving it to deal with the aggressive push. Peace is in behind them right now. But Senna and Velvet rotating away. Beat is 5% away right now. We are into overtime. Downpour comes out. Wisps hits the shot. Beat will come out in response. Catches everyone. And now they pounce all over this backline. No escape for Velvet. They suckered him in right there. Santana's downpour didn't find enough. And Nightmare Eclipse will give a flip. And now, one more fight for all the marbles. Kitsune rush for Z. Overclock for Senna and nearly a Ray for Scuff. But can they get to that Ray timing?
but it's going to be that orbital ray combo with the overclock on the side of Queen's Gambit that they want to build up.
Hitori's going to have this downpour. Wisp maybe getting the overclock mid-fight as well. But Senna's going to have a bit of an opportunity here. Overclock goes out early. Kitsune Rush used in response right now. Wall comes out. Scuffed nearly has Varevo. All eyes on this Ray. Lucio aggression comes in from Nenwai. Drive-by attempt. Downpour and Ray used in response. Hitori will get deleted, but Wisps catches for Juno as she comes around the corner. And now getting forced out. Wisps will be able to stabilize, but they have control of a point right now. They need a touch, Nightmare Eclipse. They need something. They will get the touch. It's not over yet. Hitori is coming back on ball. Jump in. Suzu forced. No TP. Z's will get taken down. Missing claims too. Hitori can maybe get a touch, but they're so low. They need a miracle right now. Peace is coming back with Blade. Do they have the miracle? No, it's a C9 instead. The play streak is in hand. Queen's Gambit have won the first one. A 13, that's our biggest combo yet. And Queen's Gambit take the first map. Whew. Thank you, Swagasaurus Rex. Thank you for the Prime. 8 months too. Woo! Alright. Right, I need some water because this series is heating up. Nightmare Eclipse, tournament favourites, lose map number 1. But it was close. It was close.
So the whole map opens up, and as it opens up,
alright, be right back. Preds are open for the next map. I'll be back in time, do not worry. Stay tuned.
From that point on would have ever bought them back short of a miracle overclock from Wisps.
You know what the crazy thing about this map was, CB? Is that there's just no way that this will be a sweep of a series. Based on what we saw, it was the mistakes that defined who ended up coming out on top. And when you often have this instead of these huge plays that like we've been seeing from Senna, for example, in the past, then that's kind of where things can start to flip on its head. It's more so who can have the errors, and that time I think Nightmare Eclipse kind of kicking Nenwai a little bit for a couple of those beats that were rather lackluster in those moments. It got so off tempo, and with the way control point goes so as fast as it does, there aren't opportunities to recover. That last fight really could have gone anybody's direction, but because of Scuffed having that ultimate online, the plan was laid out in advance. Again, we're playing some form of 5D chess, thinking 4 fights ahead instead of just the present one.
And I gotta say, like, I kind of feel like Hitori's slacking a little bit. Like, it's her job to be the beast tamer, and like Nenwai's going off. They are not tamed, all right? They are these sound barriers. No, a true beast tamer would not be letting that happen. You gotta pull back on the reins and not let that kind of play go unpunished, you know. And Queen's Gambit, to their credit, are able to capitalize off of it. Both times they still end up losing Beach inevitably, but it nearly falls through Nightmare Eclipse's hands just off the back of that one beefed ultimate. And like, you can't be operating on that razor's edge against a team like Queen's Gambit right now, where they are feeling themselves, they are warmed up, they drop a map to Valentine, they don't care. They bounce back and they just cut a bloody swath. They are cooking and they still have plenty of steam in the engine. It's gonna be Nightmare Eclipse's map pick for map 2, but like, I don't want to say like how can they stop Queen's Gambit, because I know that they absolutely can, but they have to try and shut this momentum down, and that was quite the opening shot.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's also like Queen's Gambit, you've done 8 maps of competitive Overwatch today at a very high pressure level.
What's another 7?
Exactly, what's another 7? But also it's Nightmare Eclipse's first. You kind of got to get back into this rhythm of things. Perhaps you like anxiety getting to you ahead of time as well. Like, there's a lot of factors that you need to consider outside of the game that could have hindered it. Like, either way, this is an extremely close set of maps, and it's really hard to decide, like, where can Nightmare Eclipse find that advantage? Where do they think that they can take Queen's Gambit down the best? Because I don't think the maps necessarily are going to be that much of a decider. It's more so on how these teams are playing with themselves, right? How they're setting up these fights, how they're getting their DPS in positions to succeed, and more importantly, can Hitori step up to meet the bar Santana has set?
And it might be the first time, like, in this tournament where we have a situation where both teams they want to take the Hazard Mirror because they feel that they can win on the Hazard Mirror. Like, they don't care. They're not going to try and pull out any sort of, like, extra cheese composition aside from the back pocket Juno pick from Scuffed. Like, it's been pretty much, you know, standard affairs across the board, just played to the highest degree, played like at the top level that these teams have to offer. And I don't think either of these teams want to deviate from that, especially not Nightmare Eclipse, because like what we've seen from them has just been this Hazard played to its peak. Tori playing Hazard in ways no one else can match. Wisps hitting the shots on the Sojourn that very few others in this tournament can hit. Peace playing a Genji that literally no one else can play. But speaking of that, by the way, I gotta also give props to Missin, because Missin was on point with the Genji and even had some incredible plays. Like, there's this one point on Beach where, like, Z goes to pop the Kitsune Rush, but she can't actually get any value off of it because she has to deal with Missin, who chose that as the opportune moment to strike with the blade, forces out the Suzu, and because the Suzu's gone, is then able to confirm a kill onto Peace, and that just shuts down the whole fight. Now we're going to take things over to Esperanza. That's going to be Nightmare Eclipse's map pick, and I really like this one.
Yeah, this is great because I think it amplifies the Peace factor even more. Missin did a good job of kind of keeping up, but we only got half a map, or really half a round
in time.
of getting
Beautiful.
that full-on Genji warfare going, while you weren't having like the Juno Brig or the Mauga or whatever else was going on.
Esperanza.
You don't really have a choice but to play that full-on dive mirror on this map, and it's really going to set Nightmare Eclipse up well and to amplify some of those individual differences that we've noticed from them in the past.
I do say we do also have to keep up the bird.
All right, Esperanza, what are the predictions saying? Do people believe in the momentum?
And I don't think that's
53% for Queen's Gambit.
Nightmare Eclipse are planning to bring to the table, although I know both Peace and Bun have pretty
Map pick, obviously, for Nightmare Eclipse. Taking us to Esperanza, does this mean a change of comp? Still seeing a lot of Hazard here.
That one, because we've seen her reach for that particular loaded gun a lot more frequently this tournament than Nightmare Eclipse has. So, you know, maybe you try and just, like, you're like, all right, we dare you to pick the Pharah, and we're just going to pick you out of the sky.
Arguing about seasons.
That's one way they could be going about it, or it could also just be, we feel confident on this map. You know, right? It's going to be a Hazard mirror, and we feel like we can diff you on that.
There's not much wiggle room, and the Pharah just sounds like a death sentence on this point. I highly doubt we'll see Missin roll out.
Ooh, Nightmare Eclipse leaping ahead. 64% now. People believe us in the map pick advantage. They were heavy favourites.
Rolled through opponents at the start of these maps.
Oh, Sender's DC'd? Okay. Bit of a delay then. More time to get predictions in. You can push so much RES propaganda off this game. Well, that's what you want, right? As soon as a team eliminates you, you're mad at them for a bit. But then, you want them to win the tournament, because then you can be like, ah, well, we lost to the winners, didn't we? So we probably could have come second.
Without everyone's mind deviating back to NY. Really egregious sound barriers. Like, once I understand, like, I think as support players, like, we've all been there, where we have that ultimate that can save the fight if we pop it at the right moment, but someone just dies in that, like, half a second between you.
Oh, because you're being right at the start? You're right, you're true. Yeah, you're right, you knocked him down. You're the reason we're in the lower bracket, you're right. Claim you're the best, you're just robbed. And propaganda can go hard. Alright. Gates about to open. 70% for Nightmare Eclipse.
It was not great. I don't think it's very characteristic for NY. And
yeah. Renamed from Z-Man to Z's.
It might not happen again.
Who was on Nightmare for most of last season? I think most of last season.
It's a mandatory main support beatdown session pause. Everybody has now turned their attention to their respective main support. And they're going to punish them for all of this.
I mean, the cope is sound, Sabo. The cope is sound. It was all God's fault. Looks like another slight delay.
I feel the need to say that for legal reasons, she is joking. We will not be throwing stones at our main support players. We love and respect them because the role that they play is either Lucio or Brig Jail, depending on the day. And actually, you've got a little bit of flexibility if you're Vel.
So yeah, Esperanza, I don't feel like this was a delay. Oh, okay, I see.
There are some main support players that I have seen flexing over. Like, they do have
So this was the center DC we're experiencing.
I don't know if it's just like fulfilling, but we have actually seen, like, or not we, I've seen Regime playing like a pretty solid Kiriko, but yeah, I don't think you want to deviate from the
More time to predict then if anyone wants to put their money. Map just started live then, so I don't know what the exact production delay or like delay between live and this is, but probably like a minute and a bit. But we're getting close. Last chance to Pred.
You and I are talking about how, like, you're up against a Pharah comp. Why are you playing Brig? She's hitting whip shots to shut down Pharah. She's able to live through situations she otherwise shouldn't be able to.
It's like 2 minutes? Okay. Not too long at all then. Not too long at all.
Perfect moments. It's one of those things, right, where like modern day Brigitte, you don't see a whole lot of like,
we need a soothsayer. Need to look into your crystal ball to find it out.
Velvet somehow finds
Imagine we're going to see more of the same comps, really. More of a Hazard. I think one thing that certainly felt true in that first map, that hasn't felt true at any other point in this tournament, is all of a sudden, Nightmare Eclipse's dives, the value from Hitori, the value from Peace, felt neutralized. Senna was afforded time and space, and if you afford Senna time and space, you can be sure she's going to make use of it.
Overall skill as a main support. Like, think about the growth that she had from when we first saw her in Calling All Heroes too.
Yeah, like she's one of those players that like.
So that's what we need to look at. In all the previous series, it felt like Peace and NY were really able to take over. We're too hot to handle for most teams.
Like through the grapevines that like pay attention to Velvet. Like she might be the next big main support coming up in Calling All Heroes. Like she's gonna be on the rise. Invest in Velvet Stonks now. And I was like, all right, ground floor, I'll get in on this. And it's paying dividends. Like I'm rolling in it now.
All right, here we go then.
Well,
Delay over. We're about to kick it off.
And it's Esperanza.
Woohoo! It's so fun. This map is actually, I actually do like this map a lot for push, mainly because it doesn't feel as one-sided as some of the other maps. But I think now that teams know how to properly play around that high ground near the checkpoint, that can feel like an uphill battle and a half sometimes.
What if we were two lobsters on a plate? What then?
I call the Red Lobster.
That's copyrighted. You can't call the Red Lobster. I actually might not be there. I think they might be out of business. I don't know. Someone let me know if Red Lobster is still in business. Because I feel like they've been gone for a while now. I don't know. It might just be gaslighting.
All right.
There's a lot of like dying businesses.
Looks like, I guess the biggest question is maybe what Queen's Gambit roll out support-wise. Velvet started on the Brig, played it basically all day. It will be Brig Juno they're leaning into, so the general consensus really going into this tournament since the introduction of Hazard has been that the Brig is too vulnerable, and this is why Kiri Lucio has been the swap for a lot of teams, but we'll see if that translates into reality here. Obviously, you have to put that attention on Peace, on Hitori, on NY. Can they find the dives? Can they find the connect? It's an early dash in from Missin as the Genji's just jockey for space on this left-hand side. Scuff's going to be swinging that way a little bit, maybe looking to interfere with this flank fight, help win it for their team. Speedring in front now. Torpedoes coming out, sent into the back line, but they don't find all that much. Obviously, the Juno's speedring can really extend the range that Santana can engage from, but still too far away as Wisp at the back of the point here. Full rail in hand. Goes for a bit of a jump shot, doesn't find anything. Eyes on that Juno, but can't find it. Dash comes in. Scuffed will fall. Both Genjis find value with their dives. Now they'll turn their attention back, and it's a full-out brawl. Velvet manages to bash away to safety, and they do stabilize. Disruptor shot comes in, and Santana's actually found Peace. And look at that whip shot. Sends Hitori flying backwards. Senna's stuck behind the wall, but Santana has probably done the job. Hitori can't find the connect. Whip shot from Velvet was massive in all of that, and it will help send Queen's Gambit to a first fight. One trade comes in, but Senna's still getting pocketed. NY looking for more, but too much support for Senna. And there we go. Big whip shot, really saves her. And you can also see Velvet's actually charging his support ult quicker than any of the other supports as we come to this big ult trade. And when we get to the ult side of things, the Ray can really beat the Kitsune Rush, push the ult trade in the favor of Queen's Gambit. Now coming back through, wall to clear Santana off high ground. Peace is going to dive in as well. Looking for more. NY teaming up with Peace, as we so often see. It has to TP and Suzu to save, but this wall has put Z's in a lot of trouble. Santana will be cleared by the rest of Nightmare Eclipse, so they take a step back. Kitsune Rush has come out. No raid just yet. Velvet has the rally. Will use that rally to try and turn it. Now they have to try and take a step back. Nightmare Eclipse, Downpour to turn it. Ray in response. The Downpour catches a few of them, but the Ray keeps them all healthy. Now Blade coming up for both teams right now, but they might not even need it. Beat comes through from NY, not in time for Wisp. Both Blades will be pulled. Or actually, no, just Pieces all over him. Can he find the kill? Can find the kill. Santana will clean up. Velvet still swinging though. That rally works out. And they clean it up. Didn't even need to use the blade. Just Hitori left. Whip shot is good again, causing all sorts of problems for Hitori. Whips have been on point from Velvet.
One team pops ults and then the other kites and then they try and snap back. But because it's Queen's Gambit that actually kick off that whole chain reaction, they get to set the tempo throughout the entirety of it. So it doesn't even matter how big...
And now Missin just has a clear blade advantage. Wisp a little bit slow. And Peace is going to get caught early by Santana. And that'll just be cap off that, I think. No chance to contest. And Queen's Gambit remain on the front foot. A long drawn out first fight. but an easy pick gives them checkpoint. And now they have this Blade to keep going. We are in a situation where it's Blade versus Overclock foe, so a chance for Wisp to shut this one down. So all about how Missing can close the distance before pulling this Blade. They catch Peace and clear Peace again. Now an early Blade from Missing, trying to bait it out. Wall comes out as well. Really early from Missing. Just wanted to show everyone her sword. She shows everyone her sword and they take a back step, but now Nightmare, they can push forward again and they catch Senna on that one. They're just going to die, and after a really good start, Queen's Gambit, they win that really tricky first fight. They kind of just thrown that one away, and Wisp didn't even need to respond with the overclock.
But they do get forward spawns, and like, you know, Nightmare Eclipse have to stay on the bot, make sure that they can break these forward spawns, maybe try and split some
Overclock coming back for Senna as well. A battle of two overclocks here, but Kitsune Rush from Z's as well. We've seen Queen's Gambit quite a lot of the time use these overclocks very early from Senna. Then they bait out a support ult, and then they disengage. Well, Senna's going for a bit of a flank with this one, actually. Early overclock comes out, looking for some value. Catches Peace, actually. The Kitsune Rush is out from Z's, but it's going forward. Wisp will be forced to deep peek, still has that overclock. They lost Santana in that engage, though. So tank advantage for Nightmare Eclipse means they should be able to go clean up these remaining players. Bit of a steal on the robot here. Nightmare Eclipse just have to deal with all the threats. They want to kill the Genji first. Looking for Missing behind. Overclock is out, but finds nothing from Wisp. And Queen's Gambit, they've gotten out. Oh, they've not all gotten out, though. Senna is caught. They're going to have to concede some space. Oh, Scuffed is not getting out of this one either. It's going to be a die on point angle, maybe. Velvet's going to try and run. Won't escape, though. And the tank advantage is just so strong. Double support ult coming back now for Queen's Gambit. Only Beat to respond with here. So they should have the ability to win this. Velvet can use the rally to shut down the Beat. Ray can just be used by Scuffed at a time when they think they can take the fight. Obviously, Downpour's quite good against the Ray. One thing you have to factor in is that with the Downpour, it can catch everyone in the Ray. Beat comes out. Rally no use from Velvet. Peace still hasn't pulled the Blade, though, so a chance for a later Blade from Peace after these support ults run out. Downpour comes through. Shields up. Will block that from Velvet, but now Peace for potential final blow. Santana kills two first, though. Is Peace even going to go for it? Peace has found one. A chance to clutch if Peace sees it, but no, they're just going to accept their fate. And no support ults. Looks a little bit too early. Looks like Nightmare Eclipse had disengaged it successfully, but no. Santana finds for 2 kills. They can't fully disengage it. And Queen's Gambit get themselves back on the front foot. They can probably get a payload around the corner here as well. Hitori's going to try and stop it. Okay, no, they can't get the stop. Peace has Blade. Missing has Blade. 2 Blades. Kitsune Rush closer for Z's. Queen's Gambit now with a distance advantage. Don't need to force anything here. Whip shot used by Peace. Or used on Peace, rather. Trying to get a way in to use this Blade, but struggling to find their opening Nightmare Eclipse. But they have that Kitsune Rush soon, so they could just be waiting for that. Genji battle on point, and Peace has used Deflect, so hard to use that Blade right now. Looks like Z's trying to make their way forward, find a timing for this Kitsune Rush. Wall comes out. Trying to find opportunity to punish. The jump in comes, and Santana's going to use that wall to try and help their disengage. They do try and get away from it right now. Blade still in hand, and the disengage is good from Queen's Gambit. Well played by Santana. Leaps in to bait it, but uses the wall to help them get out. Now the Blade comes through, Missing. All eyes on Peace. Wants to kill the Genji. Wants to stop Peace pulling a Blade of their own. Now slash and damage onto Wisp, and they follow up the kills. Peace is trying to clutch, but can't find anything. Shut down by Velvet. They do eventually get betrayed. Hitori doubling in as well, but it's awfully low. Nedwise found 2 kills in all of this, actually, but a double kill on the wall.
Santana is built different. Santana 2 with the jagged.
And Queen's Gambit win another important fight. They've only got a 20-meter lead, but there is a checkpoint in the middle of that lead as well, so it's a little bit bigger than it appears at first. Have to wait for spawns here, Queen's Gambit, so they'll just stop on the corner. Nightmare Eclipse don't quite have any ults yet, so they'll have to slow it down for a second until they get this power spike of 3 ults coming up. Scuffed has the Ray, though. So powerful. They have to be careful with the Ray, because when you use the Ray into the downpour, if you group up in the Ray too much, you maybe set up a big downpour. for Hitori. It's going to be an overclock from Senna early on. Whisper's trying to flank in. Peace is going to get forced out, but Senna is on the chase, but they're all here. There's 3 of them here. Careful, Senna. Deflect from Missing, protecting her girl. But Nightmare Eclipse, they managed to get everyone out of that. Ray repush coming in, and they just want to kill Hitori. Beat is late, doesn't save them. Whisper's on the high ground, though. Downpour comes out. It's caught and NY in it. Aren't there any follow-up kills, though? They all somehow survive for Downpour on the high ground. And Wisps cleans this one up. The flank overclock from Wisps gets them out of that situation. Hitori was obliterated from the Ray, but the flank from Wisps did everything. And now, as we go into the final minute and 20 seconds, Hitori has the Downpour, Velvet has the Rally, Z's nearly with that Kitsune Rush. Peace up above, looking for an assassination. They're going to try and come through this choke. Rally is used from Velvet. Big trouble, though. Shut down from Hitori. Oh, disaster. Rally comes through. Hitori gets the punish. One trade from Senna, but Hitori is cleaning everything up. And now they are going to get checkpoint. And as we enter the final minute, a chance to overturn for Nightmare Eclipse. They have Kitsune Rush, they have Downpour, they have Blade. Queen's Gambit, they don't quite have anything. Can they disengage? They don't really have time to get 2 fights out of this. A really tricky station for Queen's Gambit. And as we enter this potential last fight, it's so hard for Queen's Gambit. Kitsune Rush can be used to force this objective. Blade coming through first from Peace. They need a miracle, but no. Peace, too good with it. Nenway and Peace find the value. Peace chooses discipline. Goes back and clears it. Wants to secure the lead. Santana actually manages to find a trade in all of this. It's a good trade, but the Downpour comes out. We're into the final 10 seconds. They have to start thinking about touches, and they're getting all these late kills. Scuffed is in so much trouble. Wall to deny the health pack from Hitori. Scuffed will fall. They've taken the lead. They've got meters on it. Missin has Blade on the point, but is low, and Hitori is just cleaning up all these scattered players. A desperate Blade from Missin is shut down, and Nightmare Eclipse. They complete the comeback here. Santana gets one, but Hitori just finding one-on-ones left, right, and center, and she's winning all of them. Nightmare Eclipse take Esperanza.
That was really close, actually. Like, I was kind of worried about over-investments based off of that Downpour that comes out from Hitori. But they convert that into kills and then more stagger kills after that, and they're able to get the win that way, which is
what a comeback.
Genius. You know, I got outsmarted by that one because I was about to be like, Hitori, no, you are trolling, baby girl. But no, she makes it stick. Like, that's the play that Nightmare Eclipse needed. Had they
this rally was really the start of a disaster.
Support to back her up. There's a chance that Nightmare Eclipse,
that was the start, and then it all sort of comes unstuck from there. They just have so little ults in that final fight. It's so tricky, but they don't even get a proper recontest to potentially run it back.
You know what's we're really starting to figure out is these ultimates are the ones that are deciding it, but not even when exactly they're used, but when you have them up next and kind of that pacing of it.
Big clutch plays. Have to say as well, big turning point was, you know, that fight where Scuffed had Ray starting on the enemy high ground. They were pushing forward. They obliterated Hitori, but Wisp comes through with a flank overclock. Massive turning point in this map as well. And then Hitori just turns it on in the last period of this. As it gets chaotic, as it gets messy, it just becomes a bit of a deathmatch, one-on-ones everywhere, and Hitori is just cleaning everyone up. No chance to get a proper recontest and to use the ults they finally got to. And it's 1-1 in this grand final. 2 seconds.
Both Missin and Peace have really strong Dragon Blades, but they're kind of in the middle of fights in ways that they don't really decide the flow of the fight.
Trying to block some of the sound, so so I don't wake up the whole house.
Interesting. So if we're seeing this kind of
how many new ODCS teams are announced? Just the Ultimates and Twisted Minds right now.
Kind of going forwards, and I don't know if you play the Juno here necessarily, but
oh, thank you, Rage Q.
Emphasis on the high ground and the
Thank you very much for the 7 months.
I think we can
And SRP check. Yes, and yeah. You'll never let me forget SRP check, but also SRP check. If they make it, they got to qualify first. It's gonna be EMEA is gonna be hotly contested. I think. Wow, the very top teams in North America and EMEA, I think, are gonna be, you know, pretty even. I think EMEA has more depth in this time around.
Against Nightmare Eclipse.
Forget Sojourn timings. I want to see Wisp versus Senna in a Widow head.
That would be sick. I would love that, but I'm not getting my hopes up.
I think both of them are going to open.
No, I think this we're not flying. This isn't a live fly around from the map. This is like a pre-recorded fly around, so it was recorded on the old Dorado.
We'll have to see. Whichever team's on the defense first, if they come out with a Widow, that might set the tone for the entire
EMEA on top. I mean, these rosters look good, no? I mean, for what it's worth, I think there's Twisted Minds and Ultimates rosters. These are probably the two best rosters we're going to see come out of EMEA. But they look good, don't they?
That like game-winning fight, those game-winning shots on the Widow on New Queen Street for Valentine back in Major 1, like that's something I want to see. Give me that, please.
Oh yeah, predictions are open for this map. This is obviously the choice of Queen's Gambit this time.
We're just in a world that Hazard kind of just.
Am I right in thinking this is best of 7 as well?
Unfortunately, and with how Hittori has been playing Skate 360 on these walls or something, I don't think that would be the smartest decision from.
Pick Twilight will be good after being retired for a year. I don't know. It's a huge question. I think most of the time, people who take these big breaks don't come back and hit their same level. But I mean, if Twilight's so good at Ana and Faith is so good at Brig, I think that type of like Ana Brig, they're by far the best backline in EMEA. But mate, other comps it'll be a lot closer, I think.
Very limited success, but it's another one of those situations where it's a payload map. You can leverage high grounds, get some big nades.
Yeah, said first to 4. All right, beautiful. Hope it goes all the way then.
You see Scuff go for that, and maybe Nenwai or Z's are like.
Maybe Sabotabi. Maybe they can get a map now.
It's like throwing a nade into a transcendence, right? Like you think you are God, but you are not. All right, you are quite mortal.
Yeah, it's definitely an option for counterplay, and it's quite literally in Z's name. But no, I don't think anyone's getting that particularly adventurous.
Kiri, Brig, Widow for Senna. So I guess this is this seems like the main theory behind going to this map then. A chance to get Senna on Widow. We'll see if Wisp is happy to match. Go toe-to-toe with Senna. We saw Senna take over on Widow yesterday, but that was admittedly against a team that was running a lot of Mauga on Dorado, which is got to be in the controversial category.
Playing with Ms. Liz's heart right now, going back and forth between the Shimada brothers. Good, evil.
Who do you say looks stronger? TM? I think the Ultimates. I think it's really close though. I think Psycho and Quartz can really do a lot in this.
Actually, mirroring the Tracer. Okay, so Peace versus Missin is going to be another weird head-to-head that we're going to have to try and keep track of, but this is the one we want to see. Senna and Wisp. Senna with the first grapple. Where does Wisp decide to place theirs?
All right. Precision engineering coming out from Santana to wall in there. Wisps will survive though. Cops are Suzu and a lot of peel, but they have the space. Worth noting we're on Tracer for both of this as well. Grapple is a miss from Senna. Missed opportunity there. Then Z's catches Missin early. Another missed opportunity for Senna. Can't land anything right now. Oh, and it's Wisp who gets the better of it. Senna so often the star for Queen's Gambit. But nothing going for her on this first point. And Nightmare Eclipse, 2 picks, plowing forward. Late stagger kills is going to ruin this recontest, and they're going to get all the kills. Wisp is already top right, and this is going to be a snowball. They're looking for even more. And this recontest is going to be scuffed as all heck, if they can even get it. Might just be a close hold. Missin's fair. Missin can touch for a bit if they want to go for it, but look at Wisp taking this early position, and they call it off Queen's Gambit. They'll just take second. And not the start Queen's Gambit would have hoped for on their map pick. And oh, a free flank for Wisps! And just step ahead. A step ahead right now. My prediction? I think it'll just be Nightmare Eclipse. I think Queen's Gambit will make a good go of it. But Nightmare Eclipse, they've got that kind of championship quality, you know? And a lot of free push off the back of these picks. No one's on point right now, so Z's will drop and get that one going. Wisp will be forced off the high ground. Senna now back from the respawn queue. Downpour's going to come out. Suzu blocks all of it. Missen's going to get caught by Nenwai. Wisps flanking again. Body shot onto Senna. Senna's still not looking. And they're just getting pulled apart here. Trying to keep a point contested. Peace will finish off a Widow. And right now, the Widow battle. Nightmare just ahead on it. Not only is Wisps hitting more shots, but Nightmare Eclipse are getting Peace more involved to disrupt it. And now Nenwai will keep this one rolling forward, and this next fight will be for the checkpoint. Wisps with the early walls too. Looking to try and catch someone early. Oh! Scary peek out from Velvet. Shields up just in time. Wall to deny this Widow angle a bit. Rallied out now from Velvet. Booped off the high ground though. Can't catch any meaningful targets here. Getting hunted down by this Tracer. TP back to help him out of it. Nenwai beats in front of everyone. It only catches 2 though. Not the greatest beat from Nenwai, but Kitsune Rush over the top is still doing a lot of work. Hitori gets for Suzu. Will be able to trade Velvet awfully low. They trade it though. Santana has taken care of a Widow during all of this as well. And now, with that hazard advantage, Queen's Gambit will get their stabilization. But Peace and Nenwai not quite done yet. They've been relatively quiet in this game so far, but they have come online on this Dorado. They are stuck behind enemy lines though. And clean for it, Santana jumps into the Lucio. Peace is still dancing around. I think just staggering themselves. And they pulse bomb. Grow the fuck up, Peace. You have to be joking. Have to be joking. Incredibly staggered into wasted pulse bomb. Oh, Tracer players.
Good amount of time for Nightmare Eclipse, but that's a lot expended into what ended up being a losing fight. And Queen's Gambit, like, they're not really in the realm of any big impact.
And now they've got a foothold. They've got a stabilization here. Wall onto Wisps again, just trying to disrupt those angles. Missing was flanking it as well. Trying to get pressure onto this Widow. Hitori nudging the cart forward during all of this. Santana going to ignore him and push the backline. Suzu forced out, and Hitori's actually caught missing on the point here. Snap payload, they have to respond to this. Velvet's dropped to contain it, but Wisps has an angle here. Scuffed is going to fall, and the payload pressure has just pulled Queen's Gambit out of position. Santana chose to go aggressive instead of coming back just to mirror payload, and ultimately, that costs him. Santana doesn't find any kills in that initial dive, and then they are just stuck, pulled out of position. Missin has to go contest point. Hitori lands that kill. And Nightmare Eclipse keep this one rolling.
You were expecting the damage to like force Hitori to have to try and peel back to the supports that Santana had in the palm of their hands that entire time. Let's be real.
Now Kitsune rushes up for both. Downpours as well. Widow going to get trickier on this third point now. A lot easier for Santana and Missin to close the distance on this one. Nenwai and Peace trying to get in through this flank right now, but Missin has eyes on the low ground, and the rest of Queen's Gambit have eyes on the high ground. Meanwhile, Santana is now keeping that point contested. Peace has made their way up. Will force him out. Oh, Missin! Wild pulse bomb doesn't find anything. Kitsune Rush push has come in during all of this as well, but they're trying to disengage it. Downpour catches him, but Nenwai does get the beat off. Will just about survive, and Wisps has found 2 as they tried that push in. They rallied for it as well, and it is falling apart for Queen's Gambit. Santana with 1 trade. The more trades they can get, the better. Wants to line up this slash, but the TP away. Z's with the dodge. They had to Kitsune Rush in it, but it was more than worth it for Nightmare Eclipse. And now the pulse bomb from Peace. Suzu'd though. On the back foot here, Queen's Gambit have the overclock to repush with. Wisps has walled from spawn. Might just be a disengage on this overclock. And they're going to try and kill the Sojourn. Hitori's going for it. Wall onto it as well. Full pocket onto Senavo. Just burns through all of Hitori's HB pool. Taking the duel with the Widow. Missin will finish that one for her. And Queen's Gambit, they stabilize. Oh, good night, Panda. Oh wait, it's Sova, sorry. Not good night, Panda. Good night, Sova. And yes, Chris, doing the Swiss. Now, final minute and a half.
An OT scenario where that kind of power play is available. Right now, though, like
Nenwai taking the flank angle here, harassing, distracting. Santana will respond to that one. Peace obviously can't really get up that high ground, so can't threaten it in the same way. Wall off onto Hitori to try and clear her out. Santana does that. No ults yet for Nightmare Eclipse. Peace is in though, and Peace is going to get punished for this. And they'll have to reset here, Nightmare Eclipse. Don't have any ults to work with, but they will for this next fight. Need to be careful not to get staggered out too much. Santana is low, actually. Santana's going to get caught. Potential disaster here for Queen's Gambit. Nightmare Eclipse, they can press their foot on the gas. They can look for more. Drop in from Misson. Oh, I'm going to regret this. The wall is not right, though, from Hitori. Doesn't quite cut off the exit. Beat push to keep going. They need kills right now. Kitsune Rush response from Scuffed. Downpour on top of that. Doesn't find anything. Roots them. They have to get the touch. Only 2.3 meters. They're running out. Spellvit doesn't quite have the rally. 98%. Misson finds nothing with the blade. And Nightmare Eclipse will get it over the line. Oh, disaster from Santana. The overextend on the chase. The punish from Nightmare Eclipse. And that opens it up for him.
You still gave them the cap with nearly 30 seconds. And in payload, like, especially Dorado, like, that's going to be an eternity. And the fact that you gave up the cap at all is going to come back to bite you if you don't have a perfect attack. Like, and it all comes down to Santana getting caught out in that little lower corridor with only the mini health pack to try and keep them alive. That's just not good enough. You lose LOS of your supports. You can't keep that hazard alive. Once that hazard falls, you don't.
Of course, Chris is back in the Swiss. He couldn't resist, could he? Couldn't resist.
Way, but if you give too much ground, the cart will get the full cap. So you're kind of stuck.
You redeem timeout. Heclut? Who do you want to time out, though? Oh, wait. You retime deflect? Who are you deflecting?
If you're Queen's Gambit, like, you never get an opportunity to build up to Velvet's Rally. You never get an opportunity for Santana to pop.
Can we get a refund going for Heclut? There's nothing to deflect.
You're playing at a disadvantage just off the back of that one stagger.
Cheers, Chrissy.
That you cannot allow to happen at this stage of the game.
No, that's been the series.
Yeah, I don't actually know how to do it. Juby always did it.
3 headshots. That's pretty cool.
In this economy, yeah. It popped up. Yeah, the deflex is there's one timeout you can reward where you time where one channel point reward where you can time somebody out for 10 minutes, but there's a deflect where you can deflect the timeout back to the person who sent it to you. So that's what the deflect's for. So unfortunately, wasted your money, but I think we can refund it. All right. Anyway, onto this defense.
She's showing respect to Wisp, knowing that, like, they both have the beat on each other, so she ends up just kind of, like, hitting that shot into the door.
You guys are toxic. I'll let the mods deal with this. Senna trying to take this angle. Just trying to clear it. And, oh, Hitori spots the opportunity. Grapple into the air. Pocket is there for Senna. Oh, but Wisp's killed Velvet during all of this. Where is Wisps going? Flanking back to main. Hitori's getting kills. They're still trying to chase and trade this out here. It's a messy situation for Nightmare Eclipse to manage. Wisps will fall to that trade. Santana is in the backline. Looking for more. Santana gets 2. Santana might just take it all. Peace is able to get a trade here, but Santana is not done yet. Deflect coming out. Suzu helps Peace and does have full pockets. Santana needs help. Velvet is with him. And they do manage to stabilize here, but Nightmare Eclipse, I think they got enough trades. Grapple from Senna. Doesn't find anything with that one. Doesn't hit that one either.
That's so smart out of Wisp. I love that play. Nightmare Eclipse, they just denied Queen's Gambit the fight altogether. Yeah, they have to feel bad.
Downpour advantage here.
Now that Wisp is back on the Widow, they're gonna have sights over the entirety of the
Downpour comes out. I think it catches. Oh no, doesn't catch him. And now Santana gets punished for that one as well. The rest of their team will fall right behind it. They'll get all these cleanup kills, and Queen's Gambit struggling on the offense here. Struggling on the offense.
And Senna has to respect it, and the rest of Queen's Gambit
and that was only... Well, that was the downpour invested from Santana. Nothing on the side of Nightmare Eclipse. So the ult economy is looking good. Santana down to half HP already. Will be forced to reset back in spawn. Senna's moved over onto the Sojourn. Has been a remarkably quiet Widow game from Senna. Struggling to have the impact she normally can.
Right now at this stage with only about a minute and a half.
Kitsune Rush available from Queen's Gambit, but it's all they've really got going for him at the moment. And they're running out of time, a minute and a half. Need to get to their ult power spike. Are they just going to play super slow for the ult, so they're going to try and get 2 fights out of it? And that's the decision. Misson has made a bit of space already. Dashes. Peace gets the Mega Vote. TP forwards. Kitsune Rush as well, but there's the beat blade over the top. The response is strong. It's shut down by Peace. And that was 3 ults invested for Nightmare Eclipse, so they do win the fight. But they had to use both support ults and the blade to seal it. And now, this is exactly what Queen's Gambit needed. They've got the opening. They've got the ult situation. Blade and Rally. This should be the finisher. Downpour, very tricky to use. Velvet can just shield herself. And this has to be the one Queen's Gambit convert. They've got more problems after this. Early downpour from Hitori. Deflect comes out. Don't find anything with that aggression. And now Queen's Gambit, they can walk to point. Missing already touching. They're all behind, actually. Wisps is for one turn to take a shot at Cart. Shooting the feet of Misson. Toes out, and Misson will regroup with team. Wisps now onto the high ground. Could do with a pick out of this, because Queen's Gambit, they're pushing up on point, and they have this rally ready to go. Coming through, Blade over the top. Misson's gone deep and found nothing with it, though. Velvet is still rallying on point. They're trying to push through. Nothing going, and Wisps now has the high ground. They have to be careful. There's the response. Misson takes Wisps out of it. Downpour from Santana should finish it. It will do it. They will cap with a couple of seconds to spare. So they give themselves a chance, Queen's Gambit. Remember, Nightmare Eclipse, they finish the map. They finish the map. They're going to try and hold forward a little bit here. Senna getting very close to this overclock. Kitsune Rush as well to follow up. Z's will have one to match. But the overclock could be the turning point. Got to keep eyes on Peace if they can get to that Blade partway through. Oh, Dash comes in. Velvet's just caught before the fight starts. And they don't seem to get anything out of their forward position there. Queen's Gambit just folding on this one. And that'll be way too easy for Nightmare Eclipse just to come back in, clean it up. Looking for late kills as well. They'll get a couple of them. Maybe even a few more, actually. Peace still in there. Santana trying to find one of these overextensions. Anyway, sorry, I'm distracted by chat. Blade comes out from Peace, coming in. Suzu is used. Senna will get overwhelmed by this one. Running into Velvet, finishes that one too. And another quick reset. Santana with a trade. Missing with a second trade, actually. So they're turning this into a scrap. This will make the next retake harder. But Santana might die, might be the last to die here. Don't know if they can get out. Full pocket is coming through. Every pack has been thrown Santana's way. And they have a chance. 1 minute left on the clock. And Queen's Gambit, they've got nothing going on this second point so far. As Hitori is going to start on the high ground. Walled off! Forces Hitori to come out of that one. Kitsune rush response from Z's, but Scuff still has this one. They can turn with it. Downpour to keep pushing right now. Shields up, but Senna is still caught in that one. They're trying to go on it. Scuff responds, but they've already lost two. Velvet swinging as the beat comes in over the top from No Eye. There's the rally. Downpour turn. It's a massive investment. It'll get them all the kills, surely. Peace trying to run back. Just by time. They do clean everything up, but it costs a lot for Queen's Gambit in that scenario. DPS ult still in hand though. And Nightmare Eclipse, they don't have anything, but remember, we're going to move into overtime, and the spawns favour defenders here, so any trade will be massive. They have to respect the Widow. They're trying to shield this overclock in. Senna playing for it, catches Nenwai actually. Now trying to peek for Widow, force for Widow back. Eyes locked on where that Widow is. Senna's taken a forward position. And Nightmare Eclipse, they're trying to reset. They're trying to get another fight. They can't catch this Widow. They can't catch anything else. But Smithson still has the Blade. They are not out of this one yet. Queen's Gambit, body shot only from Wisps. Where is Misson? Here comes the Blade. It's on point. Can they find anything? Looking for the Lucio. Looking for it. Can't quite get the kill. Gets the health back as well. Nenwai, a blank from Misson at this crucial juncture. Now Wisps to space, top left. Sender's going to get caught out. Can they challenge Wisps? They can. But Wisps is just going to grapple forward. Gets a kill anyway. Peel is good. And Nightmare Eclipse hold on. No value with the Blade. That was the key. Just a Blade on point, trying to cut through the hazard maybe. Would have liked to see something a bit more adventurous, still find these key targets. You can take the advantage that because they have to keep point contested, Hitori is locked to point, she can't really leave. A chance to send your Genji, find some kind of flank engage or something like that. So obviously they don't have the Lucio to speed the Genji in, so it's a bit harder to get this Blade execution. And obviously they don't have the Juno on this occasion, so they don't have the speed ring either. But commit to that Blade, pocket that Blade, give Misson something more adventurous. to go with. Get some key kills, then come back to the point afterwards. Missed opportunity there. And Nightmare Eclipse take the lead in the series.
Coming out of the spawn, you know, maybe try and get the free kill onto Wisp so that Senna doesn't have to worry about anything. She can kind of like just control all the space on her own. Right now, like, I mean, in the hit scan head-to-head, it's the same story we've seen in Calling All Heroes. It's Wisps getting the better of Senna overall, and not a whole lot being done about it.
And you know that irks Senna. Like, for so long, she's fought to get that trophy, to get kind of on top of the crowd, and before, but look at this performance.
You guys are addicted to the combos now.
Stronger hit scan, just in terms of the
addicted to the combos.
How Peace is playing around some of these rail shots.
Did we ever get a J emote? Looking at my mods on this one. Any J emotes on the go?
Wisp really wasn't forced to switch off the Widow much on this map, where Senna had to give up on it pretty early on too.
Not play J.
And I also do kind of want to highlight Santana, because we're seeing a lot of Santana highlights going on in this replay here. Like, Santana and Notorious...
Bark your throw in? It's alright, Panda. We'll forgive you on this one occasion.
I have seen from just about anyone. It's crazy the value that these two players are getting out of this hero. But for Santana...
No, not play, I said. Come on.
Notorious relatively consistent. Like, there's a couple times where she's caught out and she's feeding. With Santana, it's like... Either you're getting the
Turlins even put it in suggestions. Why will nobody listen to Turlins?
Instances where they were trying to make that happen and getting punished for it, that I think really bit Queen's Gambit.
Did you react to it?
Like, towards the tail end of that, like,
I don't know, Turlins.
Around the fountain where
you were promised marbles? Who promised you marbles? Come on. You're just making up. You're telling porkies here.
Point C on their defense, where Santana goes in really deep, gets caught out in a corridor, walled off, and
you? That doesn't sound like me. Oh, that does remind me, actually. I get reminded every stream and never make any plans to do anything with it. But I actually have a bunch of codes to give away at some point.
Eclipse aren't built like the other two opponents that they've faced earlier on in our bracket, and they're gonna have to bring even more moving ahead in this best of 7. We're only 3 maps in, CB. We got so much more game left to come. We're gonna send it to a short break.
So I guess we do have to play marbles at some point. Should we do it for the what should we do it for? I think it'll be too chaotic to do it in Swiss. Should we do it on the first day of OWCS? You don't support my code giveaway methods? you're on the Flare. What was her name? Sorry, was it Flare Toga? The Flare Toga bandwagon. What type of codes? Wait, let me open it off stream so I don't leak all the codes. Thinking. Where are all the codes for your hard work? Where's our J emote? Where is it? Oh, here we go, codes. Let's see, what do I have then? So I have some Season 13 starter packs. Is Season 13 still going? Some Season 13 starter packs, some Season 13 Ultimate Battle Passes. Some Black Cat bundle. Is it actually gone? What happens to them? They sent them to me like... So, do you know when I got sent these codes? I got sent these codes after Stockholm. But what was I meant to do with them then? Yeah, so I've got Black Cat bundle, Reinhardt mythic weapon, some Overwatch coins, 1k Overwatch coins, some Masked Mischief bundle, Lifeguard bundle, WoW collab bundle, and an Ana mythic weapon. All of those other ones should work, right? Just the Battle Pass ones are scuffed, right? Yeah. You got the Rhine mythic skin. I got Ana mythic skin. Yeah, I've got 4 codes for the Rhine mythic weapon and 3 codes for the Ana one. Give you the WoW bundle. There's 3 WoW bundle codes. Can we roll for sandwiches instead of codes? What if we played... Right. How's this for a crossover? We play marbles to make a sandwich. Now we're thinking. And all the balls are different ingredients. I don't know how it would work because I need to be in my kitchen with all the food, but also I need to be up here for the marbles. I don't know how I would get the marbles to be the names of the food as well. My marble is mayo. Because the problem is I need all the ingredients. I could make a sandwich behind my desk. The problem is I need all the food, right? I need all the food. Because most of the time, I don't have 1 billion different sandwich ingredients like our good friend at Roll for Sandwich. You have an idea, Trash Panda? You want a supermarket? No. I'm often mistaken for a supermarket, but I am not a supermarket. What's this bargaining? Don't need to test for codes. Make whoever wins marbles select an ingredient from the list. But I feel like you lot would just sabotage me. No? I feel like if I put any dodgy or any roughage ingredients on there, you guys would just sabotage my sandwich. If you got to choose.
Certainly delivered here on the Calling All Heroes Championship Sunday. 2-1 lead over
I just said roughage instead of roughage. What do you mean? Is it not pronounced roughage?
Where we're going to see the rest of the series going, especially in differences, or seeing the inconsistencies more in Santana's play and the highlights that Wisp has been able to provide.
Yeah, I think like across the board, like you can realistically give like an early MVP award.
Give Ellie a WoW collab. They love WoW.
Give that to anybody on the side of Nightmare Eclipse. I think Santana so
It's
far
such a big J.
and in a best or sorry, in a 7 first to 4.
Does the J also work if you use it in a word? Like if you were to say Ajax with the J?
That means there's 2 more potential map picks for Queen's Gambit. Dorado didn't really go their way. So I'm starting to wonder, like, what exactly do we do here? Our only real option left is going to be hybrid/point. So I'm
glad we could all think of words beginning with J, like jeans, Junker Queen, penis. Good work. Oh, you have to put a space in it then, I see. Ajax with a capital J. That's good, actually. I'll work that into the cast. The Ajax with a capital J.
I'm not sure which, but either way, only one more opportunity after this.
Where's your code bundle? We never agreed to this, Trash Panda. You agreed to this. It was never mutual.
Because this is another kind of like control situation where
you can't just say stuff and then be like, where's my reward? And that's for what you're doing right now, Trash Panda. You know when you're in traffic light, you get to traffic lights, and then there's some people who might try and come and wash your windscreen and then charge you money for it. But you didn't ask them to wash your windscreen. That's what you're doing, Trash Panda. You're one of those forcible window washers, trying to force me to pay for a service that I didn't request. And I won't stand for it.
Way back earlier in the day, if you remember that, against Faeble, Queen's Gambit handily outdid the resource game. They had the better ultimate management, they had the better usage of their abilities and positioning, but now they finally met their match in that regard.
Hit with the J.
As a matter of fact. And
so what would you do if all the mods just left? Just replace them. Everyone's replaceable.
Overstepping where they should be.
Stay humble. Everyone's replaceable.
And it just puts them in some weird scenarios that Queen's Gambit hasn't been able to recover from yet. Hopefully, Flashpoint can.
No justice for Trash Panda. No justice. No capital J justice for Trash Panda.
And if you ask Queen's Gambit, like, I'm sure they wouldn't tell you. Like, they would say, like, you know, if they win this, that it would have been easy. But like, Nightmare Eclipse are definitely not making it easy at all. Like.
What if you replace? I mean, the chair is the real star of the stream, followed by Juby, followed by Trash Panda, followed by me. I'm the support act.
But it's one of those situations where it's like, we're not.
All right, locking in. Locking in. Gates are open.
It's been a long day for Queen's Gambit. How much more steam do you have in
Queen's Gambit.
And are you going to find yourself
their map pick. They've taken us to Saravasa.
if you fail to win this. This
Nightmare Eclipse, 55% favorites on the bet.
Also, we're gonna find out. The first time we're seeing Velvet on Lucio.
Full mirror again, Velvet on the Lucio.
Shaking a little bit of dust off.
Trying to take a bit of space, but Missen's just going to get caught early. TP and Suzu in to help them win that frontline trade in the hazard battle as well. And now Hitori, pressure onto the backline, has separated Santana from the rest of their team. And they will be forced out, but Peace is actually caught trying to chase that kill. 4v4 situation as Nightmare get the first cap. But Queen's Gambit, they can start walking pretty quickly here.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, Nightmare
Full rail for
plays a
Senna.
really smart play where they
Or
identify
foolish.
that and they know Queen's Gambit are gonna try and snap
Slides
it.
away.
Try to secure the fight.
Just slid away from that mean look from Hitori. Good wall catches Missing in the corner, but able to deflect through and dash out, and Hitori actually gets punished for that. Now Santana chasing down the rest, and NY separated from their team will get finished off. Lots of low HP players here, and Wisper's able to trade one. Nightmare Eclipse not quite out of it yet. They need to regroup around their hazard and push forward here, because they should have advantage. They got the flip during this as well. But they need to be careful. Scuffed, trying to play, will get themselves in this mega. Now back in is Hitori. And oh my god, the DPS have just been deleted. Oh, and Queen's Gambit, where was the follow-up? They had hazard advantage for so long in that fight. And they weren't able to convert it. They weren't able to get more kills. Unbelievable. And now a huge chance for Nightmare Eclipse to convert this first point. All the ults coming up. Look how much quicker these DPS ults are. And Hitori has snuck away into the backline looking for it. Slash onto the Lucio. Velvet gets themselves around that corner. Missing actually finds the trade. Missen's got to kill two before this beat. Nenwhite's beat doesn't save either of them. They do give a kill onto Missen, but player advantage still for Queen's Gambit. That Kitsune Rush got them through. But oh, they've left everyone behind. They went for the cap. They needed to. And Nenwhite is low, but does manage to live. And Queen's Gambit, they need to try and drag this out for as long as possible. Dive onto Nenwhite, can't find that kill. Now getting focused down is Santana, and Z's will actually take Velvet down. Not before getting traded back, but a chance to recap now for Nightmare Eclipse. Seal this first point off. Wall to deny any touch attempt. And Nightmare Eclipse take the lead on Saravasa.
That was like near disastrous though for Nightmare Eclipse. Like, thankfully they're gonna have every other ultimate to carry on over into this next point.
Blade available as well as Overclock for Nightmare Eclipse. Downpour as well. Velvet with a clear beat advantage. This can be used to hopefully deal with these ults. We've seen some aggressive pushes come out of these beats in the past from Queen's Gambit, but I think it'd be much better just taking the fight. Find a chance with their Downpour or their Overclock. There's actually an early blade from P. Suzu comes out, trying to deal with it. Downpour comes out as well. Now the beat from Velvet. They have the tools to deal with this blade, and they have the kills to follow up with it as well. Peace spotted an opportunity to try and go early. Does ultimately still get one ult for two ult trade, so a net positive, even though they'll lose this first fight. But a relatively even situation coming back. Both teams will have Overclock, and it'll be a Blade versus Downpour situation. So eyes on Missen. Can they find the value?
I think Queen's Gambit might be able to win this next flashpoint outright, but it's all gonna hit
Eyes on Missen.
next fight and whether or not Nightmare Eclipse
Can't be missing these ones.
and find some value out of it.
Gonna be a retake onto the high ground first for Nightmare Eclipse. Overclock in the hands of Wisp, but it's a blade coming behind from Missen. Does find the connect, takes Peace out, takes Wisps out. And that blade is good. They waited for him to rotate onto high ground. Gave them just enough ropes to hang themselves. And once they could fall into that trap, Queen's Gambit, they pull the trigger and a clean blade. And now a great position for Queen's Gambit. And this next touch is going to be really scuffed for him as well. They have to rush this next fight. Hitori has for Downpour, Z's has for Kitsune Rush. But Queen's Gambit ults to mirror here. I imagine Queen's Gambit might even start with a relatively early Overclock. And oh, Scuffed has just killed Peace. Disaster start for Nightmare Eclipse. Will they keep investing here? Kitsune Rush comes through from Z's. Overclock in response from Senna. Sliding in aggressively and missing good for another one. And this should just be easy. Scuff did use the Kitsune Rush as well. So potentially a bit heavy-handed. But Queen's Gambit taking no chances. Tie us up 1-1. But we'll be dry going into this next fight. Hitori has been milking this Downpour for a couple of fights now. Hasn't found the opportunity. But now, the only ult in this next fight. The only ult in this next fight. Velvet doesn't quite have the beat to respond with. Santana doesn't quite have their own Downpour to respond with either.
think Santana could even play it away
Ooh,
where
Genji battle
they're
for this high
very
ground.
good
Both
at
Lucio's
actually
coming to
doing
help.
that. So when it comes online,
Peace get on the back foot. No deflect. Dash gets going to force Peace all the way back. Space advantage for Queen's Gambit, but now the downpour comes out. Does lock up Suzu, not in time to save Senna. Hitori can convert that kill. She's so low, but her supports are with her. Full pocket from Z's, but the trades are coming in right now. Hitori's still going strong. Santana is getting back shot. Stuck between Z's and Hitori.
Yeah, like the Suzu from Scuffed is good.
And despite getting the first flip, Queen's Gambit will lose this fight. Oh, I have pretty limited progress, just 14%. Now coming back. Beat versus beat. Blade versus Blade very soon to follow, but downpour advantage for Santana. So we've seen a lot of early beats from Queen's Gambit. I don't necessarily like him. Peace is actually going to get forced quite far back right now, so maybe a chance to keep going with this. No cooldowns on this Genji for a second as Santana tries to come around the corner. Wants to start forcing point. Very split hold from Nightmare Eclipse right now. Santana's got eyes on this backline. Needs to force a cooldown before this downpour, but they've lost Missing before that blade. Now the downpour comes out. Beat in response, but Velvet goes down. No chance to beat back. Oh, and it's a disaster. Velvet gets caught, and they don't get to take that ult trade. Both players that had ults die for Queen's Gambit. And this is not a great trade. They have good ults still. But it's going to be Beat Blade versus Kitsune Rush Blade. Now, the Beat is a better tool for protecting you against the Blade than a Beat is. But Peace is going to go early again. Velvet does get it off. Doesn't catch Missing. But now they can turn onto Peace. Z still has the Kitsune Rush as they push in. But 94%, they have to worry about the touch. Santana running to point. Kitsune Rush from Z to try and kill all these players as they chase. But Wisps will go down. Missing still has the Blade. Senna has been left behind. But a 4v4 situation as Queen's Gambit. They regain control of point. And they still have 2 ults to throw into this one. Kitsune Rush coming back out. Focus onto Hitori and Peace. Missing with the blade to finish it. Suzu anti-P is used. Can they find anything? And dash into a wall. But it sort of helps in the end. Not what Missing intended, but it all works out. Better to be lucky than good sometimes. And the Kiriko was right there. They will get the kill. They convert that one. And it will be one final fight now for point D. Overclock to Peace. Downpour advantage for Hitori.
Saw a glowing rail shot about to come down across her bow and said, "Alright, no,
all eyes on the Sojins. Walking up. Looks like they're just coming through main right now. Overclock will come in. Oh, the boop is perfect from Santana. Wisps off the edge. No chance to overclock. And Queen's Gambit. They are right back in this one. Piece is good for one trade, but it's not enough. What a boop. Unbelievable. Sends them flying off the map. Santana with the clutch play for their team. And Queen's Gambit 1 round away from taking Suravasa.
They held on to it and understand that they were headed straight down into the drink, so that was never gonna
now a
happen.
regroup. Downpour's up for both. Wisp still has that overclock, of course.
But this is where I kind of like Santana's play from the hazard.
Hitori trying to get in. Overclock aggressive from Wisp right now, and they just delete Santana. And this should secure him first point. They're going to look for more kills as well. Velvet may be stuck in this one. They're going to try and help Velvet out, but it's just going to cause them all to die, and they'll just take the reset instead. Successful overclock.
They just want to die fast because the flashpoint hasn't unlocked yet, so they're really minimizing the amount of pressure that, or the amount of capture percentage that Nightmare Eclipse can gather.
What do you mean build pyramids? I don't understand.
Nightmare Eclipse have quite a beefy one right now. Queen's Gambit are coming close to one that can match it, but
I've not discovered it either. Alright. Kitsune Rush beats everything up in these fights here. Peace with a significant blade advantage, though. Oh, Santana gets taken down. And that Kitsune Rush, they just delete anything before Queen's Gambit even get a chance to respond. Chain together 2 fights here. Late kill onto Scuffed.
It was the Kitsune Rush that caused the explosion, so you did at least get an ult out of Nightmare Eclipse, and that's, I think, what Santana was anticipating, or maybe just didn't expect them to.
And now, retake opportunity, but look at Hitori hiding on this right-hand side, Peace on the other side. They want to go early again, Nightmare Eclipse. They are ramping up the aggression. And oh, they catch Senna immediately. No support ults coming out either. The downpour did catch the blade, but the damage is done. The damage is done, and Nightmare Eclipse, 1-for-1 ult trade. Velvet will get the touch, but nowhere to go. Velvet will die late. Nightmare Eclipse will tie it up. 2-2. And it'll be one final round. And they've been sitting on these support ults for a while now, Queen's Gambit. Not had a chance to use them as Queen's Gambit have ramped up this aggression. And it'll be, where are we going? We go in point B for all the marbles. Queen's Gambit will get to point first. They will set up. Nightmare Eclipse are actually coming from behind them right now. Support ult advantage.
Prepped for Nightmare Eclipse to come from this angle, but they should have the ults to stuff the attack once it comes through.
Emphasis on the should.
Big rotate all the way around here from Nightmare Eclipse. I want to take from the other side. Then might come in flying in with the beat. Velvet will respond, but the DPS are dead. Oh, they held onto these support ults for so long, and they get no value out of them at all. Queen's Gambit is an absolute disaster. They've got themselves so close. But a disaster at the 11th hour here on Saravasa. And this is now looking like Nightmare Eclipse might just take it right here, right now. And they are holding forward again. The Queen's Gambit, they haven't been able to deal with this. Senna a little bit separated here. Hitori spotted the opportunity, just picks her off. It's all too easy right now. Mission's going with the blade in main. It's falling apart from Queen's Gambit, but Santana, 2 trades. Is it enough? 3 trades. Can Santana just do it all? Still has pocket from Scuffed as well. They have to concede. There's no escape for you, Peas. You can't get over that wall. And Santana has provided a lifeline. They needed a hero, Queen's Gambit. And Santana steps up. Now they have overclock. Trying to get a bit of extra time on the point. Hitori actually gets a kill out of it. No way Hitori has been able to do this. Hitori comes in and kills Senna. Will eventually get traded for it, and Missing is there. Hitori making him work so hard for every single thing in the latter stage of this Saravasa. They will get the flip, but now Queen's Gambit, they can't afford to lose a fight. The good news, they've got 4 ults, or they've got 2 already. They've nearly got another 2. Pretty even ult situation all round here. If Queen's Gambit can win this next big ult fight, there's a chance. But Nightmare Eclipse, they could even take a quick fight here, lose it, try and force ults and come back with ult advantage, but maybe always a bit risky. Now they're coming through. Overclock first from Senna. Kitsune rush in response. Ult's not quite there for Queen's Gambit yet. Supports will fall. Suzu is out. Senna finds something. Connects. Hitori is low as well. Hitori will fall. Does trade with Senna though. Santana's still on point. Missing is here. So low. Oh, here's Santana finishing it off. It's just Nenwai. Quick reset. And Queen's Gambit, they hold on. It's not over yet. Double support ult available for Queen's Gambit. Last time they had both of these, they lost the fight, but now they've got both of these to use on point. Peace, trying to get the TP, get them back as quickly as possible. Nenwai has beat, Hitori has downpour. Ult disadvantage for Nightmare Eclipse, but you can never count them out. Now coming through, Kitsune rush. Scuff dies as it comes out, though. Beat over the top. Velvet will match. Downpour comes out. They're all trapped in it, Missing with the blade. We need so much from this blade, but stuck on the wall, it falls apart. Nightmare Eclipse are good for the clutch. Ult's not an issue for them there. And Queen's Gambit, time and time again, they can't convert any support ult advantage situations. Nightmare Eclipse take the lead 3-1.
Nenwai's beat had to be perfect, and it was. So too was Hitori's downpour. I didn't even call out.
You built a J pyramid. Nice, Ellie. Good work. A free whip pyramid. Oh.
And additionally, the kill onto Scuff mid-cast of the Kitsune Rush. Sure, you still get the benefits of the Kitsune Rush, but you don't get all of the healing through it. So once that health from Velvet's barrier is gone,
but no cigar.
There's nothing left for Queen's Gambit to sustain. And it just all
can't convert the ult advantage fight.
That blade that Missing pops, like there's no one left to be the beneficiaries of it. There's no space, there's no healing, there's nothing to.
They had all the ults.
Falls apart with just.
They had all the ults.
Pick off there onto Scuffed, and the sound barrier, to Nenwai's credit, was also just like I said. It needed to be perfect.
No, it needed to be, and Nenwai was on the ball with that one. That makes up for Samela, you know. I'd say that. That was a map-winning sound barrier right there, and Nightmare Eclipse.
Roger that, Panda.
They looked pretty good for most of this, other than a couple of fights that I think they just.
Nice pyramid talons.
Doubting where Queen's Gambit were watching and getting caught out in weird places. But other than that, had Queen's Gambit's number when it came to managing these ultimates. And was fights that Queen's Gambit
you guys are having too much fun. Too much fun. And, well, we kind of expected this result, though, right? Nightmare Eclipse were the favourites. But it's sad in the way it's happened, right? It's sad in the way it's happened. Because they've had the opportunities, they've had the chances. You considering those two big double support op fights they blew, the very last fight and the one before that as well, at the very start of this B cap. Oh. You consider those situations, and the fact that it came down to one final fight, it so easily could have been theirs, you know, so easily could have been theirs.
This is our game. We are playing on our terms. You have to play what we say so. And the last 2 times they've said that, it hasn't worked out.
Whoa. King of the Pyramids, Ellie.
It's not going to be a 4th time, all right? There's no more second chances after Queen's Gambit. They have burned out all potential extra lives, and they have to coast on just what they have left, right? They got to be perfect from here on out.
Now, what do you do? What do you do if you're Queen's Gambit? It's hard, right? Because, I mean, Hazard is very much hard meta. And it doesn't feel like they're losing it by a lot. It doesn't feel like they're losing it by a lot. We're going to go to Lijiang Tower here. Maybe a chance for him to pull out this Mauga comp again. That did cause Nightmare Eclipse problems.
It would be fitting if we if we ended this series on the same map where we started.
Need Senate to crank up the toggle. Need something, don't they?
I think this does kind of make sense for
yeah, I think, yeah. The same page turns. I think the Mauga is good.
Back to control now, and this is another one like Volcano on Samoa, where maybe in Control Center you can break out the Mauga and guarantee a win on that sub-map if you're able to play it the same way you did before.
Ball.
Did also kind of hint
unfortunately, Rav, you are no pyramid builder. I think for a reasonable fee, like maybe only $50 an hour, Ellie will actually coach you in pyramid building. You want Nightmare to win, but you also want to see 7 maps? Yes, a classic neutral perspective, Zimziv. You know, you sort of like, just keep the Overwatch coming. Keep the Overwatch coming.
This is the curveball map.
That's mates, right? Are you not mates with Rav?
Like, it's maybe like a 3-degree angle of a curveball in a way. You're just swapping up some stuff in the support line, maybe throwing Missin on Afara. Otherwise, it's the same old, same old. It's kind of like a comfort pick that on Nightmare Eclipse mostly
Sabo Tabby has no respect for the pyramid building.
Are they prepared for Missin?
Confirmed, Sabo Tabby hates Egyptians.
Shout, right? Like, if they do decide to go for that Pharah, because I don't know that
it can happen.
Try and make that same reach.
It can happen.
Genji as much as they possibly can. Like, that's their hero. That's what they shine on.
All right, Lijiang Tower, a chance for Mauga. It seems possible. It seems possible.
I can't lie. Like, my vote for MVP for Nightmare Eclipse is going towards Z anyway. Sorry, Peace, but like, hey, maybe you change some hearts and minds if you come out with the Genji on this last map and just really pop the heck off. But I don't know.
You get up in 6 hours.
The Pharah coming out from that side, and that kind of begs the question: will it work out for Queen's Gambit? And also, like,
I don't know. It'd be. I mean, Queen's Gambit have been playing very well every day.
That's something that we saw Queen's Gambit play on Lijiang in the last series, and it worked. We saw them play on.
If you can't, they've been playing all day. They played well all day. Dominant in the first series, still pretty dominant in the second series.
You know, a team like Nightmare Eclipse should
a long day.
On that. So do you reach for that? Do you feel like
and a long way back in this series now. Remember, first to 4, right? So this is going to be 3 attempts from Nightmare Eclipse. And this is the last map that Queen's Gambit will get to pick. So, not only do they have to win this Lijiang Tower, which might be possible if they can find success with a Mauga comp again, they also then have to find a way through all of Nightmare Eclipse's map picks. But one step at a time. One step at a time.
But the problem really became is when we look towards other maps that was played on, such as Esperanza, Peace absolutely.
Okay, Lijiang Tower, Night Market to start. Of all the maps, this is maybe one of the harder ones to Mauga on, actually, I think. Maybe you can just Mauga on all of them. It maybe feels like one of the harder ones, though, at least. So we'll see if... I think we're more likely to see it on a Control Center or on a Garden than on here. We'll see what they start with, though. Looks like at least now hovering for Hazard. Predictions still open for 20 more seconds. Currently, 80% in favor of Nightmare Eclipse. 80%.
I mean, if we don't see Missin on the Pharah here, which is still a possibility, she's going to go over to the Symmetra just for the TP. But, like, after that, you do have...
Yeah, we did see Missin play was it Farah here before, I think, in one of the earlier series?
I feel like
They played so much
prefer that
Overwatch
we
today
all
as we do.
pause
We
and
get
do some
pause.
box breathing, as Faeble once taught us.
Yeah,
I
Wisps
don't
hasn't
prefer
picked a
that,
hero,
so
so I
I
don't know if
kinda
there's some
would've
kind of
just
issue
got
there.
into the game, and I could have seen what they were going to play, but unfortunately we
We're
have
back.
yet another tech pause.
Back
Someone
to a
does
Lijiang
do
Tower
box
montage.
breathing.
Someone actually does. Maybe the PC box needs to do some breathing. I don't know.
All right, more times for predictions, then.
The
More
hard part
times.
is with kind of these like long games in a row. Like think about.
I mean, this one feels like there's more option for him to tweak for comps. That's where they had success in Samoa.
Since that point, almost 5 hours. It's been Queen's Gambit. So many maps of intense play, of you having the highest levels of focus. Like at what point does that burn out? Have they already hit that?
Aye,
point?
not wrong,
It's
Tabby.
so
Not wrong.
close on the last couple of maps to victory and having it slip through your fingers. Like, what toll does that take on them mentally? Are they able to not just mentally but also physically recover enough for this remaining maps in the series? Because it doesn't start with Lijiang Tower, but from there it's another 2 maps in a row that they would need to take the
The
championship.
Bally bet is now Nightmare Eclipse, you reckon? Wait, have the odds shifted? Queen's Gambit have taken the lead? Artemis has dropped 29k on Queen's Gambit? Jesus. Jesus Christ. 30 seconds if you want to drop the money.
Into the game. Wisps is not going to stay on the Widow. Is going to stay on the Widow. Wisp is going to stay on the Widow.
Oh, it's back to 50-50. Oh, wait, it's a control point unlocked. I'm closing the bets. Closing the bets. Oh, we're paused. Wait, holding. Holding another pause. Keeping the Preds open. Keeping the Preds open.
Seems like an odd pick.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
But usually only typically seen in quick play.
They knew you didn't close for, for pets. That's why production has switched on to this one.
That Carpe striker clutch way back on Night Market there. Like, it's not a bad Widow map. I don't think that's intentional. I would hope. I can't imagine it lasts that long. I mean, hey, we'll wait and see, I guess.
Maybe it is just like to counteract. Like maybe they are expecting a Pharah pick, and they're like, I'm just gonna go for a one-click counter to that, and maybe they're pausing because they realize that isn't the case, so they have to try and reassess. And like, oh, Missing came out on Genji. Yikes!
Hey, Tread.
This is not the
Are you all good?
You know,
You put your money on the line?
And even back then, like,
Oh, Queen's Gambit believer. Sheesh.
Like, Carpe made it
Is that all your money?
It's still like
All the money.
So weird. That was also like Overwatch 1 where we didn't have like you see the statues on screen right now. Those weren't as high up. Like you could actually play, you know, you like shoot around those or through them. Like there's a lot of different angles you could have.
You're in
back
debt
then.
if you lose?
Even
Shit.
Small incremental changes have made Widowmaker kind of less ideal on a map like Night Market.
So many free scrim bucks. Where are we up to now? I feel like this is actually like this is the most money on the line, this game. The most money on the line.
Come back out on a Sojourn, maybe something that makes a little bit of sense around.
What are you
here, like-
spamming?
That one is a head scratcher. I think what's also a head scratcher is we're not seeing Queen's Gambit make any of the changes we expected them to on this map. Like, surely, oh, Biston will play the Pharah. Oh, Velvet will play the Brig. No.
If I lose, I can't play a WCS next week. You win the Swiss, Tread? You gonna win the Swiss? You need top 5?
The only logical reason I can give Wisp for picking Widowmaker is either A, you're expecting Senna to roll out on that, which is highly unlikely, but
Who knows? It's a mystery.
Biston will play that.
Well, I'll be watching the Swiss, so if you're in the Swiss, I'll see you there.
Therefore, I too will throw.
I too will throw. Hey, Senna wants redemption from that Dorado Widow duel.
It wasn't really much of a Widow duel because she did concede it pretty quickly after you know, having all of her space denied by Hattori, and then like, a few times were actually
Honestly,
something of a
some of the worst copy and passes I've seen so far. It's in a while. I'm glad we're finally speaking up to big Google Plus in all of this.
With another Widowmaker pick, which I sincerely doubt and also hope doesn't happen. Also does create a weird opportunity for us to re-roll which of the first 3 sub-maps we go to. Like if it's
Thoughts on Google Plus? Never really used it. Swiss is going to be next week. I think Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll be covering it on this channel. We'll just do kind of like a watch along of people's streams and stuff. Try and keep track of as many scores as possible. And then we'll
Crazy RNG.
and then we'll
33% chance of that happening.
we'll probably do EMEA only. I think like NA's. I've always found NA Swiss harder to watch, like just less streams going. So I think we'll just do EMEA
It's less than half,
for all
so
of it.
therefore it's low, but if you're in a casino, like those are pretty good gambling odds. So like someone could have won big off of that prediction.
All right. All right, we're about to go in. Lock in. Lock in.
So, we're
Lock
not
in.
at that gambling stage yet, but Queen's Gambit have certainly taken their own gamble at their type of composition that's played. Let's see if Missin will go back to the Genji or it will be the Pharah. Seeing that Velvet and Scuff are
Oh, okay. Thanks, Tread. Yeah. All right. But double and limb will be fun, actually. All right. I'm closing for predictions. For real. Gates are open.
Okay, no, they are gonna come out on the Widow.
56% for Nightmare. Queen's Gambit need to win everything. Wisps on the Widow. Reckons they're Seeker, do they?
If nothing else, but Queen's Gambit are just gonna route themselves around.
Gonna try and take this angle, actually, with Peace. Clear out the U. Trying to control the Mega, but the dive in of the Widow is vulnerable. Velvet and Missin able to convert that one. And now they've got the space. They turn their attention to Hitori. Santana's going to zone the backline while the rest of their team put the attention onto it. But they can't find any follow-up kills. Peace has dived into the backline. Denies the Mega with a nice wall near Santana, but also low. And despite losing that Widow, Nightmare Eclipse cannot be stopped. And Hitori wants to find more.
So they deal with Wisp and Queen's Gambit feel like
First cap over to them.
Back out of our little hidey hole and not have to worry about getting our heads chopped off.
And now this retake particularly difficult against the Hazard comp because of this exact position Hitori can play right here. Chance to overload one side, any kind of flank or split push. You can see Missin going for that now. Hitori hasn't made a move yet though. But you can see how scared Senna is to move forward because of that. Gonna try and jump out, just trying to put their attention onto Santana. But they won this battle on the left a little bit. They forced him out, but no! Wisps find the connect. And now the chase onto Hitori from Santana, but they're low. And Hitori will win that one. And the hold is good. They have to try and run, but there will be no escape for Senna. Straight into Hitori in peace. And dominant for Nightmare Eclipse right now. Slightly quicker ults on a lot of these as well. Quicker downpour. Slightly quicker blade. Slightly quicker beat. This is the big ult fight here. And Queen's Gambit. Tournament lives. Championship on the line. They need to find a way in here. Oh, and Missin just gets caught early. Bad to worse. And Wisp is even considering swinging Spawn here. Oh, catch is scuffed. Santana is getting focused down up top as well. And there is no escape here. Santana's going to die late. The wall is good. It catches Velvet as well. And Nightmare Eclipse are all over them. They're going to touch the spawn door here. Missin just about bashes out. Hitori's about half HP, so they do have to concede a bit of space. But you can imagine Nightmare Eclipse, they're going to keep this forward hold going.
They're gonna have to spend just to try and get on the board. If you're
trying to come out top this time, Santana. Bit of space for their team. They're going to go out far left instead. Blade in there, in the room, coming out from Peace. Beat from Nenwai. Doesn't catch Peace, though. But it doesn't seem to matter. They're getting kills anyway. And Queen's Gambit, they can't get anything. Missin is going to blade and run to point. Oh, I don't know what's going on. TP to point for Scuff. They have a Kitsune Rush. They have to try and make it work. Overclock is coming through. And it's just overwhelming. And absolutely no hope on any of these retakes. What a disaster. Peace just blades in a room against 5 people. Doesn't even get the beat. And somehow just gets away with it. Doesn't get punished at all. Even though Velvet drops the counter beat for that blade. I don't understand. I don't understand.
You can't ever get control of the point. Like, that just stings so hard for Queen's Gambit. And okay, this looks interesting. So Scuffed is now moving over onto the Juno.
And this is it. This is where you need to step up. We wondered if we would see slightly different comps. And now, rolling the dice, Mauga is on the field. Mauga, Juno, Brig, Sombra, Pharah. A very different comp.
All or nothing. Like, Queen's Gambit, this might be their final Gambit.
Mauga comp. We're starting the run back. The very comp that they began the series
all
with.
Eyes on Queen's Gambit, their last hope.
Stretch, to say the least.
Widow from Wisp as well. Early damage onto Santana, doesn't find all that much. But Santana's actually taken so much damage. They're on the ropes and oh my god, it's just going to fall apart for them. Don't find anything. Stop, just catch Hitori. Maybe they can trade it, but the damage... Oh, the damage is already done. Velvet finds one trade, but they are pinned in this back room. Can't quite claim that Mega, because it's hacked. But they have full control of the map. Santana can do the rollout back. But Tough. Tracer swap now from Senna. They can start double forcing this point. Hitori's trying to interrupt that now. As they come round main as well, Santana. Burn damage onto Hitori, trying to bully her back, force her out. They're going to dive into the backline though. Senna is caught for this one. Stomp onto the Widow, and Missing can finish that kill, but Peace has just done the damage. Peace gets free. And this is where we talked about why some of the Juno Brig has really fallen out of meta a little bit. And it's because they're just so much more vulnerable, and it's Lucio Genji really taking over, a bit of help from Hitori. And now, clear ult advantage for Z's with this, well, with this Kitsune rush, but an early pick, and Nenwai's going to get caught. This time they catch the flank. Nenwai gets out somehow. Oh, spoke too soon. 2-player advantage. Z's has the Kitsune rush, a trade as well, and that's going to trigger Z's to use the Kitsune rush to try and hold on. Santana's going to try and interrupt Val, and does interrupt this Widow. Takes them out of the game. But now the rally back from Velvet, they're pushing onto points. Santana cleans up Hitori, and they should be able to retake it here, but Z's still pocketing Genji Lucio on here. Santana's trying to force them back. They need to convert these kills, though. There goes Nenwai, there goes Peace. They do get it over the line. And Queen's Gambit. Tournament lives on the line.
In the Suzu too, and like Santana knew it, so they couldn't even
it is possible, but it's a long way back now. The good news is they at least have the Ray to work with. DPS ult's nearly around the corner as well. Have to worry about this Widow though. Need Senna to try and get on this angle, missing in a lot of trouble. Walls are going to be used as well, and that means they know where Senna is, so Senna can't pressure his Widow for a second. Body shot onto Missing only. Another opportunity. Missing playing with fire. The blades come out from Peace during all of this. Straight onto Velvet. Ray will be used to respond, but they're still looking for it here. We'll give a shutdown here. Santana comes back. Pulse Bomb is good. The DPS ults get it, and they deny the flip. They hold on Queen's Gambit. It cost them a lot, but they hold on. Missing is coming back on Genji right now. Downpour available. Beat coming back for Nenwai. I feel like if you're Queen's Gambit, we have to be looking for an Ajax here. We need some big clutch to work this to win this next fight. Coming through the chokers, Hitori. Nenwai looking for it. Trying to help force the point here. Santana's got eyes on that. Lucio wants to get the punish, but Nenwai will be safe. Hitori needs a little bit of help with this pocket here. We'll get bullied back. The beat comes through from Nenwai. Catches everyone except for Z's. Queen's Gambit are going to try and disengage it. Velvet doesn't make it out. Ooh, nearly a mistake from Santana. Has the downpour though. Will just be dying on point. They have time for a recontest. Oh, okay, yeah, just resets. Doesn't want to get staggered out. And now Downpour versus Downpour. Kitsune rush advantage for Z's. And look at Nightmare Eclipse. We saw him do this on Cervasser all the time. They're going to hold forward. They're going to hold aggressively. They don't see Peace. Oh, somebody look right. They don't see it. The hit's coming in. Velvet is in so much trouble. Set up perfectly by Hitori. Downpour comes out. And Peace completes the execution. Beautiful engage from Nightmare Eclipse. A vintage play that we've seen him do all tournament long. A brutal dive. Hitori and Peace will clean up on point as well. And I don't know if they can even get a touch here right now. Deflect coming out. Any more. Peace is going in. Taking every head they can. One more touch from Senna. But that's it. Nightmare Eclipse champions.
Their new Monarchia's Darkness as their 24-25 Calling All Heroes champions.
There we go.
Gambit throughout this lower bracket run had won our hearts, but it's a total eclipse of the heart. Nightmare Eclipse able to win that one, and Peace with potentially an MVP making play towards the end there. Nestling themselves in deep.
There we go. Nightmare Eclipse. 4-1 in the grand finals. Only dropped 2 maps all tournament long, right? Or all, like, at least from the finals bracket.
A little bit of backdroppage there from Peace as well. Nightmare Eclipse.
And there we go.
Your 2024-2025 Calling All Heroes champion.
Deserved winners, I think.
Well earned, and like I said,
Queen's Gambit had more opportunities than maybe they showed at the end.
The question wasn't who can stop Nightmare Eclipse, but who will, and the answer they brought forth was nobody and never.
They are the most consistent team in terms of the output. I can't name a single moment where Nightmare Eclipse didn't look like the scariest team to every other person's faces. And yeah, Queen's Gambit, they made it close. And this is a great run for a team that had to fight for many rounds.
All right.
In the lower bracket.
And that's going to wrap us then. Good tournament. Some good games, especially these last couple of days. I thought we've been treated to quite a lot. Enjoyed for Calling All Heroes.
And I mean, those maps that that they played up to this point.
Why did they've got the same group and they're going to use an OWCS, so it's something like rather than it being all the modes separately, they're all grouped, right? So there's hybrid plus Flashpoint. There's still Cough. Still just Escort. You guys know what I'm going to type. I think this is like push plus Clash. So you basically you play all 4 and then it repeats. If that makes sense. So they're going to use a similar system in OWCS next year, so we'll figure it out.
What Nightmare Eclipse brought to the table on Lijiang Tower, but it wasn't enough. Nightmare Eclipse were just that one little step ahead the entire time. And Queen's Gambit, from the get-go, they
this year, yeah, that's what I mean. How the fuck is the Open Qualifier working next week? I don't know exactly, but it's something like there's going to be a Swiss on Friday. Oh, sorry, on Thursday and Friday. And then there will be a double elimination bracket for the top 5 spots, I believe. And then the top 5 go through to the top 8.
We have an interview with our champions coming right up on the other side of this break.
Who was tournament MVP then? Is it... It's probably inevitably going to be someone on Nightmare Eclipse. I'd probably say Hitori, right? Yeah, I think it's somewhere between Hitori and Peace, but I feel like Hitori more consistently at the top. Loads of call-out plays. Feel like Santana was probably the closest hazard to them, but Hitori still felt ahead of everyone. Yeah, good qualifier, good tournament. The first days were a little bit rough, but that was more the time zone, just because it starts at 1 AM my time, you know. So that was always going to feel, I think, make me feel a little bit worse for wear. But especially these last 2 days for Saturday, Sunday, enjoyed them quite a lot. So happy with that. Happy with that. Good games. You think Peace? Yeah, I think it's between Peace and Hitori. I think it's between them for sure. What am I looking at? What's this, Ruv? What's this from? Oh, from the OWCS charts website. Yeah, I mean, this isn't real. But, you know. It wouldn't be like people to post misinformation on the internet, though, would it? I don't think it's a leak that the leaks aren't real, because anytime there is a leak, you got there's a pretty high chance it's inaccurate. You know what my favorite thing is as well in all of this is whenever I read these Reddit threads, and it happens on a whole bunch of the Reddit threads, right, where you get like, what people do with these leaks is, at no point do they ever use their fucking brain. At no point do they ever engage their brain, right? They just, like, they get a leak, And then as far as they're concerned, that is 100% fact, right? That's 100% fact. That's definitely true. This is the latest news. That's 100% true. And then they get another leak a couple of days later, which is different information. And then all they do is they go, all the old information, definitely wrong. All this new information, definitely right. And there's no fucking, like, I don't know, like deduction or interrogation or scrutiny on any of these things, on like the likelihood of, do they make sense? Don't they make sense? Could that be true? Could that not be true? But just, literally just, they see a thing and they go, oh, okay, yeah, that's definitely true. That's definitely true. And yeah, make hard conclusions. Like this comment, where was it? I closed it now, didn't I? Like this comment, Seeker and CJ were rumored to this team, but obviously that didn't happen now. Who's presumably still going to Liquid and Z? Blah, 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 blah. Admiral hasn't been rumored anywhere, but that's unsurprising as he's... I mean, that last bit's probably actually fine, but surely they want to use their imports. This is what I mean by people are just like fucking stupid, right? When they're like, oh, okay, like let's see, again, let's be as kind as we fucking can. This is me being as kind as I fucking can, right? Where where you go, okay, let's presume this is true, right? This is true, 100% true, right? Okay, so this is the team. Okay, we're just taking it at face value. It's fact, right? And then they go, Admiral hadn't been rumored anywhere, but that's unsurprising as he's an import in North America. The partner orgs surely want to use their import slots on Koreans. Why? It's because people believe it, Swaggy. And then what you get is just absolute uninformed disinformation merchants just trying to cash in their fucking dopamine hit on Twitter or whatever. No due diligence, none of this. And the worst part about it all, I don't think it's happened this offseason, which is good, right? I don't think it's happened. But when you are just spreading this misinformation, what you actually run the risk of, if you have bad information and you're just essentially spreading lies, is you actually interfere with something that is really fucking happening. You know? Like, if everyone believes a certain player is on a roster or already tied up or something, then, like, what happens then if that person, one org goes, oh, we don't think that player's available, so they don't speak to them or something, right? What happens if you actually interfere with somebody's fucking negotiation or something, you know? And do you think any of these people have put a single thought into that, right? You know? Like, have they ever considered, is this information accurate? Are there any potential consequences for my actions? Could I negatively impact somebody else? You know? So, I don't know. Like, it's just, I just think, honestly, they're a fucking stain on the scene. They add nothing of value. And I just wish they wouldn't. People are so fucking obsessed with them. People are so excited for the leaks. And then you see in some of these threads where people are like, oh, it doesn't make any sense. These two things can't both be true. I was like, of course. Yeah, of course. They're just fucking saying anything they hear in their fucking DMs. What are you meant to do with that? Fuck. Maybe I could kill them by giving real leaks? Yeah, but do you know why everybody who has the information doesn't just say the information out loud? You know, people who know the rosters or people who have been involved in the actual discussions? Because they have some fucking respect. They have some fucking respect for their colleagues and their peers. They have some respect for the people trying to also negotiate their contracts.
Just something that, you know, Queen's Gambit as a collective just could not do as effectively as Nightmare Eclipse, and that's the hive mind, right? Even in a micro meta, having everyone on the same...
To be honest, Ultimates and TM leaks were correct. Yeah, but they weren't correct at the start. Right? So they were correct eventually after like 3 or 4 iterations. And also, just because half of what you say is true, that doesn't mean you're good, right? If you followed a news account on Twitter or a news organization and they had a 50% truth rate on their stories, or 50% accuracy rate on their stories, you would stop fucking following that account, wouldn't you? Like, in what other situation is 50% accuracy good?
I mean, but it wins championships. She's one of the ones on my list though, because she's the one who, like, on Twitter, who's being like, "Oh, this hero's so busted, I don't want to play him."
Yeah, exactly. The leaks were correct after being wrong a bunch of times. Fuck, cheers.
What was all that?
Maybe at some point, Dimberg. Maybe while we're waiting, we've not got as much going on next week, so it's possible.
Fun to watch. Like every time we get like these hazard mirrors.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when I'm anti-leak, I'm not actually anti-leak in terms of, oh, if somebody reveals the roster move earlier or whatever, you know? Like, I'm not particularly interested in it. It doesn't make a huge difference to me. But the problem I have with these ones is they're not ethical or accurate, right? Because you see lots of examples in other sports, in other esports as well, of ethical and accurate leaks, where somebody breaks the story because it has some merit, some importance. And they're also accurate, right? Because for classic example, if you don't follow football, there's a guy called Fabrizio Romano, and he leaks every... Have I spelled his name wrong? There we go. Oh, and that's the parody account. Not the real one. Am I spelling it wrong? There we go. Fabrizio Romano, he leaks every transfer in football, basically. But he's incredibly well connected, and when he says something is true, it's first-hand information, it's verifiable, he has 100% fucking accuracy. So you know when he's doing it, he's not risking anyone's contract negotiation, he's not risking potential interest from other teams. It's like, I don't have a problem with it, you know? Like, again, this is behind-the-scenes information, but it's 100% accurate. You know? Richard Lewis, Monte Cristo, people in other esports, they will do the due diligence, right? And they won't publish anything unless they have full accuracy. And I can get behind that, right? I can get behind that because I understand why there's natural interest, right? People want to know the rosters, they want to know where teams are going, right? But if you want to know where teams are going, right? Well, then you actually want to know where players are going. You don't want to know wrong information about what teams they're joining, right? Ethical leakers might struggle to survive when people want fasting track. It's just not true anywhere else, Kenzie, is it? It's not a problem in football. It's not a problem in League. It's not a problem in Counter-Strike. It's not a problem. But in all of these things, they have better examples, right? Like, Fabrizio does such a good job, such high accuracy, so well connected. There's no chance for basically anyone except maybe David Ornstein to even break any story because he's so good, you know? So it's like, there's no better example. Good night, Panda. No, I mean, Halo was just as fucking bad. Halo would just repeat anything that was sent in DM. Just fucking wrong all the time, inaccurate. Like, all of these people were a problem.
I mean, Hazard is fun to play, but it's mostly just the ping that makes like a really big impact and issue because half of my like slashes just no-wag. So
I'm not listening to Hattori, sorry.
Oh, okay, all right. You're off my list. Okay, so you like Hazard, just a ping problem. That's fine. I can deal with that. All right, I just don't want people to like talk us into another Malga meta. Like, no, thank you.
Wait, what?
No, that's okay. That was an awkward pause.
No, I'm not going to do it myself, because again, I have respect for the players and teams. All these people on Twitter, fans of fucking Overwatch, they don't give a shit about the scene. All they want is their fucking dopamine to go into their brain. They want to have fucking relevancy and a position and people to look at their fucking social media. They don't care about the players, they don't care about the teams, they don't care about the fucking scene. They're an absolute fucking stain on the community. They can all fuck off.
It's pretty nice because I'd like
exactly, Vesnos, you're right. That one's true.
Especially with, like me playing OWCS as well. So in between the OWCS breaks, I just like played core or like the Faceit breaks. So it felt like really nice. I just like competing in general, and I also learned a lot, especially like when I like made a team with Wisp, because we also just scrimmed the higher tier 2 teams in NA. So all the scrims I like played on were really good in the EU and NA.
That's kind of the thing too, Hitori, is like we've seen your journey in calling all heroes and OWCS as well. You've made a massive name from yourself there and just growing in your tank play, and it's been a treat to watch you throughout all of these tournaments so far this year, and well, hopefully still to come because we just started 2025. Like, what is next for you? What are you looking forward to in your Overwatch career?
I built up a pretty good team right now for OWCS, so I'm looking forward to playing that next week as well. I just hope everything will work out.
Keypads
So
are
right now I'm
unemployed
here,
for the greater
also I
good.
had higher ping than normally. But yeah, I think
Thank you, Cause Comet.
Was too impatient to wait for ad to finish.
That's
I'm
fair.
gonna give you a quick little curveball question here. Something that you talked about. Like you said, you guys inted map number 1. I want to hear from your perspective. Who do you think is the biggest inter on your team?
In general, or like this,
In general, like, you know,
You're an answer and from the same
maybe
sentence
like,
doesn't
we
feel
all have
right.
an idea in our heads of today, but like in general, who's the biggest inter on your team?
Oh, I mean, I
It's
think everyone
Nenwai.
should know that Nenwai likes to be silly a lot of times, and maybe a little bit too much.
That's
So
why
I
we
would-
need
I
the
would just
beast
say it's
tamer,
Nenwai.
right?
Yeah, I have to like tell Nenwai to do that.
Same page. Same.
really fun.
Sometimes it's obvious.
How often does this happen? Like, you see Nenwai going in really deep. You're like, no, come back here. Is that kind of like a common thing, or how does that work? Do you just kind of trust them to get whatever done?
I trust Nenwai.
It's always the Lucio player. That might be
but it's
true.
Like, sometimes she just overextends. It's like, I got this, and then it's like, oh no, help me, and it's we get some funny tweets out of it when we always see what Wisp is like making of like the little core montages.
All right. Where are we going
Content.
next, then?
It's definitely content for sure. Like, you know, some of the crazy plays. I mean, it's definitely a sight to see. Like, I've seen both like the feast and famine coming out of the beast. So there you have it. Nenwai is in fact the biggest inter on the team, and Hitori does in fact have to rein them in. It is a bit of a beast and beast tamer sort of situation, but hey, it worked out. It won you guys a championship in the end.
Yeah, it worked out. We got it together. It's really nice.
Well, I think that just about kind of does it for all of our questions here. I mean, it's been a great opportunity to watch you grow as both a player and as a champion. Now, it's been wonderful to see.
Of course,
You have
mate.
anything
I
else
understand.
You want to say to your team, or shout outs to any of your friends, family, anyone else, before we send you on your way to go off and celebrate with the beast?
Yeah, I just like shout out my whole team. It's like we're like a family kinda. It's really nice like team environment we have. You can just openly talk about everything, and that's also why we keep on improving so much. So that's like really nice. And then like our 2 coaches that also came in for the championship, Marv and Waylon, they also helped us out a lot. And yeah, that's kind of all.
It's great to hear about this massive network that you have behind you, Hitori, continuing to support. And I know CB and I, along with everyone else watching today, will continue to support you on your journey in Overwatch esports. Thank you much for giving us your time on the interview today, and have fun celebrating this victory with your teammates.
Thank you for having me.
What a pleasure to hear from.
All right.
I
I think that wraps us then, right? Wraps us? We're all good then? And then we can be locking in for Swiss. A bit of Swiss next week. That'll be fun. And then we'll kick off the season proper. All right then. Yeah, happy with that. Good tournament, good stream. I'll see you in Swiss. We'll probably do an uncoachable at some point, maybe the Q&A. Hey Lexa, I'm just ending. Who are we raiding? Who's on? Should we raid Infected? I feel like I did, because I did Vega yesterday, I did Tree the day before that. Let's do Infected then, right? Alright, let's do it. And Pro Chaser, yeah, I will be doing Pro Chaser as well, I think. But yeah, so that'll be in the morning. I need to double check the times and stuff, but I'll figure it out. Nice try, Turlands. But yeah, thank you everyone. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone coming in to watch. Good tournament. I'll see you all on Thursday for OWCS kickoff in the Swiss. Take care, everyone.